Yo, welcome to day 2 of the Canadian Bitcoin Conference. We're live streaming from Montreal, Canada. Guys, we have so many awesome panels for you guys. We have an entire day of a conference. And of course, on the panel with me this morning is Adam O'Brien, CEO and founder of Bitcoin Well. And of course, my legendary co-host, who's always optimistic, Optimus Fields. Man, I'm so excited. Day 1 was absolutely amazing. So much signal. The Saifedean panel at the very end, bro. Wow. Like, he made the case. He's like, central banking is absolutely a good thing, you know, like, and he was like making the case for it. He was dead serious. I thought it was a troll initially, but it was absolutely amazing. You did a panel upstairs. Jesus is a Bitcoiner. That was absolutely inspiring. It was incredible. I have a panel actually in about 15 minutes, Bitcoin for content creators or content creators for Bitcoin. So I'm really looking forward to that as well. So we have a hell of a show lined up for you, all of you guys watching at home throughout the day. But before we get started, I do want to give a shout out to the sponsors that make the Canadian Bitcoin Conference possible, starting out with Bull Bitcoin, Decentral, Block Rewards, Panties for Bitcoin, QuickBit, Constellation Heating, ShakePay, Apex Capital Partners, Coin Cards, Beaver, Sat Street, CoinKite, Coinbeast, Tahini's, Nimberly, Holler's Official, my personal favorite, bitcoinwell.com/simply, not bitcoinwell.com/BTC sessions. Use bitcoinwell.com/simply. It's a better link. Sats Inc.
Stop. No. /BTC sessions.
Sats Inc. and yap.cx. So the Canadian Bitcoin Conference would not be possible without these awesome sponsors. So we really appreciate every single one of you, every single one of them. Also, I kind of want to go through a little bit of the agenda today. So just to give you guys a little quick warm up. So we're going to start off with Joe Nakamoto, of course, introducing the day 2 of the Canadian Bitcoin Conference. We have Bitcoin for content creators. We have the Sovereign Canadian panel upstairs in the Rialto Hall. Adam, you're going to be on that panel. We have the Bitcoin Coalition of Canada, and then we have the Bible and Bitcoin. So, man, there's this common theme, man. Jesus and Bitcoin in this Canadian Bitcoin Conference. That's a good thing, in my opinion.
Bitcoin is a spiritual thing, man. Bitcoin is a biblical asset. I think it's cool to watch Bitcoiners. My thesis is I thought there was 2. There's actually 3 parts to a Bitcoin journey. There's pre-Bitcoin maximalism, there's Bitcoin maximalism, and then there's Jesus. And I think it's cool to see people receive that, man. Yesterday after the talk, I got so much love. So many people being like, wow, I completely agree. This is incredible. I've been thinking about this for a long time. So yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, dude. And I saw it. First of all, it was an amazing presentation. We're going to be dropping a really, really cool teaser trailer for you guys, as well as Adam in slow motion, epic music, to give you guys a little bit of the kind of the backstage inside scoop for anyone who wasn't there, what that looked like. And, it's a very powerful message, man. I think that's a message that needs to be continued to be broadcasted out there, right? Absolutely. Opti, how you feeling this morning? Have you had your necessary doses of caffeine?
I have not. I'm on my second one, guys. I'll be ready for the first break. But no, not fully caffeinated yet. But, we're getting there. And this coffee's too hot. I'm burning my mouth. But other than that, I'm having a great time in Montreal. First time in Canada. I'm absolutely loving it. Good to see everyone at Pub St. Paul last night. It was a great time. Had a great time. Tonight's the night, though. Tonight's is when we're going to have some fun. And one more day of streaming. Got a long day. But, Nico, let's get through the schedule because I know you got to run. And Joe's going to come on in like 3 minutes. So let's go through the whole day schedule. Oh, you already did it.
Joe's not going to come on in 3 minutes. He's right there.
All right.
Joe, are you going to be on stage in 3 minutes?
You're supposed to be on stage in 3 minutes.
Joe Nakamoto's voice is just so soothing to the soul. Oh man. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna start off the day with 2 Bolivars ASMR, a ripping of the bill.
Nice.
Nico can no longer go back to Venezuela.
Yeah, I will definitely be arrested. There we go.
Well, I do have one question for Adam. Considering that you are a fellow Canadian, even though I'm getting confused here.
He's a fellow Canadian.
All the people here are Canadians. We're in Canada. I learned something last night that apparently Montreal or Quebecians, how do you call them?
Les Québécois.
Apparently they're like a different breed out here, but how does it feel having so many Bitcoiners show up in Canada, showing Canada love? You guys are a strong batch Bitcoiners that come out of Canada. So how's it feel, man? How's it feel?
Dude, per capita, there is no better place than Canada for Bitcoiners. I think that we have the strongest signal. We have the strongest per capita Bitcoiner population. It is absolutely next level. We have more like based companies coming out of this country. We have more hardcore Bitcoin maximalists coming out of this country. I'm actually like, it's funny. I've gone through this journey of kind of like considering, where do I live? Where do I raise my family? Where do we take the business? And the more and more that I am surrounded by Bitcoiners in this beautiful country, the more and more I'm feeling convicted. Like, yo, we just have to save Canada, not leave Canada.
Wait, isn't that a song?
I don't know.
I think Save Canada. Oh no, Save the Queen. Sorry, wrong country.
Oh man, it's not the queen anymore, too, Opti. It's the king now, bro.
Hey man.
Hey, did you know? So check this out. This is a bit of how silly the money system is, and then we can go to stream because I know we're probably on time. We have all of the queen's face is on the money, and then the queen passed away, and then the king came in, and so they replaced all the money with the king's face, and then the king 6 months later said that he had cancer. Very very sad, and so all the money that they just printed with his face on it immediately had to stop. They stopped putting it into circulation as with how we wait. We wait for the next royalty, the next heir to take the throne.
Well, good thing they can just print more, so it doesn't matter.
It's terrible. It's terrible, obviously, because, cancer is horrific, right? But at the same time, like, I think it highlights the kind of absurdities of, fiat money. Like, how, look in here, like with this Venezuelan, bill, like, I don't know who this lady is. Sorry, guys, I'm a bad Venezuelan. But, like, like, why, like, okay, her name is Josefa Camejo. So, yeah, I mean, like, why is it that, the paper money masters are so obsessed with putting, basically people or faces on the money? Like, why is that a thing? Does that like inspire more confidence that there's a face on it? Like,
it used to be backed by those people. Like, it used to be. I mean, I guess it kind of still is. It's like it's showing you who the IOU is from. It's showing you who made the promise that this money would still be good at a later date. And so now, I mean, we know who to blame.
Yeah, it's what's her name? Josefa Camejo. That's who to blame.
Like, I mean, dude, they call us a cult. There's a fucking parrot on the back of this. All right. So I mean, bro, come on.
Is that the Venezuelan national bird?
I'm pretty sure this is. I know this is definitely not the national bird, but that's definitely a parrot for sure. Anyways, the point is that this sucks. You don't need the government.
Rip some more.
You don't need the government for money. The Bitcoin truly fixes this. And actually, I think Bitcoin is going to improve the daily lives of all these people in these countries, unlike this garbage. And this is what it's all about. This is why we're here. This is why we show up every day. This is why we fight the good fight in the battlegrounds of the internet, to win over the hearts and minds of the masses and really get them to understand that it's not left versus right. It is the party of green, the party of this, versus the party of Bitcoin, the party of peace, prosperity, opportunity, hope. And abundance. That's the word I was looking for. Anyways, what's up, Adam O'Brien? Man, I'm excited, dude. I love Canada. The two times, and I'm coming back early July for the Bitcoin Rodeo in Calgary. Looking forward to that. So far, I've just had amazing times in Canada, bro. But every single time I say that, there's the response is always the same. Wait till the winter, Nico. But so far, I've had a good time.
Yeah, man, Canada is a really beautiful country. I don't think there's any country that's more beautiful. We've got the mountains, we've got the ocean, we've got, the prairies. The prairies get a lot of crap because the prairies are kind of, on the surface. They're not the mountains or the ocean. However, there is something kind of nice when you're driving along your flat highway. You can see things for miles and miles, and it's just, the sun is setting, the fields, the crops. I don't know. There is something nice about it. However, I will say that with all that beauty, we do not have the abundance that we deserve. We do not have the sovereignty that we deserve here in this beautiful country. And that's part of the reason why I'm bullish on Bitcoiners making Canada great. Maka, make Canada great again.
Oh man. So that's gonna be our signal now. So I just want to emphasize. So I just looked up the conversion rate of this. I'm pretty sure this is one of the old bills, but
I thought they were worthless.
Well, actually, no. This is one of the new bills, 2018. So if you convert this to USD, it's 0.0000005472. I wonder if they have Bitcoin on here. No, of course they don't. But anyways, it probably costs more money to print this bill than the actual value of it, which is so absurd if you think about it. But anyways, Bitcoin truly does fix this.
What is that ratio right there? It's like 1/5 millionth of a penny. That's what it's
Dude,
worth.
it's insane, and it's actually like, to give it credit for like, I think it's worth more just because of the aesthetic value,
The quality of it.
like the quality, right? Like,
I like the this. Oh, I thought this was like a holographic see-through type of polymer thing, but yeah, man, it's a broken system, dude. It's such a broken system, and I don't think it's gonna get better, bro. We need to change this. This is not what we should be putting our savings into. Not what we should be putting our life, our value, our time into. I think Larry had some truth bombs yesterday when I was with him on the stage. I was just like, oof, I'm going to sit back here and enjoy the show. And I think that the biggest one, just bluntly put it out there, was just, no one is stupid enough to save in dollars. And when you say it that way, bro, it's like, holy smokes, we trade our time in a dollar fashion, and then we immediately need to evacuate that dollar because it's losing its value. It's crazy, man. And it's such an inefficient system. This is what happens when you put the bureaucrats in charge of your time. It's your time, bro. You should be able to do with it as you please. And instead, we have the bureaucrats debasing it. We have the bureaucrats saying what you can and cannot do with it. It's tragic.
All right, guys. Not to cut you off, but you guys need to hit the stage. So get out of here.
Sessions is in the chat. Does Nico know he's on main stage in 5 minutes? Nailed it. Well, yeah, guys. I'm gonna go for a second. But
Adam's got to go too.
Opti, it's all your. Hey, Rustin, come here.
Come over here, Rustin.
All right, so Rustin's gonna fill in. I'm gonna go main stage.
Oh, no, they're pushing it back.
9:15.
Okay.
Yeah, sweet. All right, Rustin, still come in here.
Upstairs too?
Okay. All right, so we got 15 more minutes with you guys. Thank you. Joe, could you say something on the mic real quick? Could you just say
Joe's sweater?
Could you say good morning in your very soothing voice?
I now feel the pressure. Good morning. Is that all you need? Okay. Wow. This crowd is amazing. The conference has been delayed by 15 minutes.
See, you just said something that wasn't exactly the most positive news, but you made me feel really good about it.
Well, fantastic.
Could you say like your flight has been canceled and there's no more flights for the next week?
Okay. I'm really sorry to inform you, sir, that your flight has been cancelled. There are no more flights for the remainder of this week.
You're fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The cancer diagnosis is...
All right. Well, the legendary Joe Nakamoto, best MC in Bitcoin. Holy cow, man! That it's just so much finesse, man.
It's just because he's British, guys. He just sounds good.
Anyways, Rustin, get in here. We got Rustin in the house. The talent behind the Bitcoin Originals. We also got the editor of Bitcoin Originals in the house as well. We got John. Rustin, you're messing up everything. There we go. Thanks, John. Anyways, all right. So back to the conversation. Adam, you were saying some stuff that was extremely important, right? Which is, it's time to get the money out of the hands of the politicians. It's time for the people to be able to earn in something that doesn't steal from them, doesn't take away their energy, doesn't take away their time. It's time for the world to get hope again, right? And I think fiat has infected the world with this nihilistic view of the future. And I can, speak for myself. I know, Adam, you've been on a Bitcoin standard longer than I have. You go to a Bitcoin standard, I guarantee you that you will be better off the longer that you're on it, right? I always say wait at minimum of 4 years, your life will significantly increase. Wait 8 years, you will be significantly wealthier than anyone around you that hasn't adopted a Bitcoin standard. It is literally a cheat code to live on a deflationary money. Everyone always says that the American dream is dead. No, it's alive and well, and it's actually not even the American dream anymore. It's the Bitcoin dream. It's been exported worldwide. It doesn't matter where you are. If you earn and save in Bitcoin, everything around you gets progressively cheaper, and you can live your dream of buying that house with the white picket fence, of whatever it is, whatever your hopes and dreams are. It's not a question of will you be able to afford this thing. It's a question of how long do I need to wait, and then also how hard do I need to work, versus a fiat like kind of system. It's way different, right? Because you have that uncertainty, and you see the suffering that people are going through, where you see the TikTok videos of like, I don't understand, I'm working 2 jobs, like I'm working my ass off, I don't get it, like why is this, like this burger, like the patty is so thin, like what's going on here? And then they blame the corporations. Like they don't understand that if the base layer of society is fundamentally corrupted, it's broken, that affects everything. And people are still blind to that reality.
Dude, fiat is the most dangerous of thieves, because someone breaks into your house, they smash a window, they rough you up, and they steal your money. You'd be like, yo, I got robbed, right? You're going to understand that you got stolen from. It's very apparent. It's in your face. But if someone sneaks in the night and takes something you don't understand, takes something you don't really use that often, you're going to be like, hey, eventually you're going to realize that it's not there. And that's what our money is. I don't believe that people are too dumb to figure out what's going on. I believe they're just being lied to. I believe they're being kept in the dark. And it starts at a young age, man. It starts at a young age. It starts when, like, I remember when I was a kid, it was like, you got to get a bank account. You got to give your money to this guy. He's the smarter one. And then I remember like being in Bitcoin and, the Bitcoin price, doing what the Bitcoin price does. And then people around me being like, okay, kid, I'm like, I was a young man and like, I have some Bitcoin, and it's like, you got to sell that, take some chips off the table, give it to someone smarter, give it to someone that knows what they're doing in the finance. Yep. It's like, no, I don't need that. I don't want to do that, man. I want control. And Bitcoin always starts as number go up. But number go up is not the end game. Number go up is only half, but our financial system right now is only number go up, and for the fiat, number go down. But everything else around fiat is number go up. But the absolute key to your money, your time, is that you can spend it when and where you want, that you have control over that money. And it's such an obscure concept for the majority of the world that you could actually have control of the money, of the value that you create with your time, because we haven't had it for over a century. And I think Bitcoin is the shot for our children and our children's children and the generation after that and the generations to come to actually take control of their value. And I am so stoked on that. But it starts with the next gen. We got to educate the next gen. These like 5, 6, there's some kids in the crowd here, these 5, 6, 7, 10-year-olds, everyone, the younger generation. It's like, wow, they're going to get it. They're going to have the ultimate opportunity. And I cannot wait for that.
Amen.
Wait.
Hit that with the
I wanted to just jump in on this one, because me and Adam say it all the time, and our friend said it from Bitcoin Magazine, the one and only young Nick can't mine. You don't stack sats for your first name. You stack sats for your last name. This is about a legacy here. This is about passing on wealth long term. And yeah, number go up is great. And of course, we all want to get wealthy. We all want to live a good life. But really, and Adam, you doubled down on that last night with your speech, where it's not about just you acquiring wealth. It's about passing on wealth. And as you said, you're like, pass it on to my great grandchildren so that they can also live a good life. And you're doing everything so that, how'd you put it? You're like, I'm doing this for my bloodline that I am never even going to meet. Yeah. And that's what this is really about. And that's also what I believe. I don't have children yet. God willing, I have some children, but that's what I want to do. It's about leaving a legacy, about building wealth long term. It's about passing on not only wealth, but good principles. And man, Bitcoin allows this for you. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, dude. I mean, just quickly, you see the kids that grow up on the fiat standard in fiat riches, and they're wrecked. They are absolutely wrecked. They're purposeless. They're lazy. They are gluts. They are not good people. We have yet to see a kid to grow up on, like, we're watching right now in real time this generation of kids grow up on the Bitcoin standard, and I think this is the end of this like generation. Remember, like the first generation builds it, or first one builds it, second one grows it, third one destroys it, right? That ends on the Bitcoin standard. That ends when you raise your children in such a way that is humble, it's full of humility, and it's got low time preference. If I'm thinking about my great granddaughter and my son is thinking about his great granddaughter, eventually we don't think for ourselves. We think for like 150 years down the road. And that's a better world.
7th generation thinking.
100%. So we also have Simply Bitcoin's in-house Viking. He sends fiat to Valhalla, and we got Rustin in the house. How you doing, Rustin?
Dude, I'm doing great. And I just want to remind you people out there that, being drunk, fat, stupid, and poor is no way to go through life. And living on a fiat standard is the way to do exactly that. That's like saying, I want to be governed harder. I want to be a slave. I love you stealing from me. So you're just easily governable. You're bagged and tagged. Once you start stacking those 5 to 10 first Satoshis, you're starting that path towards sovereignty. And once you start on that road, there's no going back. You take the orange pill, you go on that road towards being a sovereign individual, a self-responsible individual, someone who's capable of taking care of their future generations. And you leave the system. You start building your own future. You're not reliant on other people to make things happen for you. That's what it's all about. And I refuse to be bagged and tagged. I refuse to be drunk, fat, stupid, and poor. And if that's for you, go fuck yourself.
And ladies, that's why we call him the Fiat Slayer. We got Rustin in the house. Also check out Simply Bitcoin Originals. Rustin and John drop it hot 4 times a week, and just, man, you guys have been doing amazing work. We also picked up a new member of Simply Bitcoin Originals. I don't know if we could
don't dox him.
No, but okay, we can't. But anyways, we got a new researcher in the house.
He doesn't want to yet, but he's killing it.
He's killing it, dropping the sauce. So stay tuned for more Simply Bitcoin Originals next week. We'll also be back with the live show, 12:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. I know we missed the Friday episode. We'll make it up for you guys. Maybe we do an extra episode next week.
Hey, Sunday.
Maybe.
Hey guys, we got a banger Sunday. Clint Russell from Liberty Lockdown.
Yep.
We got about a 40-minute exclusive interview with him. Some fire stuff in there, and he's going to be at the Libertarian Convention with Vivek, Trump, and RFK. There should be some debates with him and Vivek and some different things. Look forward to that. He's very based. He's a Bitcoiner, spreading the sound money gospel. So hope you guys enjoy that.
Absolutely, 100%. And we simply might be making an appearance at the Libertarian Conference. So looking forward to that. I think you cannot be a libertarian unless you're on a Bitcoin standard, like it, full stop.
All right. So what happens if, say, you get the orange man over to the table and you get him to say, like, if he says Bitcoin is going up bigly, but throw all your shit coins in the trash, we're going to the fucking moon. Okay, so what happens to America at that point? Just hypothetically.
Dude, the Bitcoin price is going to go to like 500K. Like, if Trump says that, the Bitcoin price will go to $500,000.
Will Orange Man get more orange? Like, the spirit of Satoshi will well up in those cheeks. You never know. I'm hopeful.
Hopeful? Rustin with the hot takes, man. Orange man, get more orange. Good for orange people.
Orange money good.
Green money bad.
Green money.
Oh my God. Simply Bitcoin does not endorse these messages. But we don't call him the in-house Viking for no reason.
Dude, when I saw you bring Rustin on, I was like, I wonder how this is going to go. And this is going exactly how I thought it was going to go. I love this, man.
You got to get the energy up. It's early, but, that doesn't matter to us. No rest for the wicked over here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Joe is on stage, so we're going to switch back to the main stage to Joe Nakamoto.
We'll be back in 2 hours.
We'll be back in 2 hours. I'm going to be on the main stage in a little bit, and Adam's going to be on the stage as well. All right, guys, to the main stage to Joe Nakamoto.
Yeah.
on their second or third coffee, and it's only 9:10. I've got to apologize to you for something yesterday. Did any of you receive a piece of paper with some sats on it? One of these things from me? Did any of you receive one of these from me yesterday? Yeah. Did you try to scan it? And did it not work? It worked. What time did you scan it? 6, 7 o'clock. Okay, did you scan it? Someone over here said they received it. You? And it didn't work. You didn't scan it? Oh, okay. Well, basically, I'd loaded a load of these up with Bitcoin throughout the day. We're not playing the game yet, by the way. And I actually forgot to press send. So lots of people came up to me and said, hey, Joe, I've got this piece of paper which is effectively worthless. It's fiat. Yes, exactly. That was the lesson. Thank you. That was what I was coming on to. But basically, if you do have one of these now, then it will work. I have loaded it up with sats this morning. I'm so sorry if you did scan it and it didn't work. It was just me being far too busy and forgetting to do the right thing. And we will do some more games with this today. Does anyone want to demonstrate that it does work? Because as Bitcoin, we do the thing of don't trust. Yes. Do you want to come up on stage? Do you have your father's permission to do so? Is that okay? Thanks, mate. Okay, fantastic. What's your name, mate? Rocco. Great name. Hello, I'm Joe. Okay, do you have a phone and a Lightning wallet, or do you use your dad's? We're going to demonstrate that this does actually work, and I'm not rug pulling people. A rug pull, for those unfamiliar, is basically what most crypto projects do. They say they're going to do something, they end up walking away with the user's funds. So if Rocco has a Blink or Wallet of Satoshi or Phoenix wallet, Moon will not work because Moon isn't a Lightning wallet. It doesn't work with LN URL. What have you got, Rocco? What's your weapon of choice this morning? Wallet of Satoshi. Pretty confident that'll work. Come on up, Rocco. Please give a round of applause for Rocco as well. Look at that confidence. Let's go center stage. Come over here. How old are you, Rocco?
12.
12. Are you stacking sats age 12?
No.
No. Is your dad stacking for you?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good dad. Okay, brilliant. So you can open up Wallet of Satoshi here. For anyone wondering, Wallet of Satoshi is a custodial wallet, okay? Just like the money in your bank doesn't really belong to you, as I'm sure we'll learn today during the Canada Trucker protest talks, the money on Wallet of Satoshi also doesn't really belong to you. It's a custodial wallet. So with one of these pieces of paper, there's one here, you can tap the scan button. Yep. It's so much easier doing this with 12-year-olds than with like 52-year-olds. Sorry, I woke up and chose spice this morning. And you can scan this big one, the fat one. Okay, what does it say, Rocco?
Insufficient funds.
Tap receive, see what happens. Did it work?
Yes.
Can you show everyone? I love the honesty. Well done, Rocco. That was awesome. Go show your dad as well. You're now stacking sats. The insufficient funds was because on his wallet there was 0 sats in the first place. And he was doing a send retrieve. But basically it worked, okay? Rocky, it did work, Rocco. Yeah, thumbs up. It did work. Fantastic. Okay, so these do work now. This one you can keep as a souvenir. There you go. But you can't rescan it because otherwise I would be very, very poor, even more poor than I am today. Okay, with that out the way, I think we're ready to start our first panel of the morning. I'm just going to check that they're here. They aren't here, okay. In which case, on the live stream, Simply Bitcoin, please can you tell the content creators, we're not playing yet, please can you tell the content creators panel to come through, and in the meantime, I'll play a game with you guys. So, I'm going to prove to you that Bitcoin has culture, okay? Do you want to play a game to wake up? It's good fun, I promise. So, I want you to help me to finish the phrase. I just need to find my notes, because of course, I thought that by the time I finish this, our panel would be ready. Here we go. Just finding the necessary phrasing. Okay, so I'm going to say something. You're going to finish the phrase for me. For example, there is no second. You guys have had your coffee this morning. Fantastic. Okay. This one I really, really hate, but it is very, very catchy. Have fun staying. Great. Some toxic maxis in the room. Stay humble. Stack. Great. We are all good. Good morning. Bitcoin to the... Great. Let me think. Craig Wright is fraud, or just not Satoshi, but I much prefer fraud. You will own nothing, and you will be good. Some WEF conspiracy theorists in the room. Welcome. And of course, let's see. What does Sam Bankman-Fried say? Yes, true. But also, sorry. Repeat, ad infinitum. The panel is here. Fantastic. Welcome, Julian. Please welcome our panelists to the stage. We have Julian Figuera, Ben Perrin, Nico, and Isabella. Come on down, guys. There should be a microphone for all of you on the stage. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a water as well, and I don't have a chair.
Well, no, you sit down. I'll stand up because I'll ask the question.
You want to stand up? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Everybody party hard last night? Exactly. That's the right answer. Okay. So first question, I want to introduce everyone on stage here. 3 short questions. We only have half an hour, and there's 5 of us. Who are you? What type of videos do you make? And why do you make the videos that you make? We'll start with Joe and go around.
Okay. Hello. There we go. Who am I? I think you guys know I'm Joe by now. If not, hello, I'm Joe Nakamoto. I like to make Bitcoin content from around the world. I guess that partially answers question 2, which is what videos you like to make. But to answer it a bit more thoroughly, I used to write a lot of content as a journalist. I'm actually a recovering mainstream media journalist. It's been really hard getting me on this path right now. And I realized that the writing I was doing wasn't having as much impact as I would have liked. And so I was like, okay, how can I turn my stories into videos as well? And the writing I was doing was how people are using, I can say Bitcoin now. I can say Bitcoin, right? How people are using Bitcoin in the real world. And so a lot of the videos I do is how people are using Bitcoin in the real world, mostly in developing countries and emerging markets, such as Peru, where you guys went recently, and lots of countries in Africa too. And I've completely forgotten the third question.
Why? Why do you make the videos?
Why? Why not, man?
Why are you on this journey?
I really love it. It makes me happy, and it has a perfect sort of combination of all the things I like to do. Like, I'm naturally quite curious. I love hearing people's stories and the wonderful ways in which people adopt Bitcoin. And yeah, well, if I compare my life now to when I was an actual like Bloomberg journalist, I used to not hate getting out of bed in the morning, but it was certainly a drag. And now sometimes I even spring out of bed. It's really bizarre. My girlfriend's like, "What's wrong with you?" So I guess, yeah, it's because it makes me happy.
Beautiful.
Yeah, my name is Ben, more commonly known as BTC Sessions. I have been making in-depth Bitcoin-related tutorials. Actually, the anniversary of the YouTube channel is next month, and it will have been 8 years.
Wow.
So it's been some time.
Happy anniversary.
Sure. And yeah, so why do I do that? Well, because the 2 years prior to that, I spent tearing my hair out because there was no video content on how to use Bitcoin. And so it was kind of scratching my own itch in that I had to muddle my way through it, and whenever I asked somebody how to do something or is there a video on this, the answer would be, yeah, go to this message board and then scroll halfway down through the comments and some guy made a bullet point list of how to do it. And I don't learn that way. I'm very visual, so I thought to myself after a couple years of figuring stuff out, somebody might want a visual tool to help them learn some of this stuff. So I started and have not stopped.
Amazing.
Yo! What's up, Canada? How you guys doing? Are you guys awake? Did you guys drink last night? That's why you're here. Anyways, my name is Nico Moran. I'm the host and founder of Simply Bitcoin. The way that we present ourselves is we want to be your guide through the separation of money and state. It's very tumultuous times that we're living through. Never in human history has money been separated from state, right? Bitcoin enables that, and it's causing a lot of chaos. I call it the great disintermediation. And the internet has enabled all of this, mass peer-to-peer communications, and of course, peer-to-peer money. but the state, the government, they're used to being able to control these things. The information flows, the money flows, and then all of a sudden, you know, the internet has empowered people all over the world. So what we try to do is to inform everyone to look at the, you know, macro news, what's going on, the geopolitical news, but from a Bitcoiner's perspective, and to really arm you guys with the tools and the ideas and the belief to empower yourselves in becoming sovereign individuals using tools like Bitcoin, using tools like Nostr. So that's what we do at Simply Bitcoin. Why do I make content? Because it's my purpose. I love content creation. I like literally what Joe was saying. I'm not a morning person, bro. I don't spring out of bed, and I can't say it in this beautiful British accent. But I still wake up, and you know, I feel motivated, and I really love what I do. And it's just an absolute privilege and an honor to be able to make a living out of that. And that's not something that, you know, I don't think about. So thank you guys so much, because, you know, none of us on stage would be able to do what we do if it wasn't for all of you guys. So we really appreciate it from the bottom of our heart. And Bitcoin or slavery, we're going to fucking win.
I'm Isabela Santos. I make documentaries, and I have 2 shows. One's called Wrong Think and Bitcoin Backstage. In Wrong Think, we expose truth, especially what's going on in the world. And our purpose is to expose truth so you can stay for the Bitcoin revolution. Because with all the things that are going on in the world, they all tie back to Bitcoin. And why do I do the content that I do? I would say it's to leave the world better than we found it, and you can't do that without teaching people and teaching the new generations. So we're here to disrupt the system and how education in Bitcoin is being done, because everybody learns differently. So that's mainly, I'm trying to do the videos differently.
And my name is Julian. I used to run a channel called Kinetic Finance, but now we are a team of 3 with Isabella, Adam, and it's called Get Based. We do documentaries, short form 60-second explainers. We're doing a couple different shows. The reason that I like making videos is I was an only child growing up, and so when you're an only child, your TV or your video game console kind of becomes your sibling over time. It's that place you go to learn about the world, to learn about empathy, things that maybe your extra sibling would be there to teach you a little bit more about. And I've just always been enamored with film and storytelling, and I wanted to bring that into the Bitcoin space because it's a very information-dense space, but ultimately it's the people and the stories of the Bitcoiners that I think are the most interesting aspect about this whole revolution. I know that we're building this technology stack that has all these amazing qualities, and there's a lot of esoteric concepts that go along with that. But the more I spend, you know, in the Bitcoin space, the more I realize it's the humans of Bitcoin that have the most interesting stories and things to learn from. So I'm trying to bring that to the world, and that's sort of the MO of what we're doing. So I always like to ask this question when I go to conferences. How many people here have considered or are already also making their own videos or content about Bitcoin? That's awesome. It should be all of you, but I know that some people have jobs and it's very taxing to get into it. But that's what I want to get into. All of us have sacrificed a lot to do what we've done. We've had Joe, you left a job to pursue doing this independently. I think everyone's left a protected or reliable job to do this. What is the hardest part about being a content creator? And then to follow that up, what's the most rewarding part about being a content creator? And we'll start with Joe.
Okay, monetization, getting paid. We've all left jobs. and it's, yeah, Isabella's laughing at this. We've had lots of off-the-record conversations about how dark it can get being a content creator and effectively trying to make money through doing what we love. It's effectively a bit like being a musician or an artist or a bum on the street. Effectively, we are largely running off donations or peer-to-peer. I mean, Nico mentioned Noster earlier. You know, the value for value space is one way in which we say we can make money, and we say that people can pursue their passions and their careers through this value for value thing. But the reality is it's very, very hard. So I'd say, yeah, the primary concern is monetization, getting paid. And even if you do take on sponsors, which I think all of us have to an extent, everyone on this panel has a sponsor of sorts, then it gets a lot easier, right? But then, I mean, I operate on a Bitcoin standard, so I only want to be paid in Bitcoin, and to take on sponsors that'll pay me in Bitcoin. And so when I have overheads, whether it's just rent or a freelance editor I work with, it pains me when I have to pay them on a big, you know, Bitcoin price dip. You know, the first of the month, this month, Bitcoin dropped to, I'm really sorry I'm talking about price, guys. I know it's a Bitcoin conference. I know I shouldn't be doing that, but it's just to give you a sense of what goes on.
You gotta orange pill your landlord.
Yeah, well, she takes half my rent, and my, no, but this is the issue. I'm paying them in Bitcoin when the Bitcoin price goes down. So, you know, I had to pay quite a few substantial overheads on the 1st of May, and the Bitcoin price was 55K. Today it's 67K. I'd much rather pay them when it's 67K. I know we should zoom out, focus on bigger picture, yada, yada, yada. But the day-to-day, it's bloody hard. And managing that is, yeah, a big issue. So I'd say, yeah, number one, monetization, and I'll let everyone else come in.
So I'll echo the, especially out the gate, like, how the hell am I gonna live off this? And I guess it's partly because I started Bitcoin creation 8 years ago. So there wasn't really an inroads to that other than, you know, selling your soul, which I didn't want to do. So basically I did shit for free for 4 years. Wow. And you know, I take jobs with other Bitcoin related companies. I was luckily I could do that before I finished my fiat job. But with that, and I alluded to it with the whole selling your soul thing to make a buck, my constant worry is I built the channel on, I want to help people learn practical skills and level up and be better. And there's a constant worry of letting people down, of misspeaking in a video, like especially in and around educational content. Like if I say something wrong or point somebody to the wrong tool or something doesn't work, that, you know, if somebody makes a mistake and they lose some Bitcoin, like that weighs on you. And luckily I haven't experienced that too much, but there's that constant in the back of your head, like, oh my God, what if? And so I think it's just, one of the hardest things is making sure that you don't compromise on your kind of moral compass in order to make the living happen. And I think that's why it took 4 years to get to a place where I could live off the channel, because you know, you get the emails, hey, you know, we're launching some shit token, and we'll pay you out like just stupid amounts of money if you just make a video on it and shill it, and like you just obviously just say, well, I shouldn't say obviously because lots of people say yes, but obviously if you want to maintain integrity, it's delete, it's gone. And so yeah, you have to.
We should share our DMs, like. Because, I mean, my channel is infinitesimally smaller than your guys' content, and I'm still receiving those, you know, shitcoin promotional things, NFT things, all this sort of stuff. And I think we should just get a group where we just plonk them all in there and share them and say, like, yo, I got this one today. Yo, I got this one today. Because it's hilarious how many you get, even when you're a small channel, and how you could make a good living just by accepting these things.
You could be rolling in it, but once you make that compromise, and people see it, it ruins all of the work you've done up to that point. It's like that proof of work goes out the window. So like you kind of have to always think ahead of like what am I sacrificing to make a quick buck now? And if you can keep your head in that mindset, then I think you're going to be okay again.
Yeah, just to kind of echo what Ben was saying. It's low time preference versus high time preference. I'll even give you the example of Joe Rogan. You know how long it took Joe Rogan to monetize his podcast, the biggest podcast in the world? 5 years. It took us 2.5 years to actually start making money. Ben took 4. So for the first couple of years of making content, like, good luck, because it's going to be absolutely brutal. I wish someone told me that in the beginning. I'm happy that they didn't, because maybe I would have reconsidered. But it's an interesting phenomenon, because I think what's happening is it's a merge of entrepreneurship and it's a merge of content creation. It's two separate things, because you have to be able to run a business, because that's essentially what it is. And then you have to also make content. And in regards to reputation is everything in this space. Guard it with your life. It means the world to me. It's something that I've spent years and years building. I know it applies the same to Ben. I know it applies the same to Joe, Isabella, and Julian as well. And it can go away like this, right? So you also have a tremendous amount of responsibility towards your audience. The people that might not necessarily know a lot about Bitcoin, they might be getting into the space for the first time, and they're watching you. So, there's an element of like, am I really going to recommend something that I would not personally use, or that it could potentially hurt them, right? And that's a business decision that we've taken at Simply, but it's something that's really important to us. We personally only promote products that we personally use ourselves. We wouldn't feel comfortable promoting anything else. So, but again, it's kind of like a reputational thing. It's an ethical thing. But compared to all the altcoin channels, for example, not to name any specific ones, they're way more well-funded than we are, because they are funded by a lot of these altcoin projects that literally could print money out of thin air, right? So I think we're going to win over the long term. I think Bitcoiners take a low time preference approach at this. And I think what we've seen with a lot of the altcoin channels, not to name any names, is that they've blown up catastrophically.
Can I just add one thing? I think the difficult thing is that in terms of even gaining viewership, people love hearing about how rich they're gonna be, and they hate hearing about personal responsibility and low time preference. It's a lot easier to sell, hey, just buy this shitcoin, you're gonna be rich next week. And so like everybody here is in tune with the low time preference, like get rid of the riffraff and just focus, head down, build gradually over time. Everybody here, clearly if you're here, you've gotten that. But like a wide audience, your average fiat normie making its way into the space is going to say, this is gambling, how do I gamble effectively? And so that's why they can cast such a wide net and grow so quickly. But the integrity of that disappears very quickly from cycle to cycle, because people get wrecked. And I think a lot of the people that get wrecked either disappear or hone in on the low time preference content.
100%. And I also think, one last thing, I'm going to pass it to Isabella. I still think we're in the infancy of Bitcoin-only content. Really started in 2020. There were podcasters before, but it was more like Bitcoin and crypto. Bitcoin-only media really started 2019, 2020. So it's like 4 years, right? I don't know how Ben did it before that. Holy cow. So we're still in the very first innings of this. I'm very confident that 5-10 years from now, you're going to see a huge audience consuming Bitcoin-only content. The biggest Bitcoin-only channels haven't even broken 1 million subscribers yet. Just to kind of give you an idea of how early this is in regards to Bitcoin-only content creation? Nisa?
I mean, there's a lot of challenges, being a content creator, and especially being on the ground and trying to document a lot of the reality that's going on. One of the things is sometimes people don't take Bitcoin content creators seriously. Then obviously the monetization part, building your reputation. But also if you're a journalist and you want to cover Bitcoin adoption, the dangers that we go through going to these countries is actually so underrated. I was talking to Joe one time because he did a documentary in Cuba, and he's banned from Cuba. And like the government now
the
is
US.
and
the US.
and it's kind of really Jesus. You see, so it's those things that we don't really talk about. Like you see these cool documentaries, that we like spend hours and months creating, but in reality, to make that like 40-minute video, we had to go through so much danger, like food poisoning. We had to deal with the narcos and stuff like that, just to show you guys how Bitcoin adoption in third world countries is actually working better than in the US. So I would say that's probably the safety too, especially also in truth bombs. When we're talking about the truth and the government, it's our safety out there because we're putting our faces out there. There was this one time I was talking about the Jeffrey Epstein little black book, and my account from TikTok ended up getting shadow banned. And the things that go with talking about government and their secrets and exposing them also puts us into great danger because obviously they're not going to go down easy. And that's one thing that we need to remember. Bitcoin is a silent revolution, and I don't think the government or the top 1%, they're not going to go down, and be like, yeah, take over. So it's sort of kind of like we're trying to fight to spread the word and spread awareness, but there's a lot of danger exposing all this truth.
Isabella, you're on so many lists.
So many.
Joe, Joe, I just want to know if you're going to go for the hat trick and get banned from Canada next.
Well, I almost didn't get here, right? Because, my flight was cancelled and they rerouted it through the US, and I wouldn't have been able to come to the US because of the ban from there.
But how do you get banned from the US?
For making, this is the weird thing, right? You're making a pro-freedom documentary about how Bitcoin is dismantling communism. You'd expect that to resonate with an American audience. But no, Trump changed the rules about visiting Cuba. And so even if you just set foot in Cuba, then you might be temporarily banned from the US. But it's a might thing, it's a might. And in my case, for whatever reason, whatever list I'm on, they're like, but all I have to do now is interview with the US Embassy and go through all the steps, and I should be able to get back into the US at some point. But I'm not that excited about going to the US either. I would much rather make awesome content around the world, but the point about risks is so important, and I think that people don't realize that a lot of Bitcoin content creation nowadays is also Bitcoin journalism, and a lot of people don't have professional journalism experience, and they don't realize, the risks, the dangers that people go into. Like when you see your documentary about Peru, which is fantastic, by the way, and you must see it. It's called The Hidden Bitcoin Revolution in Peru. Peru's Hidden Bitcoin Revolution. Got there in the end. And it's, you go to Iquitos, the high Amazon, and it's an awful, awful third world, dilapidated place. And the risk you go to, the travel, the sickness, the security, the paying bribes, whatever it may be, it's not for the faint-hearted. And people watch an 8-minute or a 10-minute clip and think, oh yeah, cool. And it's like, that was 8 months of work and so many conversations and just so much groundwork went into it, just to get that message across that, hey, Bitcoin is also used in these wild places, and we should try to support that as well. So yeah, kudos to you guys.
For me, what I found, I think at first I found the monetization part was tricky, but we all have different stories of how we do it. I'm finding that, for me at least right now, value for value seems to be working. Like Bitcoiners are, so we raised a quarter of a Bitcoin to do this documentary in Peru. That was amazing. It was like 143 Bitcoiners, probably a bunch of you in the audience right now donated at some point to that thing. Yes Theory, which is one of the biggest adventure channels on YouTube, they have 8.8 million followers. They only had 2,000 donors for this feature film that they've been working on for years, and we had 143 with like 12,000 followers tops maybe. So the ratio, the throughput of like the people in the Bitcoin community that understand value for value is like so much higher than any other niche. So I think that does work in our favor. It's not enough to live on, I agree. It's hard to ask for, you know, money everywhere all the time. But Bitcoiners are a very generous group, which is really works in our favor, and they understand the value of what we're doing, being part of Bitcoin's marketing team. For me, the hardest part about content creation, I find, is that it's like a Venn diagram. You have what you want to make, and you have what people want to see, and you have to like always kind of meet it in the middle. If you stray too far to either side, you end up compromising something. If you make stuff just for yourself, you wonder why you're broke in like 2 months and why you don't get any views. If you make stuff only for audiences, you sometimes go down the shitcoin rabbit hole. So you have to find that sweet spot in the middle, and for me, it's always a process of experimentation to kind of find out what exactly that is. And the thing is as soon as I find out what it is, I usually do it for a little bit, and then I want to do something new. I can't just put the same thing out reliably all the time. Which leads me to my next question. A lot of us, we have different levels of how deep we go into Bitcoin from a technical perspective, from a philosophical perspective. With where everything is right now, do you feel like as content creators, and everyone has a different answer to this, should we focus more on making stuff for Bitcoiners or focus more on minting new Bitcoiners?
First?
Yeah.
Ideally both, and that's what I kind of try to do with my own content. I try to, we discussed this last night, right? Like I do pop-up boxes on my videos where it says, I'll say like, oh, and so I'm paying this person in the Lightning Network, and there'll be a pop-up box saying that Lightning Network is a layer 2 payment solution used for payments, of course. Those kind of things, which to Bitcoiners is second nature now. You know, most people that have been in the Bitcoin space for 2, 3, 5 years, they know exactly what it is. But for no coiners, then, or you know, pre-coiners, then it's going to be relevant to them. So when I'm making my videos, or when I'm producing them rather, I'm always trying to think, would my mum understand this? And would my mates at home who have, you know, 200 quid of Bitcoin on a Coinbase account, God, you know, they're going to Bitcoin hell. But, you know, I'm making the content for them so that, because I've already done the Bitcoin stuff, right? So it's then in the post-production, I'm thinking, okay, how can I make it relevant to a, you know, a normal audience? And you do actually look to the channels like Yes Theory or other sort of explorer adventure channels to be like, okay, how can I make this both gripping from a storyline point of view and also useful and educational and entertaining? And so you end up, yeah, trying to do too many things at once, and
it's a tricky balance, yeah.
Yeah, but it's also a fun sort of challenge, and bringing that jigsaw piece together is very rewarding, at least for the content I'm trying to achieve. So yeah, I'd say both. What about you guys? What do you think?
For me, it's constantly both. And reason being is I have to keep making content for brand newcomers coming in, because how somebody first experiences Bitcoin today is drastically different from even just a couple years back, right? Like the landscape of the tools that we use is ever changing. But that also means that people that have leveled up to a certain point, you don't want to almost become like a Luddite Bitcoiner. And we see them often where it's like you learn your few things and then you stand still, and that's all you know, and everything is shifting around you, but you haven't kind of updated your knowledge to go along with that. And so I kind of need to hit both segments of people. So it's like, what crazy new things have come out the gate, and what are the next things that like the hardened Bitcoiner needs to know about security and all this kind of stuff. And then secondly, what is the easiest inroads given things like fee spikes and all these different like layer 2s, and like what is the average person's first interaction with Bitcoin going to look like today or next year? And it's always a question mark. And so it's, yeah, I'm constantly attacking both sides of the spectrum, and I need to remember to step back and go back to those basic building blocks, because I'll often think, oh, I've covered that before, and then I realize, No, not in the context of today. So it needs to be revisited constantly for me.
What was the question?
How do you balance making content for Bitcoiners and content to mint new Bitcoiners?
Well, wow. Okay. So, again, like what I was saying earlier, there's a business component of it where you have to pay the bills, right? It's simply we're 12 people, 4 people full time. So we kind of have to balance getting a certain amount of views to provide value for our sponsors. But the thing what I've realized though is that the key to all this is building a distribution platform. The bigger the distribution platform, the bigger your reach. So if you look at YouTube or Rumble or any of these places, your goal is to really, if you search incognito mode, go to YouTube, type in Bitcoin. If you scroll and you're on that page, you're winning. And anybody who's curious of Bitcoin and you're on that page, they're gonna click on your channel and they're gonna fall down your channel's rabbit hole. Rumble, same thing. How do you get on the front page of Rumble, right? Get on the front page of Rumble, someone hears about Bitcoin, they fall on your channel, they fall down your rabbit hole. I think really the true battle here, Julian, is getting people away from altcoin channels, because they'll have Bitcoin in the name of the channel, but in reality they start talking about Solana, they get absolutely wrecked. So we're really in a narrative trench warfare against them. And then on the other side of the spectrum, we're really in warfare against governments, right? Really, like I call it information narrative trench warfare. So I think the way that you win is by really focusing on distribution, focusing on views, and I think everything else kind of takes care of itself. I think if you start to make content with the approach of, I'm gonna make content for just Bitcoin beginners, that might hurt your viewership. If that hurts your viewership, that hurts your distribution. If that hurts your distribution, I'm gonna say a name, you know, whatever, BitBoy is gonna get that view rather than you, right?
From jail.
So that's the way that I kind of see it. But again, this isn't a science. It's an art for a reason, and everyone has a different approach to it.
I don't know, I'm team normies. I like keeping things simple and not using like intellectual words, because that's a barrier to entry. Bitcoin itself, it's such a dense topic. It's not just economics. You know, you're dealing with laws, you're dealing with ethics. There's so much more that goes into Bitcoin. And I remember when I first stumbled across Bitcoin in 2021, I was so intimidated by everyone and all the people and everything, because everybody's educational level in Bitcoin is like way up here. So the thing was, I felt like I never understood anything, but that's because when things are very simple, like they always tell you in school, like if you know a topic, you have to explain it to a 3-year-old. And what we don't realize, the education system is making the generations that are growing up more stupid. So their mental level is not the same as Bitcoiners. So the thing is, if we keep things simple, you can explain a really complex subject and they will be able to get it. So my thing is, yeah, you can talk to Bitcoiners and to, you know, like new beginners, but you just have to do a balance and explain things simply. You see that name drop? Simply.
The way that I look at it is, the reason that we're all doing videos instead of just podcasts or books is we get two things. We get the audio component and we get the video component. Ben could do all his tutorials orally. It would be a little bit harder to follow, but you know, you could do oral and then maybe a book, but you choose to do video for a reason, because you get two things working in tandem. And I think one thing that goes underappreciated sometimes in the Bitcoin content creation space is that what we're developing in Bitcoin right now is a language, right? When we throw out the term fiat, 90% of people have no idea what we're talking about. But when we close our eyes and we picture fiat, we picture those shots of like the bills coming out of the printing press, the faces on certain bills, the stacks of bolivars. Like we have these visual references, and I think that's, you know, I think we have to develop that language and mainstream a use of a language, and we have to also make sure that we don't do it the wrong way too. I think one of the biggest problems that Bitcoin has from an image perspective, and I rattle on this all the time and I really try to avoid it, is that if you've ever watched a video on CNN or one of these other news sites about Bitcoin, you've probably seen that stock footage of like the spinning like gold Bitcoin coin with all like the little circuitry on it. And it's possibly like the worst visual metaphor for Bitcoin because it makes it seem to people like it's physical. Yeah, there you go. Like that's blasphemy to me. I can't handle that.
Sorry, man.
But like we don't realize this when you go out and you talk to people. Like a lot of people think that Bitcoin is a physical thing. Still, it's like, oh, it's a currency and the physical coins are redeemable online. Like we don't think about this because we're in our bubbles. But like you talk to people over 50, and I get that all the time. And so when we talk about Bitcoin, we do have to kind of get down to people's levels sometimes and like explain basic concepts, but I think a lot of that can be done through creative visual storytelling. Like when we talk about fiat, I really love to use the photo of like Steve Mnuchin grabbing like the fresh bills off of the thing and flashing them around. And when I talk about central bankers, I like to put their faces up on the screen. We know like the Augustin Carsons, and when we see Christine Lagarde, like you have to put faces to concepts, and I think, or visuals to concepts, and I think that is kind of how we transcend, you know, kind of pleasing both parties. Like Bitcoiners, they get the language, and over time, as we use the same imagery, we can teach that language to a beginning crowd, and they can make those associations without us having to explain what fiat is or what Bitcoin is every single time.
I agree, and I loved Isabella's point about Team Normie. I think we need more Team Normie.
We need more normies.
Yeah, it's going to be a shock when Bitcoin conferences are attended by, you know, real normie, mainstreamy kind of people, but that is the world we want because that is what hyper-Bitcoinization leads to. You know, it means that we don't have to explain Bitcoin to anyone anymore because they already use it or get it or didn't need to watch, you know, an hour of tutorials about how to run a node because it's part of your computer already. So yeah, I think it's not dumbing down your content per se, it's just making it more accessible, right? You know, when you start to learn a language, you don't start learning, you know, the subjunctive conditional or whatever. You start with like bonjour, like it's hello the Quebecers. So it's, yeah, I think Team Normie, Team Mainstream, we need to make it way more accessible, way more widely watchable. And if it requires more basic language, then go for it.
100%. It need, like, essentially, what I've noticed is Bitcoin content creators make content for other Bitcoiners. I call it the Bitcoin echo chamber, and it's actually pretty difficult to get outside of this echo chamber. But what Joe and Isa were saying is, we win when the question of what is money goes mainstream. Why does money need to steal from me to function? When those ideas and those very basic questions go mainstream, they have absolutely no response whatsoever. And you see them kind of squirm when, you know, it's like inflation. And they talk about it as if it's like a natural law, like it just exists, it's there, you know, this mythical 2% number. They don't even know where it comes from. The central bank in New Zealand apparently came up with it. So, like, really our job as content creators is to really get that message out there and just get people to ask the question, like, what is money? And then also, one last thing. The divide and conquer stuff is absolute BS. Like, we live in, you know, I live in the United States, Canada, but it's always the same. It's left versus right, it's conservative versus liberal. Absolutely not. It's the party of green, the party of fiat, nihilism, war, poverty, destruction, despair, versus the party of orange, peace, Bitcoin, opportunity, prosperity, hope. Bitcoin just entered the political discussion in the United States. That is insane. In Canada as well, I believe. We have two candidates, Trump and RFK. Both said if they get elected, they'll protect Bitcoin and they'll be anti-CBDC. and then the other side, the Biden administration, has been pro-CBDC, anti-Bitcoin. Like, it's here. It's already in the political discourse, and I get a little bit frustrated sometimes because, like, oh, I hate Trump, or I hate this person. I'm like, dude, like, we want the separation of money and state. We want to fix the money, fix the world. Don't get distracted by the left or the right, because they all do the same thing. They debase the currency, they print money, therefore they steal people's time. The only way to fix that is by fixing the money, right? Separation of money and state. So, like, how do we wake up people to this message? It's what Issa was saying, it's what Joe was saying. We make the Bitcoin ethos mainstream. We make it sexy, we make it easy to understand, we make it simple, and that's our best shot at winning. And I really believe that if we get this message out there, we're gonna bring people together. I don't think that there's a huge difference between someone who's ideologically left and someone who's ideologically right. I really believe that's divide and conquer, and they do that on purpose, and Bitcoin's gonna be a great unifier and bring people together. Fix the money, fix the fucking world.
I know we're short on time. I keep on seeing a lot of this off to the side, but I'm just gonna wrap one final thought. You know how we know we've won is when we're obsolete. That's the end game.
Yep.
We want to get to a point where it's not like, I'll be sad when it's done, but I'll also be very happy. So once I'm obsolete, mission accomplished.
Yeah, if we're still working, the job is not done.
But what I want to add on is, us as Bitcoiners, our job is to educate people. Now that we know what we know, we sometimes forget that we're not born knowing. So our job as a Bitcoiner, it doesn't matter if you're a content creator or not, you still need to teach your neighbor. You still need to teach your mom, because we need to make this the silent revolution that it is. We need to not convince people, but just show them the truth. Like, it's there. They're gonna be able to make the right choice eventually, but we need to have patience, and we need to understand that before you can run, you learned how to crawl, then you learned how to walk, and then you learned how to, jog, and then you learned how to sprint. So it's all these stages, and just because they don't get it now, it doesn't mean they're dumb or stupid. It's just like, they just need to be taught the right way. And yeah, that's what I have to say.
Awesome. Nice. Awesome. We leave it there? Yeah?
That's a wrap. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Round of applause, please. Back to being the MC. Back to high energy stuff. Well done, Nico. I'm looking forward to the rebrand to Sexy Bitcoin. Subscribe to Simply Bitcoin. Get ready for the rebrand to Sexy Bitcoin. Sexy, easy to understand, accessible Bitcoin. I'm back to being MC. I'm no longer the panelist, okay? Okay, yeah, go for it. Let's play again. And by the way, to those of you who missed me this morning, these are now loaded up with sats because I forgot to load them up with sats yesterday. And I'm so sorry for the unintended rug pull. These things happen. Okay, I think that we are running way over because we talked for far too long. Did you enjoy that though? Did you take anything away from it? Yeah? Those guys are legends. They do inspire me. And I do urge you to check out Simply Bitcoin, BTC Session. Oh no. I need to get in that headspace. Rocco, it's your second. Oh, take that one. Well done, mate. And who's the third person up there? Oh, Isabella and Julian, which is Get Based TV. Click subscribe, help them get to 100,000, then 1 million subscribers. Okay, I'm hoping my panelists are backstage. We're about to transfer and transition to, oh, you're down here. Hello, Scott. Welcome to the stage, Scott, part of the BTC coalition of this country. Come to the stage, we've got Brad Mills as well. Brad Mills, welcome. Look at that jersey, it looks fantastic on you. And the honk as well. How are you doing today? We also have Dave Bradley, come and take a seat. Would you like to sit underneath your face, just here? And finally, Nolan. Hello, sir, looking very sharp today. Have a great panel, gentlemen. Sorry we're running a little bit later,
But enjoy it, and there's a clicker here as well. There's a microphone next to you, and I'll get you a fresh bottle of water. Oh, is there? You're very welcome. We've all got microphones. Now you do. Voila.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Let's do better than that. How's everyone doing? All right, there we go. All right. My name's Scott Wolf. I'm the part-time executive director of this newly created not-for-profit organization called the Bitcoin Coalition. We've got a little bit of a slide deck here for you, just a few slides. I'm going to talk for about 5 or 6 minutes, just walk you through a little bit of the history and vision and some updates from our coalition, hand it over to our founding board members who you have with us here, and then we want to have a conversation with you, really, and get some of your input and thoughts on moving forward. So hopefully I can just set the stage for that. If you look at the slide that you've got here, you'll see links to our socials and our website. So please follow us, please share this, and get in touch with us via our socials, please. A little bit about myself. I've come to the Bitcoin Coalition of Canada after working in the not-for-profit sector, in community health and development here in Canada and globally for the past 20 years, most recently with an organization called the Canadian Association of Community Health Centres. And in that work over the past 20 years, we focused a lot on bringing access to local, accessible healthcare services, but also trying to treat and address what we, termed were, the determinants of health. What we said, and still say, are the upstream causes of illness. So we're talking about homelessness, we're talking about poverty, we're talking about food insecurity, we're talking about the lack of access to affordable housing, and treating all of those as the upstream causes of illness and social decay and despair. And to some extent, that's still very true, and we need to address those through remedial programs and projects. My process and my journey into Bitcoin has demonstrated to me that, in fact, all of those are still very downstream, and they're downstream from the money. And Nico set that up brilliantly by saying, fix the money, fix the incentives, and fix the world. And so I'm incredibly hopeful about the opportunity that we have to actually make an impact across Canada and build healthier communities and contribute to a better society through Bitcoin. And that's my driving inspiration in doing this work and joining the board here at the Bitcoin Coalition, and hopefully trying to build the bright orange future across Canada. So we incorporated finally January 3rd, 2024. You'll recognize the significance of that particular incorporation date. The conversation about setting up something like this, modeled after the Bitcoin Policy Institute in the United States and Bitcoin Policy UK, which some of you may be familiar with. That's a conversation that happened for a year or so, people giving input into this process. What should this look like? What will the mission be? Finally narrowed in on getting started late last year. It took a little bit of time to incorporate the entity, and we finally got our incorporation earlier this year. So, in essence, we're brand new. The mission of the coalition is really to increase education and awareness among media, policymakers, and the general public around the various advantages and benefits of Bitcoin, both for Canadians and globally. Again, as our previous panel, really touched on in beautiful detail, and to make Canada ultimately one of, if not the best jurisdictions in the world for Bitcoin and for Bitcoiners. It's a big mission. I know you all agree we have a lot of challenges ahead of us, but we're up for the task, and we're getting down to business. So what does that look like in practice? There are building blocks that we've got to put in place. Being a real organization that's incorporated means that we have to set up structure, that's legal, we want to set up project management tools to help us with our workflow, and getting in all of that plumbing to actually run an organization that's just a nascent organization with very few resources and our limited time, the board members and myself as an operational lead. And so we've begun that process, and that's taken up a fair amount of our time over the first few months. But then we also want to get down to the actual business, the things that I think you all will want to, know more about and participate in, not the plumbing of this organization, but really being involved in the work of the organization. Jumping to the third sort of pillar of our roadmap there, you may have seen that we've been fairly active on social media over the last few months. We didn't wait for the incorporation. We wanted to get going. And so we launched some socials late last year and have been building some momentum, some visibility for this organization, which was about to be incorporated and now is. Hopefully we're building a bit of momentum and a bit of visibility, trying to help bring visibility to Canadian Bitcoiners, Canadian Bitcoin meetups, et cetera, and generate a bit of forward-moving momentum. And we're going to continue that further over the year ahead. But then that middle pillar there around engagement and work, that's sort of the sweet spot for us as we move forward. We want to drive this work through participation by Bitcoiners across Canada and do that through committee work. That's in the area of education and public engagement, finances, policy and government relations, and ultimately research. We've gotten down to business already, starting with education. Recently, we struck our first committee, which is our Education and Public Engagement Committee. Had our first meeting a little over a month ago, and we've got a schedule of activities moving forward from this point forward. You may, if you visit our website, seen that we now have some educational materials so that you can drive people to our website, and that can be a soft touch moment or place for education. And we really want to help scale adoption and education across the country. We obviously want to get to policy and, picking up on what Joel Lightbound shared yesterday during his presentation, engage policymakers. That's, I think, where the big work is to be done, and we want to think big. I know members on the board will, talk a little bit more about that. We want to engage you on some of those issues. There's a lot of work to be done on the policy front in terms of education, but also making sure that, if there is going to be regulation, that it's favorable regulation and it's informed regulation, and that'll be the sweet spot, heading into the second half of this year. But we've begun with education because I'm sure, as you'd all agree, we need to build the movement across Canada. And I think that there's a mutually reinforcing relationship between some of what our previous panelists were talking about when it comes to support for their work and being able to continue that. We want to help mint new Bitcoiners as well, which will help support their work. Their work will help to support, adoption, et cetera, and we'll be able to grow this movement across the country. Where are we starting? The two priorities of that education working group are really to increase and network local Bitcoin communities. And by that, we generally mean meetups, but those might take different forms. But we really want to, get to a point where there is a Bitcoin meetup in every community somewhere. We want to help them to learn from each other, to help scale their efforts, and really to be the local point where, folks who haven't yet gotten on board the Bitcoin journey have a local place to go ask questions and begin their journey, and where, we can actually scale this movement to the point that, some years from now, will be obsolete. Everyone will be a Bitcoiner. The second aspect of the work of that committee is really to help network and increase more formalized education opportunities. So, you've heard about Mi Primer Bitcoin. There's also the Bitcoin Students Network, et cetera, to help them refer between each other, be mutually reinforcing, and to help increase adoption. That work will become self-generating and moving over the next few months, and then we'll focus in our energies on the policy environment, and we'll talk about that a little bit more, for the next few minutes. Again, we're just getting started. We've been a real live organization for just a few months now, and really excited about what the next few months bring. And we really want you all to be engaged. This is a sort of shameless appeal. If you're willing to support the the organization. If you want to throw a few sats our way to support activity over the next little bit, we'd be very grateful for that. We'll find other ways. That's a QR code that'll take you to our Geyser campaign and page. Thank you for anything you want to do to help support us, to help propel this movement and this organization forward. But most importantly, and more important than that, is just your engagement, your time, your participation. I'll be quiet there at this point. That's a QR code, a second QR code, where you can go and fill in a really brief form to express your interest in being involved. We want to collect expressions of interest over the next little bit. Let us know, how you'd like to be involved. Are you interested in policy? Are you interested in education? Are you interested in research, etc.? Please send us feedback as well, like things you'd like us to take on. We want to collect all that information and be able to be responsive to, our fellow Bitcoiners across the country in terms of moving forward an organization, a movement that's not separate from you, but that's yours. We're here to work with you. So I'll be quiet, and you've got a little bit of a background here on board members and myself, and I'm going to turn it over to them to fill in any gaps and kick off what we're kind of calling a town hall, so we can engage you. So questions are going to be very welcome. Good.
So thanks a lot, Scott, and I just wanted to give a little bit of kind of perspective from my side. I think I relate with a lot of people in Bitcoin, especially Canadians, when we are pretty disillusioned about politics, and that's why we got into Bitcoin. Especially in Canada, politics is just not something that the general Canadian even follows. More so, we're aware of what happens in the United States because what happens in the Federal Reserve more so affects us. And if you're interested in money and inflation and the economy and stuff, more so you're going to follow macro in the Federal Reserve, and then kind of just get disconnected from Canadian politics. But opting out of politics and inflation with Bitcoin is kind of a productive protest against a system that you feel like is unfair and doesn't serve your interests, and where you have no real ability to influence. So Bitcoin is kind of a political choice. It's an opt-out. And then when the trucker convoy happened and the Freedom Convoy happened and the Emergencies Act was declared and bank accounts started to get frozen, a lot of Bitcoiners started to kind of wake up and realize, what's the value of being sovereign and having financial sovereignty and owning your keys if you're in a country that does not respect property rights, freedom of speech, individual liberty, and these things that kind of are a foundational base layer of choosing to live in a country where you can have that opt-out if you don't even have the ability to kind of really be sovereign, if there's no base layer respect for those key tenets. So a lot of us got more politically engaged there at that moment because we kind of realized, well, the choice is either leave Canada or try to make Canada more of a comfortable place to be a Bitcoiner. And Rodolfo Novak and Samson Mao and some others were kind of like, we were all chatting, and we thought, well, somebody needs to get involved with educating the politicians about Bitcoin. Somebody needs to get involved with educating the media about Bitcoin. And I guess this is the somebodies. So we chose to do this. We're all extremely busy with other things we have going on, entrepreneurs, Bitcoin educators, and we chose to just kind of like take the initiative. We're not political, I'm not, I'm just speaking for myself here, I'm not like politically connected. More so I kind of look at myself anyways as a talent scout and just kind of want to put some of my energy towards, if I'm going to be staying in this country, making it safer to be a Bitcoiner. And so I ran into Scott online, and Scott, with all of his experience in the charity world and engaging with governments and speaking from the progressive side of things, understanding that there's a certain way to speak to the multi-partisan community that we have in Canada, I thought it was amazing, a great opportunity to go from all ends of the spectrum and create a group that was able to speak to all parties and really try to create something that people would want to get involved with, whether you're a liberal or an NDP or a conservative or a Bitcoiner, and you don't want any kind of association with politics. Because if you're going to choose to live in Canada, you might want to have better, your local MPs or the media understand what Bitcoin is more than just the narratives. So met Scott. Scott got involved, and then there's lots of other Canadian Bitcoiners that have helped out. ShakePay is really active in trying to shape policy, and Carlo from ShakePay got me in to speak at the House of Commons with this Indu committee, and I was thankfully with ShakePay and Carlo's help, practicing question and answers and stuff. Joel Lightbound was the MP that spoke yesterday. He was the chair of the committee, and he's like a true Bitcoin advocate in the government right now. So as I started to get more connected politically and meeting people in both sides of the aisle, started to realize there is real advocates for Bitcoin. And we do have this really unique opportunity where Pierre Poilievre is likely going to become the next Prime Minister of Canada, and he owns Bitcoin. And he went to Tahini's and did a podcast with Ali from Tahini's. And you hear him speak about Bitcoin, about money. He understands the follies of fiat money. He has a deep well of knowledge about sound money and property rights, individual responsibilities. So he speaks the language, and whether or not he's politically pandering to us or whatever, it's a good opportunity for us to have somebody who's going to lead the country to be able to backbench in a way and educate the MPs that want to kind of be in alignment with Pierre's views. So we have this opportunity to, we have Nolan, who I met at one of the conservative conferences we went to. Nolan organized bringing Andreas Antonopoulos to speak to the Canadian Senate back in 2015. Worked for the government for years. So I'm seeing all these people, and I'm just like, this is an awesome opportunity. We got Dave has been in the Bitcoin scene for a long time in Alberta, and if you know Dave, you know his views. He and Francis started a nonprofit advocating for Bitcoin, and has a super good understanding of game theory and deep network in the sort of resistance political sort of side movement there in Alberta that's very independent and respects Bitcoin. So I feel like this is a really good opportunity for us to, not just continue slowly bootstrapping with our own time and money, which is what we're doing right now. I mean, we're just self-funding this and putting our own volunteer time into this with the education committee and everything else, but to actually get us to the point where we can go out, have things that you guys really want to see, like what policies the Canadian Bitcoiners really want to see their MPs understand, the media understand, what Bitcoin businesses, what do you guys want to see, like de minimis rules or regulatory frameworks around mining and banking. Obviously, banking is a problem here in Canada for Bitcoin companies and some individuals. So we just hope to move the needle. We have a really good opportunity with the change in leadership that's coming, and even with people like Joel Lightbound on the left, who are really genuine advocates of Bitcoin in the government. People like Tristan LaMonica, who worked for the Liberal government. He worked for Trudeau in the media department, and he did his thesis in university on why the Lightning Network is the only scaling solution for online payments in a decentralized way. This was before, he came to Bitcoin through the university. So there's a lot of really good resources we have, and we just hope that we're going to be able to organize that and sort of be able to have a bigger impact in making Canada a better place to be a Bitcoiner in the future. So with that, I just want to hand it over to the other guys to have their say.
You might be surprised to learn that I am not a big fan of the government. But if we don't talk to them, someone else will. And there's a lot more money, there's a lot more marketing budgets behind the blockchain, the Web3, the crypto shit. And their interest is to seek niches where they can get closer to the spigot, right? They want to tap into the free money because the stuff that they're creating provides no value. And so we need a bit of a voice as Bitcoiners. And I don't want this to look like this is a group set up to speak for Bitcoin or to speak for all Bitcoiners. This is a group, right now this is a group set up to speak for the three of us. And that's where I'm putting my efforts. I have some ideas about what I think we can get the government to leave us alone just a little bit more. But I do think that this organization, not in the sense of being a leadership group or speaking for Bitcoiners, but I think we can be an organizing force and we can bring a bunch more voices in. And so that's kind of what we're trying to do here with this panel, is like figure out like what do you guys want to talk about? What do you guys want to talk to the government about? And what's the narrative that we should be grabbing and holding on to? And I think that's really, for me, where this thing comes from. And, you know, there's been a lot of these kind of groups all over the world. Most of them are bullshit. And most of them are formed by people looking to sidle up to the industry and get some free money from some sponsors that, you know, give them a rubber stamp to say, let's push our agenda forward. But we want this to be a much more grassroots group. You know, we want to get the voices of a lot of people involved, and the most valuable thing that you can do is to put your time in, put your opinion forward, and have a discussion about what do we actually want to accomplish and what do we actually want to push to these people. And I think ultimately that's the best thing that we can do with a group like this, is to form like a base layer, because the appeal to authority is a very strong force that people in government, corporate leaders, so to speak, always love. You know, it's, if you say that you're I'm the official representative of the Bitcoin Coalition of Canada, it sounds very impressive to the kind of people who have a lot of letters after their names. And we just need to inject a little bit of sanity into that giant world of bullshit so that they don't screw with us quite as badly as they are now.
Well, and I'm glad you brought up that our function, part of our function, besides all the great work Scott has done to make sure the trains are on time and this whole thing is working, and we wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for the legwork he's doing. But ultimately, what we want to set up is this situation where we have a way to talk about things. We have a way to express our fears, our concerns about where the country is headed politically. You know, I gave up on Canadian politics 10 years ago already. I was working for Stephen Harper at the time, and indeed I was a part of this Senate study on Bitcoin. But once it had gotten through my head, I understood there was probably nothing left in politics. It was all just going to go to some apocalypse, right? That fiat and Canadian politics were headed for sort of an end of the road. But I've got 10 years of thinking about all this policy, and my background was in policy. I'm trained as a lawyer. Je suis Québécois, je viens d'ici, but I'm an English Quebecer from here. I went to law school at Laval University up in Quebec City. I'm, well aware of how this country was built from a legal point of view, well aware of how all the blocks were stacked for federalism and provincial rights and state rights. I've been living in the United States for a long time, and figured out, kind of what the differences are there. But indeed, I'm a refugee of Canada because of the trouble. I saw it coming from a mile away. I got to live over in Vermont, and I got to get out of here for the winter, and I just come here as like a tourist because indeed I can't open a bank account. And my crime is talking about Bitcoin. I mean, I've literally done nothing, but I was a content creator for CoinDesk and Bitcoin Magazine, and I do the big events, and that alone is enough to get you in the kind of trouble that you can't open a bank account in this country. Now, we predicted 10 years ago, all of us here, once you grok Bitcoin in this way, you kind of see the way the current is flowing, and you knew we were going to be here. And this is a tremendous advantage because people who are being stupefied and hypnotized by the fiat industrial complex and the architecture of deceit that comes around it. Because remember, fiat, of course, means government words, right? It's government declarations. Fiat is to decree by this top-down structure. So the propagation of fiat requires media and the media nodes to push it all around the world. So we're in this situation where Bitcoiners have made pretty solid predictions about where we've headed. We were right? We're at this point where we called more or less how this degradation would look. And here we are surrounded by other Canadians who are trying to catch up with the amount of change that's happening all at once. So we think for Bitcoiners, because Bitcoin, separate from crypto, really is a worldview organizing technology. You can have an entire worldview that incorporates your understanding, as Scott mentioned earlier, healthcare, food security, all these things indeed flow from the money. And we have this advantage that we've been thinking about this for a long time. We've been thinking about Canadian banking law. We've been thinking about Canadian taxation. We've been thinking about what separating money and state looks like for a long time. Not to say that we have the answers. That's not what we're meaning. What we mean is we know what questions to ask, and we want to provide a place where people can bring those anxieties, those troubles. We're not a lobby group per se. It's not lobbying that we're up to. We're trying to collectively get our minds around this stuff. Some of it's complicated, some of it's not, but having a place to talk about it, having a place to discuss it is really important. I run a morning show every day, by the way, if you want to talk about it, laugh about any of this clown world stuff. 8 a.m. Eastern time. It's called The Breakup. We're on Rumble, YouTube, Twitter, and this is what we cover every day. We cover the other side of the trade. Not why you'd buy Bitcoin, but why you dump dollars. And it's an important thing to get your mind around. It's an important thing to understand that the world's changing very quickly. Bitcoin is something to grab onto amidst all of this change. And we want to make this policy committee, this policy work we do, and that's why I'm interested in this, to provide a place for all of us to talk it out and to see what moving parts, right, that we can, if I touch this, what'll happen downstream? If I touch that, what'll happen? So it's important for us Bitcoiners to be at the heart of this. It's important for Bitcoiners to have opinions about everything that's happening in Canada. If you look at what's going on in the United States right now, Bitcoin is at the center of all of their fighting, all of their trouble. And it's going to continue to be that way right until the 2024 election in November. Bitcoin is going to be center stage. I predicted that for 2 years now, that the 2024 election was going to be fought over Bitcoin. It sounded stupid 2 years ago. It's becoming pretty obvious now that it's the whole game. So the same story is true for Canada, and we've got to provide a place for us to be able to talk about that, to come up with some coherent way of sharing this information with the rest of the country, and to help, the mental health, let's say, of what happens when money breaks. Because if you look at Canadian mental health these days, not going so good, guys. Not looking too good. So we've got to provide that contrast. Bitcoiners knew what was coming. We have this mental strength, this psychological fortitude that we've got to help share with the rest of Canadians. And it comes from being able to understand what's breaking about our country, what we can fix, what we can't fix. There's some things we're not going to be able to fix, guys, right? It's not this, it'll never be the country we grew up in. That's over. But it'll be something else, maybe something we can be proud of. The only way to get there is with Bitcoin, and we're going to open the floor now to all of your concerns, the things that you guys think are should be a priority to us, because we don't really know what's a priority. We all have our own individual priorities. I would like a hydroelectric energy bond issued from Quebec. That's my priority. But there's others out there. That's a pretty esoteric one. But there you go. There's all kinds of things that we're interested in, and we want to provide that forum for all of you to have these conversations in a way that it could lead to something. It could lead to a movement. It could lead to some direction on specific policy instances. So that's it. That's what we got. So let's. Do you wanna do the?
So I think the floor is open.
The floor is open.
Yes. Hello. Bonjour. So I'm just curious, how many of you guys understand French here? Okay, great.
Ah, voilà, on peut faire ça en français. Hein?
Il parle en français aussi, si vous voulez demander en français.
We'll play a game. Okay, Nolan, you'll be my translator.
Voilà.
Okay, good.
Ouais, faites-le.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Guillaume. So you have to translate in French? No. Okay. Mon nom c'est Guillaume Desiel. Je fais partie d'un collectif, un think tank qui s'appelle les Déchaînés. Et ce que nous faisons, c'est principalement aider les médias à soigner leur narratif. Nolan?
So he runs a media and think tank he runs a think tank that helps the media heal their mental health troubles, that they've got some kind of mental health, but it's true. Guys, when you see opinions that these shitcoiners or fiat-minded people have, don't confuse it with a political opinion. Don't confuse it with an opinion. It's layered, toxic brainwashing, and is really just mental illness. You can't accept non-Bitcoiners as people who have a right idea and your opinions just differ. That's not the game we're playing. We're dealing with people who are choking on unassailable amounts of toxic brainwashing being pumped into their head at a military grade level every single day. So that's a major problem. Wow.
See how French is kind of very short. Okay, I can use few words.
La première fois.
Pretty good, huh? Pretty good.
So we are like, on est 12 à 16 personnes qui épluchons toutes les sorties médiatiques au Québec.
So he's 12 to 16 people that work together to follow all the news in Quebec and about our industry.
On fait ça sur un canal privé en secret et on donne un rating, donc on donne une note pour chacun des articles.
So they've got a secret channel, and on this secret channel they give notes, the grades to every one of the articles, and but it's not published publicly; it's secret.
Et ensuite on discute ensemble on débunk l'article ou le reportage et on contacte le média pour lui proposer des changements sur l'article. On leur donne de la bonne information, de l'éducation.
So they actually then go and contact the journalist after they've debunked whatever mental illness they're sharing. And they say, well, either do it this way, say it this way, this is correct, or this is where you were lying, or this is where you were stupid.
I like that. So, I can give you an example. Il y a une fois où on a entendu aux Années-Lumière une émission revue scientifique de la radio de Radio-Canada, quelque chose sur comment le quantum computing va détruire Bitcoin.
Oh, it's my favorite. Yeah, the old quantum computing story. So you get illiterate journalists who are brain dead stupid trying to educate you on quantum computing's intersection with Bitcoin. Yeah, these people. Yeah.
So, I'll translate myself. So actually what we did, we called Les Années-Lumière broadcast team, and we had a meeting with them saying just when you talked about Bitcoin, well, you invited Gilles Brassard, who is a doctor in cryptography, quantum cryptography. So I guess he really knows the shit about quantum computing, but he didn't know that much about Bitcoin. So what we decided to do is to have a talk with Gilles, and at the end of the talk, he was like, well, thank you very much. I learned a lot about Bitcoin. So our maybe the average person is to reflex would be to go on the web and to try to bitch and say, well, they don't know what they're talking about. Well, as Jesus said, like, pardonnez-leur car ils ne savent pas ce qu'ils font.
Oh, j'ai manqué la citation de Jésus.
Forgive them because they don't know what they're doing.
Yes, yeah. Forgive them. They know not what they do.
So,
yes.
So what we want to do is to create, like, annually for the French-Canadian media is 3 orange prizes for the best media coverage. and 1 lemon prize for the worst. And
Very good idea.
I hope we'll get invited next year to the Bitcoin conference to present our press coverage review. So thank you very much.
I really love this. This is great. What a great service.
So doesn't everybody get a 0?
Doesn't everyone get a 0?
Like the media is not there for the sake of truth or transparency whatsoever at this point. If we're talking about Canada's mainstream media, and I'm less familiar with the French media, but on the English side, like the media is not there whatsoever to try to inform, right? They're there for 2 things. They're doing clickbait, trying to generate traffic, trying to grasp at the last straws of their dying business model, and they are trying to promote and push the agenda of the regime, and that's it. It's funny that this is even a topic because I guarantee you there's no equivalent efforts going on in China, and the reason for that might be because you'd get murdered, but the other reason is that everyone in China just knows. They're like, no, you don't trust what's on TV, like that's obviously fake, right? And I think getting that message out there is probably more important than trying to be like, okay, well this one's just a little bit better. This is only a like a 9 out of 10 retarded. Like it's not going to help.
But indeed, I'd say I see a lot of value in it for what you said though. The ignorance that most Canadians and Americans have by still having patriotism, for example, in their money, by still even being at the level where they think that, oh, it's just your side of the news that's lying. My side tells the truth. Canadians and Americans, we're not really at that level yet. We don't know that it's all lies. So I think there is still room to do that and, grading them and indeed, I remember I used to do the fake news in the United States all the time. I used to go on CNN and Squawk Box and all these other stupid fake shows. It was always Bitcoin, number go up, number go down, hack. Yeah, and so
we don't have much time left.
Yeah. So, well, anyway, they're stupid, they don't get anything right, and they're wrong about everything, so.
So I think we've got about 5 minutes. So let's see if we can get through a couple more questions and get some input.
Okay, bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Sabrina Di Marco, and I'm a newbie here. I'm just swallowing that orange pill at the moment, and I want to thank everybody for the warm welcome, l'accueil très chaleureuse. Thank you for sharing your expertise today, and it's interesting when you're talking about politics in Canada and our likely new Prime Minister and the choice of choosing how to vote. I like how you were mentioning that it's important to speak to all the parties, actually, to make sure that Bitcoin and a healthy understanding of Bitcoin towards policy in Canada is something that can be applied throughout the different political landscape. And as touched by, when you talk, there's a challenge there, because sometimes a perception, in my opinion, a perception of one's political understanding or adoption of Bitcoin, as you were talking about Pierre Poilievre, compared to another voice, maybe a liberal political voice. How do you decipher how to vote when, say you're thinking of Bitcoin, maybe you like what one party is saying in Bitcoin, but everything else they do is actually very opposed to your values. So for example, I'm fiscally conservative, but I'm socially very liberal. So for me to think of voting for somebody, maybe if they have good Bitcoin policy, but they are against the rights of a woman to choose, it's like impossible. Or do you have any suggestions?
Do you mind if I take this one right quick? I think that at this point, it individually doesn't matter how you vote currently in this election, just because the polls are pretty conclusive that the Conservatives are going to win a majority government. What really more so matters is if you get more active locally, at the local level, with the MP that's going to win in your area most likely, or the party that you identify with or whatever. I joined my EDA. I didn't even know what an EDA was before the Freedom Convoy. I didn't know how it worked, and now I joined my EDA. So I'm part of this board, this EDA board for my local riding, and they don't know anything about Bitcoin, and it's farmers and things like that. So I'm just showing up and not really having an impact hugely, just like your individual vote's not going to have a huge impact in this next election.
I lost once for 2 votes. Never underestimate the power of a vote.
But more so, it's important to show up locally at the local level and talk in person about your concerns about the money and about Bitcoin to your MP or the candidate that's running in your area, especially if it's not a conservative, especially if it's NDP or Liberal or any of the other parties. And one of the things we want to do at the coalition is provide a framework, a tool that will help identify Bitcoin-friendly and Bitcoin-adjacent political candidates all over Canada. This is something that the United States, the Bitcoin Policy Institute does. They developed a tool that helps you identify what's your riding, what are the candidates that are pro-Bitcoin, and then you can actually show up and have way more of an impact in like talking to them directly and writing letters, emails. This is something that we want to eventually do once we raise the money and we get the infrastructure in place to be able to help amplify everybody's voice about what they care about, which is, Bitcoin.
Yeah, and if I could add on to that really quickly too. I mean, that reflects sort of my disposition too. I mean, I consider myself generally, fiscally conservative, socially liberal. I feel myself, I sometimes describe myself now as politically homeless, sometimes post-partisan, et cetera. And I think there are two levels of operation here. There's a level of political structure and the political parties, and let's be honest, a large part of that is really theater. It's sport. It's confrontational. It's oppositional, et cetera. But then there's all of us. And I may not be bullish on that level because I think that the incentives are perverse. I think it's broken. And I don't know if we can repair that. We need to engage and we need to do something. But then there's all of us who bring our ideas, our opinions into this. And one of the things that really inspires me about Bitcoin is I think that there's an opportunity with Bitcoin as an anchor, as a tool, for us to heal society from the grassroots up, right? For us to engage each other. We all import, how we traditionally have aligned politically. But when we talk to each other and we kind of decode all of that coded language and, oh, you must be supportive of that party because you said X, Y, and Z, and we start having conversations with each other, sort of my thesis now that 80% of us can agree on maybe 70 or 80% of things, right? At a fundamental values level, we are, like our ideas of what a fair society looks like, about hard work, about the importance of belonging to community, these sorts of things. Those get like ratcheted up to that level of politics, and they get coded, and we're hostage to this tribalistic and tribalizing, sort of game, almost hostage to it all. But when we kind of take a step back and we connect with each other and we decode all that, have conversations about first principles, about values, et cetera, like we can kind of unpack all of that and hopefully kind of begin to heal society from the grassroots up. And I think Bitcoin's a really powerful tool for that, and that's something that's within our power. It's not a perfect response to that. We got to deal with the political games as they are, the system, the structures. We need to engage, but like by meeting each other and inviting more people into that conversation about what can we agree on to begin with, and then working outward from that. I think that there's powerful opportunity to heal our country and heal the world.
And I would say if you look at Occupy Wall Street and what happened after, racism became a huge issue in America post-financial crisis. Not that it wasn't before, but you started hearing it more in the New York Times. You started hearing a lot more people talk about that. My advice always when people are trying to figure out their politics is don't believe the hype about the people who follow the leader you disagree with, right? Bitcoin has always allowed for Trump supporters and all these people to coexist within Bitcoin. Now, I don't care if you have a problem with Trump. It's the people who have a problem with the people who like Trump or whatever. That's brainwashing. That's not real. And if you let that into your life, it's going to be a problem. You got to ignore that.
Thank you very much. Power to the people.
So the issue of who to vote for, I think, is really simple because all politics are really downstream of money, whether it's fiscal or social issues, and really they're just arguing over how they're going to spend the money that they print, right? Like Poilievre's not going to stop printing money. He's just another globalist who will take our value by printing money. And what the choice actually comes down to is that if you vote for the Conservative Party, they will make the lives of Bitcoiners a little bit easier in the short term with slightly more rational policies on some things that matter to some of us. If you vote for the Liberal Party, they will accelerate the collapse of the fiat system, and in the long term, we will probably all be better off.
I'm voting for Biden 5 times again.
I'm sorry, but I think we have to call it there. We're way behind, ahead or whatever. Okay, Daniel says one more. Let's go.
All right, sorry. So I'm an associate professor at McMaster University, and I sit on Bitcoin Coalition Canada. So thank you all for creating this initiative. Just very quickly, for a professor like myself who's trying to do research in public health and money, a lot of people can't see the intersections. There's really no funding for this type of research to get students interested and involved. So I'm just curious from the board, do we have any ideas of creating something like the Satoshi Action Fund that can further research and change the discourse and the knowledge base that our governments are basing their decisions on? Thank you.
I'll take that one, because I talked to Jeff Booth about this. That's a great question. And I spoke to Jeff Booth about this. He has a really great idea that we want to implement at the Bitcoin Coalition of Canada. Start a kind of committee or adjacent organization that is funded by the Bitcoin Coalition of Canada. And it would be the Financial Inclusion Foundation or something of that name. It would basically be a way to inspire professors and university students to write content and do research and come up with grassroots bottom up from the Canadian university system, policy papers, research papers, thesis papers, and reward students to think about Bitcoin and incentivize professors to put this onto the plates of the students and have them think about this. Because one of the problems with the generally, Canadian university system, going into academia and going into media and everything, there needs to be Canadian bottom-up content thinking about these issues, and we can incentivize them to think about these things. For example, can there even be wealth equality in a country with fiat money? That's a sort of Bitcoin adjacent topic that once you do the research and the university starts to do this research, you will quickly realize that there is no possible way to have a reduction of wealth inequality on a continually inflating monetary standard of fiat money. And contrasting that with the disinflationary Bitcoin system, you will incentivize lots of thoughtful Canadian students and university research to come bottom up that will then be looked at as credible to the media. Because we can't just take papers that were written in the United States. I mean, a lot of us probably know this, but there's some sort of allergy to non-Canadian content in Canada. And if we have great research done by people in other countries, and we show this to some politicians or some media, they're going to say, that's Trumpism. It's like, financial inclusion research, and that's Trumpism. So there's this really weird knee-jerk reaction to non-Canadian content. So anyways, Jeff Booth's idea, I think, is a really awesome strategy that we can take, and we do plan to implement that once we get some funding and have the infrastructure in place, and hopefully have a real impact of having Canadian students start thinking about Bitcoin content more, and then that will eventually lead to proper journalism talking about Bitcoin issues. And with that, I think we're done.
I think we're done. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks a lot.
Please make sure to get involved.
Coalition, give it up for the coalition. Thank you so much, guys. That was really lovely to do such a long Q&A as well. I hope you guys are all satisfied with that. We are going from politics and culture and social things into some technical things. So who here knows what a UTXO is? Be honest. You know what an unspent transaction output is? Okay, good. I don't really. Well, I say I do. And that Bitcoin thing where you're
Just checking you're awake. And what about RBF? Do you know what RBF is? Yeah, you do? Yeah. Rocco's just rinsing me this morning. Okay, before we get Dee on stage, I want to play another little game with you just to make sure you're all awake. So, we were doing Finish the Phrase this morning. I've got some more. You finish the phrase for me, okay? Understood? Not your keys, not your... Or cheese, very good. In the Genesis block, it said, Chancellor on the... On the what? On the... Yes, correct, the whole phrase, very good. Finally, cypherpunks write... Code. That was so unenthusiastic. Come on, guys. What about a harder one? It's going up forever. Laura. Okay, with that, please give it up for Dee from CoinKite, his talk this morning, UTXOs, RBF, and the other thing, which was?
Self-custody, RBF, and UTXO management.
Fantastic. Take it away, Dee.
Do we have a clicker up here? I don't see one. I just see this. Clay, do you know if we have a clicker? Okay, that's all good. Sorry, guys. Yeah. I'm just going to introduce myself. So I am Dee from CoinKite. I go by HODLD on Twitter. If you ever email CoinKite support, you might get me. I am the support specialist here at Coin. It is? Oh, perfect. There we go. It actually is. All right. Yeah, so I'm HODLD. We're going to be kind of going over a little bit of a technical session today. A lot of people like to talk, NGU or, ETFs, stuff like that. But if you don't actually own or actually hold your Bitcoin, you don't have any Bitcoin, right? So self-custody is extremely important, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, like I said, I work for CoinKite. We sell a plethora of products. Our main staple is our hardware wallet. Our cold storage device is our Mark IV. We also have a new wallet called the Q that I'll be showing on the next slide. It is basically a seed, a seed generator and a signer, right? Some people call it a hardware wallet, but really it's a signing device, right? You have your private key offline. You don't want it touching the internet, but you want to sign transactions, so you're going to use that as your main method to sign and spend your Bitcoin. You actually don't need your hardware wallet past the seed generation to receive money, but when you want to spend it, you have to sign it with something that's offline if you want to be secure. We also sell a seed plate, which is basically a metal plate that you stamp your seeds on, your 12 or 24 words. So if your house burns up in flames and you got a piece of paper, you don't want your money to be gone, right? So you want something that's prone to the elements, fire, water, things like that. And that helps you, have your backup of your seed basically in case your device goes kaput or your house goes in flames. We also have what's called a tap signer. It's a budget-friendly hardware wallet, very affordable in price. Think of it like a two-factor authentication where you have a wallet on your phone, but you don't want your private key to live on your phone. You want to live offline still, right? Cold storage. So you have a device or a card that is an NFC card that you can tap, put in a PIN, and you can still spend your money a little quicker, a little bit more budget-friendly, but it's still fully offline, and that's the whole point of this. We also have a SATS card here on the bottom. A SATS card is like a gift card. You can load SATS onto it and hand it to someone. No on-chain fee, no nothing. You just got to make an on-chain transaction to the card. It's very private, meaning that you could be out in the middle of nowhere, making a transaction with whoever you want, and you can hand them the card, and they can hand you the goods, and there's no transaction on chain, so it's very private. If you lose it, though, however, it's like a gift card. It's totally gone. So it's really important to, if you're using one of these, to understand what the trade-offs and risks are of this. We also have a Block Clock Mini and other fun products. We just started selling really cool shirts. And just like the block clock is, it shows you the Bitcoin price or the dollar amount in sats, things like that. So we really love our products and we really stand behind them. And we are a hardware wallet company at heart, and we want you to be as secure as possible when storing your own Bitcoin, right? You can keep it on Coinbase, you can keep it on these exchanges, but that comes with a lot of risk and counterparty risk. And you're basically giving up your Bitcoin. You have to request, you say, please, please, Mr. Exchange person, I really want my money. And they could say, no, fuck you, right? You want your money for yourself, and you don't want to ask anyone for permission. So that's the most important part here. So this is our new Q model. It's a big upgrade from our Mark IV. The 4 key points here is that it has a full QWERTY keyboard, so when you're importing your seed, it's just very easy to use. The MK4 is a T9, so you have to kind of go through the letters, and it's a little bit more of a tedious process. The Q has a full keyboard, so really nice and easy to use. A QR code scanner, so usually when you want to be secure and you don't want to plug in your device to an online computer, you'd use an SD card, you'd import the transaction into your Mark IV, sign it, and then bring it back to your computer. Whereas with the QR code scanner, it's really simple. You just, there's a QR code on the screen, you scan it, and then you basically show it back to your compatible software wallet, and then it's just a lot simpler and faster. So instead of using an SD card, which might be a little tedious for some older folks or some new folks that don't really know what they're doing or may think it's a little too hard. So QR scanner is a great upgrade. Bigger display. The Mark IV is a little bit of smaller display. This has bigger display and power independence, meaning that it's battery operated. So you don't have to be walking around with cables or anything like that. You can just turn it on and walk around and scan, and it's very simple. It's just nice to not have to deal with cables and get tangled up and all that stuff, right? But you can still plug it in if you want. It's a USB-C cable. So I just want to get started off with this first sentence of the Bitcoin white paper, because I feel like a lot of people kind of miss this, or they glance over it and don't understand why this is so important, right? So Bitcoin, a purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash, would allow online payments to be sent directly from one party to another without going through a financial institution, right? So that means no Coinbase, no Kraken, no nothing. The whole point is to avoid the counterparty risk. You don't want them. You want to be sovereign over your own money. You want to self-custody. You want to be responsible. You want to understand how to do it properly, of course. You can take it step by step, nice and slow. But at the end of the day, again, if you don't have your Bitcoin in your own custody, it is not your Bitcoin. You're asking someone else to either store it for you for a fee and request payouts or withdrawals. But with self-custody, you can do that all yourself. So we're just going to go kind of over the basics, and then we're going to kind of ramp it up into like more technical stuff. So hopefully everyone can kind of learn a little bit today. I'm sure some of you in the audience already know this stuff, but hopefully you can learn a little bit at the end. So the most important part is a hardware signing device, right? You want a cold storage device that is fully offline. You don't want your private key living on your phone. You don't want your private key living on the internet in an iCloud server somewhere where someone can take it from you. You want an offline device that's super dumb, that serves one focus or one purpose, and that is to store your private key. And that's what a signing device does, right? It generates your private key, it stores your private key, and then it allows you to sign transactions because you need your private key to send money. So now we're talking about public and private key. So your private key lives fully offline. Your public key is kind of what generates your addresses and allows you to view what you own, right? You use your public key to generate those addresses, and then you can kind of see, okay, how much Bitcoin to have in each address, and all those things. Think of it like an email address, right? You can give out your email address, but people can't send emails from your email, right? You don't really want to give out your public key, but you can give out like an address to someone to send you money. So think of it like an email address, and your private key is like your password, right? You give up your password, or someone finds out your password, then they can start sending your money out of your own wallet or out of your own email. Obviously, you don't want to do that. So what is a watch-only wallet? A watch-only wallet is something that we take your XPub, which is your extension of your public key, and you're importing it into a system like a like Sparrow, or it's like a software wallet where you can see everything that you're doing, right? Think of a watch-only wallet like a big glass vault, right? You have your hoard of Bitcoin as big vaults that you can see inside, but there's no way to access it without your key, your private key, right? So public key, XPub, extension of your public key is what you import into a software to see everything that you can do. You can create transactions, you can see what you're doing, but you can't spend any of it without going to your offline device to sign anything out. So you can always receive, you can generate addresses and all that, but you can't spend from it unless you allow your device to spend it for you. And partially signed Bitcoin transaction, PSBT, we're going to be using software called Sparrow. I love Sparrow, it's fantastic, it's a desktop wallet. And we're going to basically be creating a transaction and entering all the parameters like the address, the fee, and showing you kind of the flow of what a transaction actually looks like. And this is called a PSBT because it's partially signed, meaning that I'm creating it, but I need to sign it with my device and then upload that to the companion app again to broadcast it, right? So you can create a transaction, but you can't broadcast it until you sign with your private key. So we like to call that a PSBT. So UTXOs, what the heck is a UTXO? Never heard that in my life. I've only heard of an address. A UTXO is an unspent transaction output, meaning that, think of it like a dollar, like bills, right? If Bob sends me $20 and then he sends me another $20, I have two bills, I have two UTXOs, and they can be in the same address or different addresses. A lot of people kind of get confused where maybe they're a DCAer and they've taken out $10 a month from an exchange. And they've sent it all to the same address or different addresses. I highly recommend not reusing addresses, but some people do. But every time that you withdraw, you're creating a UTXO. So if you have 10 UTXOs, right, $10 bills, that's $100, that's going to cost you 70% more than if you just had one $100 bill, right? And I think people just don't really focus on this a lot because they are hodlers like myself and like you guys, and we're not ready to spend our Bitcoin yet. Maybe we are. We're having fun. We're buying stuff with Lightning, and that's no problem. I love spending and replacing. But in the future, when fees are a lot higher, people are going to look back into their wallet and say, holy crap, I'm spending 1 million sats, and it's going to cost me 700,000 sats to spend, right? And that's like 70% of your transaction. Maybe that's a little high, but it could be very high, and you have no idea right now. You've just been DCAing every day or DCAing every week and not really managing your UTXOs properly, and you have tens of thousands of $10 bills in your pocket, and they're filling up, and then when you want to spend, it's going to cost you a lot, right? You have to bribe the miner a lot of fees to spend that. So a big thing people mess up is your address can have multiple UTXOs in the same address, right? If you spend the same address, it's not like you're combining those $10 bills into $20, $30, $40 bills. They're all still separate. And then you'll see when you spend it, it'll be like this massive graph with 100 into one, and it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. So we don't want that to happen. So that's why we're here today. So just quick, brief, what size of Bitcoin do you recommend per UTXO? So 0.001 Bitcoin is 100,000 sats. Is that enough? Probably not, no. 1 million sats, 0.01 Bitcoin. Is that enough? Maybe. It's going to cost you about 10%. It depends on how much you want to pay later if you're willing to accept that, right? It also depends on the fee rate. We're going to get to that a little bit later. But 1 million sats is at the very low end. 1 million sats is like $1,000 Canadian, right? I know it's a lot, but it'll be worth it down the line to save up that much before you withdraw. Or just consolidate your transactions while fees are cheaper right now, right? Fees are at 10 sats per byte right now, and that's probably like 60 cents to make a transaction, which is super cheap. But in the future, when adoption is growing and more people are using Bitcoin, those fees are going to go up, and I think we take these low fees right now for privilege, and we're very fortunate to have such low fees right now. 0.1 Bitcoin is 10 million sats, and 1 Bitcoin is 100 million sats. There's 100 million sats in a Bitcoin, 2.1 quadrillion sats in Bitcoin in general. So, you know, I highly recommend 1 million sats at least. But if you can go up to 5 million, 10 million sats, you're going to be paying less in fees. We all hate taxes, so why the heck would you want to pay 10% of your transaction in minor fees alone just to make a Lightning payment or sorry, to open a Lightning channel or something like that, right? Like, we don't want to be robbed, so we want higher UTXOs so that we don't have to spend more in the future. So we're just kind of comparing fees right now. So right now, like I said, we're very fortunate. Fees are at 10 sats per byte. When I say 10 sats per byte, it means how many bytes am I pushing onto chain? There's only 4 megabytes in a block, a Bitcoin block. The actual size is 1 megabyte, but virtual bytes are actually 4 times more. So that's how we actually made the SegWit upgrade and made it to 4 megabytes. Regardless, it depends on how much you're pushing to change. So every UTXO is roughly a certain amount. And when you can start consolidating more, it adds a little bit more bytes per UTXO. It's not 1-to-1. It's not like, as you can see here, right, like 10 outputs. So 10 into 1 would be 7,000 sats right now. And one output, right, meaning 1-to-1, as in I have 1 million sats and I'm sending it to someone else, is going to cost me 1,000 sats. So, right, it's not 1 and 10,000. It's 1,000 and 7,000. So it's 7 times more, not 10 times more. But it's still very expensive. So for example, we have 1 million sats. Okay, do we have it in 1 UTXO or do we have it in 10 UTXOs? If we have it in 10 UTXOs, we have 10 100,000K sat UTXOs. So right here, if we wanted to spend that at 1,000 sats per byte, which is very high, right? It would cost us 700,000 sats to spend 1 million sats, right? That's 70% of your overall transaction just going to fees alone. And I know that sounds high. People are like, there's no way fees are going to get to 1,000 sats per byte, right? But at the halving, there was blocks that had fees at 1,000 sats per byte. They're actually higher. And that was just some random gambling degens, just bidding up block space. Imagine when nation states are settling trades between each other, companies are settling between each other, right? Like, once more adoption comes, fees are going to get higher, and not everyone can, at this time, self-custody. Like, you can't self-custody 8 billion people. You can only self-custody about 20 million people. That's a very small amount. So again, you just kind of want to future-proof yourself a little bit here. And fees right now are only 10 sats per byte, so we're lucky. But in the future, they will be higher, right? So even if you had 1 million sat UTXO, you'd be spending at 1,000 sats per byte, 10% of that, almost 11% of that, right? So if you can get those fees up, or if you can get those amounts up, then you will be saving money later, right? We want to save money. We're here to, get away from corrupt money. So I don't want to keep bribing miners a shit ton of money. I'm willing to accept maybe 1 to 2%, sure, but 10, 20, 30, or 70%, like that's a lot. I don't want to do that. And it's really unfortunate because I think a lot of people don't focus on this, and a lot of people in third world countries that are saving some money, and $50 is a lot to them, and they have it in a UTXO. That could be dust. That could be total dust, and it could not be spent. Right at 1,000, or sorry, even 100 sats per byte, 10,000 sats is dust, because that would just be sending to fees alone, right? If anything is lower than 100,000 sats, which is $100 at 1,000 sats per byte, that is dust, right? There's going to be a lot of people that wake up one day and say, holy shit, fees are so high, I'm ready to open up a Lightning channel, or I'm ready to use my Bitcoin, and they're going to say, oh crap, I can't even use my Bitcoin. It's literally there, sitting there. I can't even pay the fee to move it, right? And that really sucks. So I'm trying to make that, hopefully people are more aware of that. All right, so we got into UTXOs. They're dollar bills. There can be multiple UTXOs in the same address. So we're going to basically show you a demo of how to create a transaction, how to set your fee, what the flow looks like, and then we're going to show you how to RBF, which means replace by fee. So replace by fee is, for example, you set your fee rate really low. Right now, fees are at 10 sats per byte, but somehow the adoption has been growing, and you're kind of waiting in line in queue, and your transaction's not getting through. You set too low of a fee rate. The usage is too high, and you're too far back in the line, right? Fees on Bitcoin are a priority structure where whoever pays more than you is going to be included in a block faster, right? You want to pay your buddy, he wants it in a day, but it's going to take you like a week because you set your fee way too low. So replace by fee is basically creating a new PSBT, a new partially signed Bitcoin transaction, adding a bigger fee to it, and then rebroadcasting that same transaction, and then it will basically replace the existing transaction and have a higher fee for the miner to say, oh, you know what, I'll include that because you're willing to pay me more, right? So replace by fee, RBF just means replace by fee. So we're going to get into Sparrow here. I know it looks a little daunting, but I want to kind of introduce you to Sparrow if you haven't seen it before. It is, again, a desktop wallet. It is not for mobile yet. If you want to use mobile, you can use Nunchuk. Highly recommend Nunchuk or Blue Wallet, but Nunchuk is really good, much better. So as you can see here, we have on the left, we have Bitcoin transactions, we have our send tab, our receive tab, address tab, UTXOs, and settings. As you can see, if you can see actually in this little bottom corner, there's a little yellow pill. I don't know if you can see it. This means that we're connected to a public node. I don't know if you guys have been listening to the sessions earlier today. I think someone, maybe Ben, was talking about running a node, and that's a great topic. This one is a public node, meaning that we're taking information, we're pinging a public node for data or for information. If you want to be more private, you'd want to run a private Electrum server, and that pill would be blue, or run Bitcoin Core just in general, and that'd be a green pill. So just something to be aware of. This is the UTXO page. So as you can see, we have the date of when we put these into our wallet, and the value on the right-hand side here is how much is in each UTXO and what address the UTXO is in. So we don't really like to reuse addresses. So each address here will be different, which is really nice. But you can receive to the same address if you want. You're affecting your privacy because on chain you can see all the transactions that were sent to that same address. So we can have a label on it as well if we want, just for accounting and making sure where does my Bitcoin go, or if you have like KYC or non-KYC Bitcoin, it's important not to consolidate those two together, because if you have non-KYC Bitcoin, you consolidate it with KYC Bitcoin, it all becomes KYC Bitcoin, because on chain you can see that merger. So we're going to click on a UTXO here. We've selected one in our address. We're going to send 500,000 sats. That is pretty low. This is just a demo, so we're just doing a small amount here. But again, you'd ideally want 1 million sats or higher. So we're going to click on the bottom here, send selected, and then we're going to show this page here. This page is your PSBT, where you're going to be sending your where you're going to be sending your sats, what address you're going to be sending to, your label, your fee rate, and it's going to show you like this flow on the bottom here. So we have our pay to address. We already know where we're sending to, so we had that pasted in there. Our label is RBF tutorial. The amount we're willing to send is 250,000 sats, so we're actually going to actually receive change back. Similar to when you buy a coffee, you give them a $20 bill that you get change back, right? So you're going to have a change output as well. So we have 250,000 sats. Our fee rate here, as you can see, is 8.91 sats per byte. So our fee is 1,250 sats. And as you can see here, there's one UTXO on one side, right? One output. And we're splitting it into two here. The RBF tutorial, which is the address that we're sending to at the top. And then the middle one here is our change back. So we're going to be receiving about 250,000 sats minus the fees back to us. And then the fee that goes to the miner. Okay, so it's like a 1 in, 2 out transaction. The fee doesn't count because we're just sending that to the miner. It's not actually an output, it's just a fee on top of our transaction here. So we have all our parameters. We have one UTXO selected, and we're going to send it at 8.9 sats per byte. So we're going to click Create Transaction, and we're going to go to a next screen here. Okay, so we see our flow chart still. we see that we've created the transaction, but we haven't spent anything yet. We haven't signed anything yet. We need to go onto our cold card queue or our other signing device, and we need to somehow get the information to here, sign it offline, and then get that data back onto Sparrow to broadcast to the Bitcoin blockchain. So what we're gonna do? So we're gonna click Finalize Transaction for signing, and we're going to do a few. We have a few options here, right? Since we have the queue, we have the option to show the QR code, and it will show up on our queue saying, this is the address, this is your change output, this is the fee, are you sure you want to sign this? And it's really important to have a screen on your hardware wallet, because that's kind of like the verification that what you're signing is actually what you're sending, right? If there's no screen, there's no way to tell if the Sparrow wallet is lying to you, right? So it's really important to have that. And so you can either do the QR code, you can do NFC as well, or you can do you can plug it in if you want. If you're a new beginner, I wouldn't recommend that, but you can plug it in if you want, or you can use the SD card method where you load it onto an SD card, plug it into your cold card, sign it, take the SD card back out, plug it back into your computer, and broadcast that finally signed transaction. But I know that's a little daunting for some people, so we recommend QR code. So once we've loaded that finally signed transaction from our cold card back onto Sparrow, this bar will load up, meaning that it has been it's a finally signed Bitcoin transaction, still a PSBT, but it has all the required signatures to broadcast to the chain. So we're going to click Broadcast Transaction, and you're going to see in the top right-hand corner that 250,000 sats has left your wallet. And at the top there it's cut off, but it's going to be 251,250 sats because it's including that fee. So now what? Okay, so we've broadcast our transaction. How do I know what's going on? Well, we can see on the blockchain option here, it says it's unconfirmed, and we have a transaction ID at the top. So there's this little button, it's a little square with a little arrow, and we're going to go to mempool.space. It's a block explorer that shows you kind of what's going on behind the scenes. So this is mempool.space. It is a block explorer like we were saying, and this is our transaction. As you can see at the bottom here, this flow is very similar to Sparrow, obviously a little different, maybe a little bit more artistic per se, but very similar, right? You have your one UTXO on the left here, and you have your two outputs on here, and then this little strand is the fee at the top. And as you can see on the right-hand side here, this little arrow, okay? So we are a little bit back in the queue, right? We have 11 sats per byte is the required amount to get into the next block, but we don't want to wait, right? It says ETA over here in several hours or more. Now, you know, we are low time preference, so we can wait. But there are some people that don't want to wait and think that this is way too long. I don't want to have it confirmed in a few hours. I want it confirmed now, right? I want it confirmed in the next 10 minutes. I want to bump this up. My fee rate of 1,250 sats is not enough. My fee rate of 8.93 sats per vbyte is not enough. I need to bump it up to at least 11, probably 12, so that I can guarantee that it's into the next block. So what are we going to do? We're going to go back to Sparrow, and we're going to click on this little button here. So we're back at the Bitcoin transactions page. You can see this little hand with a plus sign, which means replaced by fee. And we're going to go back to that PSBT page here, and we're going to bump up the fee. So our initial fee was 1,250 sats per byte, or sorry, 1,250 sats. But now we're bumping it up to 1,800 sats, right? A little bit more. We want to bribe the miner. We want them to include this transaction a little quicker. So we bumped it up from 33 cents to 48 cents, which we think is enough. And now our fee rate, instead of 8.9, it is now 12.8. So we would do the same thing where we would create this transaction. We would have to get our hardware wallet to sign it again, right? Because our private key lives fully offline. We don't want it online, so we want to bring it offline, sign it, and then broadcast it again. And once we do that, we'll get a new transaction ID. So now we have a new transaction here. We are now in the earliest block here, the next block to be mined. We bumped our fee to 12.9 sats per byte. And as you can see here, this RBF history, it shows you we went from 8.9 to 12.9. Now this RBF history isn't on-chain. This is just for show on mempool.space for 24 hours. So if you go back to this transaction in a few days, you're like, where's my RBF history? It's not existent, right? It doesn't exist. It just replaced it, and then it will include the new transaction with the higher fee instead of the old one. So it still says unconfirmed here, right? It's red, unconfirmed. Now we have to wait. So we have to wait, and we got bumped out. So what I did is I bumped it up again. I bumped it up to, I believe, 22 sats per byte, and we got included into the next transaction here. So one confirmation, just now, as you can see, our RBF history was from 8.9 to 12.9 to 22 sats per byte. We obviously overpaid a little bit, but the minimum in that block was 15 sats per byte, as you can see there. So we bumped it up. It says optimal, but we paid a little bit too much, but that's not a bad thing. It's a couple extra cents. So now we know that if we're stuck in the mempool and the fees went up super high and we want to bump it up and we want to get included sooner, then we can do that with Sparrow. And so this whole talk is kind of just about UTXO management, RBF, and self-custody. And I think these things should be taken really seriously. And I don't think people talk about this enough. And I think it's a really important subject. And it's just better to plan ahead, right? You want proactive. You want to be proactive. You don't want to be reactive, right? You want to have your UTXOs higher in general, so that when you create those transactions like that, you have plenty of sats to pay these fees, to pay these miners. Whereas if you have multiple UTXOs, you have all these $10 bills, and you want to spend, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg to do that. So yeah, I think it's really important, and I just want to say thank you for coming up. Do you have a question? Okay, sure, yeah. We have like 3 minutes. Quick, yeah, okay. That's good. Thank you. I also know that some people may be like, this is boring, I already know this, and some people are like, what the heck did he just say? You know what I mean? So like, take it slow, learn, right? The only way to learn is to practice, and you can do this with $5, right? You don't have to send $1,000 to practice UTXO management and start moving around your Bitcoin. Right? Just practicing moving it around and understanding what is happening behind the scenes is really important. So, yeah.
Thanks, Dee. Dee's amazing. I know him very well. I love his work. So this is Suman, you know me. Dee, I had a question about mining. Because if I'm mining Bitcoin, how is that going to affect it? Because when you're mining small amounts, right? So does the UTXO still apply for mining?
Yeah, so when you're mining, sometimes you'll have a payment threshold where you'll get your rewards like maybe 10,000 sats at a time. But when you're ready to withdraw, you say, I want to make a withdrawal at 1 million sats or 5 million sats. That might take a few months, but yeah, you don't want to withdraw every single one of your Bitcoin mining rewards all at once, because then you'd have all these almost like dollar bills, right? And then it's going to cost you. It'll basically become dust. So you want to have a mining threshold or a withdrawal threshold for your mining pool. Yeah.
Thanks. Let's say I have a really, really low time preference and I want to get the rock bottom price. How long will the transaction live? Like, let's say the market is at 22, I'm putting it at like 3. Is it going to live like 6 months, or does the transaction get canceled because it's just waiting and taking space?
Okay, so the question, will it be bumped out if it's a low fee rate? So it depends on the time. It depends on how many people are using the chain. By default, everyone's node runs about 30 megabytes of transactions. So say, for example, yours is sitting at 10 sats per byte, but the fee rate's at like 100 sats per byte. You'll likely be okay and not be kicked out, but there is a memory limit, right? For some nodes, it's much larger, so they actually hold on your transaction. But yeah, once fee rates get super high, say they're 500 sats per byte consistently, and your fee rate is 5 sats per byte, you might be kicked off and say, sorry, you're going to have to either rebroadcast at a higher fee rate, or nobody's just going to mine this because there's such a such a big line that your transaction is not paying enough or meaningful enough to be included. So, yeah, awesome. So I just want to thank you all for coming again, and then feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, or if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thanks, guys.
Great job, buddy. You all know what UTXOs are now, right? And RBF. Do you want me to get one of you on stage to explain it? Anyone feeling confident? No, okay, nervous laughter. Awesome. Okay, we are running a little bit behind today. I'm so sorry. Bit of a lazy Saturday. It's a beautiful day outside. It's even better indoors. Now we're going to transfer over to ETFs, the exchange-traded funds. And for that, we're going to introduce Brandon Keys of Green Candle Investments. He also has a very interesting fiat job, which I'm not going to dox, but you should definitely ask him about this at the bar later on today. And of course, Luke Boyles. Did you see the documentary last night that Luke put together? The teaser for it, yeah? What did you think? You liked it? Awesome. The release date is sometime in August, so mark your calendars for that. So I'm not going to do a game right now because we're running a little bit behind, but do stay seated because after this talk, we will work out who the most hardcore Bitcoiner is in the room, okay? Do you want to play that? Do you know what you win as being the most hardcore Bitcoiner in the room? Exactly, Sats. Yeah, you might be in it for the #1 spot. Okay, brilliant. So, Brandon Keys, would you please take the stage, please? And Luke Boyles as well. Please give them a really warm round of applause. Come on, guys. That was your call. That was your cue. And apparently, they're going to do a walking, talking speech. Is that right? In which case, we'll grab you 2 microphones from here. Oh, dear. Where have the microphones gone? Yes, it must be those. Oh, you can even, do you want a stand as well? You can sing as a duet.
Test, test.
The clicker is just
here.
here.
We are here. How you guys doing today? Let's
Hello,
go.
hello.
Let's get excited. Let's
Hey,
get excited. We're going to
my
get really
mic working?
bullish right now. So, you got the clicker? All right, perfect. Well,
Who's pumped up? Who's excited?
There we go. I love it.
Who's having fun? Yeah. Great. Okay. That was all right.
All right, yeah. I mean, let's get some energy pumping. I know we've been talking a lot about like the freedom technology of Bitcoin. We're going to be the first people that's going to talk about the number go up technology here. So I'm Brandon Keys. If you guys don't know me, I run Green Candle, and I got my boy Luke over here. So we're going to talk about a lot of what's gone on in the macro environment and the Bitcoin versus gold ETFs, since traditional finance likes to pin it on as digital gold. So, all right, Luke, let's take it away, man.
Yeah, so, of course, we were just talking behind stage. The conference has been wonderful. This is day 3 now, and I don't think a single talk has really necessarily been this explicitly about price go up, number go up, but it's all been about freedom go up, which is really important, but number go up is one aspect of the freedom go up, purchasing power go up, right? So caution, there is some bullish hopium in this chat, but really we're trying to give context of the gold ETF in the past. And if people don't like that, my last talk in Toronto last year at the first Canadian Bitcoin conference was all about the humanitarian case for Bitcoin. And since then, Bitcoin's up 153% in Canadian moose bucks, so Bitcoin's had a pretty good year. So
Yeah, I think they call them the loonies or the toonies here. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you could buy some poutine or Tim Hortons with those, and that's maybe about as far as it goes. But so what has happened in 2024? Where have we gone, right? So to start off the year, we had 11 Bitcoin spot ETFs get launched on the New York Stock Exchange, and that's astronomical, right? We've had Gary Gensler and the SEC. The narrative has essentially been that traditional finance hates Bitcoin, right? That the SEC doesn't really know it. We're going to get into why I kind of think that they do know it and they're potentially utilizing it to their advantage and trying to make a profit off of it. But we've also had the 4th halving, right? Block number 840,000 go through, and then 6 spot ETFs launched in Hong Kong as well. So the Asian market's getting into it. There's already ETFs here in Canada. There's ETFs in Europe. There's ETFs all over the place, right? And then we also have the interest rates remaining high in the US. So money's harder to get, right? So hopefully that means this time around we won't see the Celsiuses of the world, the BlockFis, those kind of things, a lot of those interest rate products, but cautionary tale here. I'm sure we'll get into that.
Now, I think that's really important both for the capital that's coming in, but also the narrative, because I mean, many of us here were around before the ETFs were approved, and I remember there were people that would say, oh, the ETFs are never going to get approved, right? You know, as late as December last year, 2023, I think the surveys were about up to 70 or 80% of financial advisors did not think the ETF would get through. So I think that's a huge narrative piece that, oh, wait, they did approve the ETFs, and oh, wait, they are doing really well. And then regarding the fourth halving, which Brandon mentioned, is that it was really important, in my personal view, not just as a halving, but also because it is the halving where officially Bitcoin's issuance to the network is lower than that of gold. So for years, we've been saying, oh, one day Bitcoin's annual inflation rate or issuance rate will be lower than that in the gold. Well, now, as of block 840,000, it finally is. So I think these are really big narratives as we get more and more of that traditional finance involved.
100%. So what is the current status of the Bitcoin ETFs? So, right, I mentioned a little bit earlier, 11 have been launched. The current market cap at the time I made these slides, about 75 billion. And BlackRock had a high purchase day of 10,000 Bitcoin in one day, right? So that was earlier this year, that was pre-halving, and there was about 900 Bitcoin being issued on that day. So obviously, you know, simple supply and demand economics here, right? I mean, people try to muddy the waters, make everything a little bit more complicated than it really is. But in reality, supply demand, 10,000 out of one of these 11 products. You're seeing a ton of inflows. In short, it's been Wall Street's favorite asset, right? So Bitcoin's current market cap still is 1,279 billion. So, you know, even though the Bitcoin ETFs have been scooping up a lot, it's only about 5% of the total market cap. So the narrative of, you know, these spot ETFs coming up, shooting up the price like crazy, yes, they've been buying extreme amounts, but, you know, maybe it's not completely sustainable here. We've seen a little bit of outflows here recently after 71 straight days of inflows. So take it away.
I think it's a fun fact, but we often forget, in context, you know, all the ETFs have bought so much, but Satoshi still owns more Bitcoin than all the Bitcoin ETFs combined. So they might be buying a lot more in the future. And so regarding that, we have a few quick charts here of on-chain stuff and kind of showing what actually, in a visual sense, has happened with the ETF. So I'll run through these really quick. These are not my slides, by the way. They are from James Check, or Checkmatey on Twitter. Awesome guy, awesome work he's done. He works at the Bitcoin Advisor along with both Brandon and myself. So we're going to go through these charts real quick. So of course the black line is Bitcoin price, and this is excuse me, this is capital inflows of the ETF. So obviously the blue, what is all that blue? That's Grayscale, right? People were cycling out of Grayscale, and all of the orange and all the green, that's all the ETFs acquiring Bitcoin. So really, in a large sense, it's kind of netted out so far, right? And obviously Bitcoin price, since the ETF's approval in January, is up significantly, right? So even with this kind of netting out between Grayscale and all the other ETFs combined, it's still actually had a big impact on price, right? Now, every dollar that goes into one of these Bitcoin ETFs or into Bitcoin is not increase the market cap by $1, that actually increases it by more than $1, right? So we had $311 billion of inflows at the time that we made this presentation, and the multiplier was roughly a factor of 3. So for every dollar that was coming into Bitcoin via the ETFs, the market cap of Bitcoin in total rose by approximately $3. You can see that with the multicolor at the bottom, the green, the blue, the yellow, and the red, and then the monetary premium that was given to Bitcoin as that went up. Now, where are we going from here, right? That's where we've been. Where are we going from here? You know, Brandon and I have our own opinions. You know, none of us know. Nobody knows. But it seems that based on certain metrics that the market was pretty overheated back in March, right? Now, maybe that continues. Maybe it doesn't. I think the ETFs are kind of the bull, get it, in a China shop, right? But you know, in many ways, it seems like that March, people are actually talking about it. Bitcoin had hit an all-time high. Here in Canada, I was in Madeira, and I remember when you guys hit an all-time high in your dollar, and then like 2 or 3 days later, we hit it, us Americans, right? And so there was a lot of momentum, a lot of hype in March, and that seems to be cooling off in the last couple months here. And so if we look back at history, at previous local tops, right? We have the 2 in the 2014 cycle. We have 2 or 3 more in the 2017 cycle, which was just a vertical year, right? Many people here lived through that. Then we had the couple in the early 2021, and it looks like we just had one. Now, some people would say, oh, that's pessimistic, you know. Is the cycle over? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, I think we're just getting started.
Right. But my point is that hopefully these things are healthy, right? That obviously Wall Street comes in, they buy the Bitcoin, now they're experiencing a loss. For people that are more used to traditional assets, Bitcoin's at a 20% drop. That's like very concerning for some of these people that only bought their proxy Bitcoin for the first time a few months ago. So where can we go from here? Well, who knows? I don't know. Brandon doesn't know. None of us know. Chuck who made this chart, he doesn't know. But it's interesting to look at this current cycle compared to previous ones. So we have the previous cycles, the one in blue here, the 2018 to 2022 cycle. We have the green one, 2015 to 2018 cycle. And then the one that we're currently in, that we're currently living through, way over on the right, we have Toronto. Last year, first Canadian Bitcoin conference, obviously, like I said, we're up 150%. But even if we chop sideways for 3 more months, 6 more months, maybe even potentially longer, we still possibly could have a very long streak ahead of us, right? And so let's get back to the gold ETFs and not just look at price action, but let's actually look at a very comparable asset to Bitcoin, which is gold.
Yeah, so the gold ETFs was pretty interesting, right? I mean, when the gold ETFs launched in 2004, that's where Wall Street was kind of putting all their money, doing an inflation hedge and everything like that at that time. But the amount of money that's being poured into Bitcoin is just astronomically higher into these ETFs. So the gold ETF took about 2 years to hit 10 billion mark, where the Bitcoin ETF only took 2 months. So obviously Wall Street was just dumping money into these Bitcoin spot ETFs. There was a lot of hype around these products. And then there's been current net outflows of gold for the past 3 years. But if you look at the gold price, it's nearly doubled in the past 5. Now you might ask yourself, why do you think that is? Are people kind of catching on to the paper issuance of gold, which is what the ETF products essentially are, right? It's, papered issued Bitcoin, right? It's papered issued gold. But, obviously SEC regulations and other things like that, it's a little bit better than, say, holding your Bitcoin maybe on an exchange or giving BlackRock all that things. But central banks have started buying up gold, which I think is a big phenomenon here. We've seen net outflows of the gold ETFs for the past 3 years, right? I want to reiterate that point. But central banks all around the globe have been scooping up gold. So in a sense, that's where I think Bitcoin's going, where, right now, us plebs out here, we've had the first opportunity in history to beat out Wall Street, beat out central banks, and now we've seen the writing on the wall, and history tends to repeat itself. So, I see in the near future, people scooping up the ETFs, getting that first touch point, and then starting to get into Bitcoin, and then realizing the true ethos behind Bitcoin, and then, in a sense, selling off that ETF, and we'll see outflows, and then people scooping it up or figuring out a way how to scoop up the actual Bitcoin on chain. So I think that's where we're going.
Yeah, I think it's an important point that we could have front-run Wall Street. I also think it's an important point, too, to note that Wall Street can front-run the government. I mean, when in history has Wall Street been able to buy hard, solid money before the government, right? So I think yes, we're early because we were able to front-run Wall Street, and we're still, only a couple months into Wall Street actually being here. But I think it's also important to keep in mind that, Wall Street is dwarfed by the governments of the world, right? And so anyway, one other point I'd like to make with gold is that, as many of us know, or maybe don't know because we don't check gold price necessarily, since gold's done a very big run, yesterday even silver and copper were having really big moves. Silver is trading basically at 13-year all-time highs. We've seen this with cocoa, recently, right? Lawrence Lepard has been talking about this a lot, very vocally, both on stage at the conference and online too, about how, this is getting really strange, right? Japan and the Saudis are, having all these needs for gold, and gold price is going up despite gold ETF having outflows, right? Because typically gold price goes up when there's major inflows from Americans, and that's not what's happening this time. It's happening out of need and not want necessarily. So, wow, look at that chart. What's that?
Yeah, so this is the net gold inflows and then the net Bitcoin inflows. So you can see at the beginning, it looks pretty similar. But obviously, Bitcoin net inflows have been dramatically more significant than the gold inflows when they first launched. And I think that trend is going to continue. And I think Wall Street is just kind of waking up to the fact like, hey, JP Morgan earlier this year, I mean, it got fooled and sold rocks instead of gold, but you can confirm that you actually have that Bitcoin on the blockchain. So that digital hard asset and that digital scarcity, I don't think anybody in human history is going to be able to fully comprehend how dramatic and how important that digital scarcity is. And I think, Wall Street's waking up to that fact, and we're seeing it because they're putting their money where their mouth is.
I think that's why it's important to view Bitcoin from that technological lens, is because it is lower risk than gold in the sense that gold, you can't possibly know the future supply of gold, but it's also the higher return. So it's like this black hole, right? Obviously, I think many people, would agree with that, but I think this is the evidence for that, right? This line, this light blue line for Bitcoin inflows, right? This is not bull market, hype mania, right? Yes, there's a lot of excitement back in March, as I said a moment ago, but this was where we're barely at all-time highs, right? If for most of us that went through the last cycle, right, the peak was not at 20,000 when we were flirting with all-time highs. It was when it was 3x higher, right? So I think it's important to mention that, this is still early stage bull market, late stage bear market inflows, right? Or at least that's how I view it personally. This is setting a stage for what's next. This isn't the end. This is just the beginning. So.
Yeah, 100%. And then, that was comparing the beginning, but where are we at right now with the gold ETFs? I hinted at it earlier. We've been seeing massive outflows of the gold ETFs and massive inflows into the Bitcoin ETFs. I think that's going to continue. They're seeing it as digital gold, and we're seeing it Bitcoin. We're getting a lot of talks here about Bitcoin as freedom technology, right? I mean, it obviously can be used as that, but I think this is kind of the backdoor way to start to orange pill the masses and get people onto Bitcoin and that ethos. It's another touch point. Obviously we're going to get into why we don't think holding Bitcoin in the ETFs here, which I'm sure plenty of us, around this conference know. But we're going to get into, why this is another touch point and, why it can help orange pill a lot more Bitcoiners as well.
Yeah, again, I think it's half about the direct implications that, more people are buying Bitcoin, so the number go up. But I think it's also has a massive impact indirectly of the narrative, right, that it's here. So let's get to what the suits are saying. What are they saying? What are they saying about all this? So this is from January 8th, 2024, and that's important to note because this is before the ETFs were officially approved on January 11th or 10th or whatever it was. A couple days later, the ETFs were approved. Now, this is from Standard Chartered, and what did they predict regarding the Bitcoin ETFs? What did they predict regarding Bitcoin prices' reaction to the ETFs? They predicted that there would be a $100 billion inflow in 2024. Now, of course, many people, especially those that weren't into Bitcoin, said that's too bullish, that's too much. But obviously, as Brandon and I have been talking about, 100 billion in 2024 is no longer impossible, right? Additionally, they said that they would. Standard Chartered predicted, right? Again, this is not Brandon and I, but Standard Chartered predicted that there would be a $100,000 US, $100,000 Bitcoin by end of year 2024 as a reaction to that $100 billion inflow in 2024. And so it's important to note, as we were discussing a few moments ago about the gold ETF. You saw that chart a couple slides ago. Okay, gold rose in price by a factor of 4.3 in the 8 years after the ETF approval. Okay, we saw that slow dark blue line. Okay, and the vertical Bitcoin line, right? And so this is just something to think about. That hey, if gold with that relatively flat slope could go up by a factor of 4 in 8 years, despite having a supply you can't audit, right? You can't audit the ETFs, right? They can create paper gold, right? Forget that. Forget the fact that the underlying asset, gold, is not finite in supply, just like Bitcoin. All those factors together, gold still did a 4x, right? And so that's just something to think about with Bitcoin. We'll do a 4x next year. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe we'll be down next year. But either way, the important part that I really find fascinating about this report was that Standard Chartered predicted that there would be somewhere between 437,000 Bitcoin to 1.32 million Bitcoin that would be bought by these ETFs. And I read that and I scratched my head and I thought, well, wait a second. There's 1.7 million Bitcoin on exchanges. And these guys think that anywhere from a third to like 2/3 of all those coins could be sucked off the market. I mean, imagine having any asset where you're saying, yeah, we think that a third to 2/3 of all houses for all time are going to be bought this year. Right? It's something really to think about, that there's only so many coins left on exchanges, and yes, there are always the 10 to 12 million coins off the exchanges that people like you all and people like us and the people watching at home own, but we're probably going to be less hesitant to sell them at lower prices than the exchanges, right? So anyway, this was a really interesting chart. It was a few pages here, but ultimately my reaction to this personally was that it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. How can you think that we're going to have 1.3 million Bitcoin bought and we only go to 100K, right? So I think either way less coins are going to be taken off the exchanges than what they predict, or we have significantly higher prices if that prediction comes true, right? Because obviously, as Bitcoin price goes up, it becomes exponentially harder to get that remaining supply on exchanges down. So let's extend that a little bit more. Do you want me to? I can go about this this slide too. But so that's what Standard Chartered said, and then of course you have the Moon Boys like Brandon and me and many people in the audience here. But the longer term vision, at least in my personal view, is that of what Fidelity has been talking about, right? Fidelity, I'm a fan of Fidelity. I'm critical of ETFs, but I give Fidelity the credit that at least they're not going with Coinbase. But Fidelity, I think, has been ahead of the curve for many years in regards to Bitcoin. And they're currently discussing with clients a 1 to 3% allocation, even in conservative retirement portfolios, right? Now, obviously, has it been achieved yet? No. Are they anywhere close? No. But that's in the discussion. That's the articles they're putting out. That's the reports. They are investing their own company's dime and their own company's reputation into. And that's a really significant question. Because if Fidelity recommends a 3%, why would we not see other institutions also recommending a 1, 3, or 5% in the near future, right? So that narrative will spread. And what's 3% of Fidelity? $147 billion. And again, if we assume that for every dollar coming into Bitcoin, we're looking at a 2x, 3x, 5x multiple, that is that is a significant amount of money, a significant amount of market cap being raised into Bitcoin, right? And so when, it's just the thought we have to have. Right now, it may not seem realistic, but if we just look out a couple years, 2 years, 4 years, 8 years, we just look out, a decade or less, my question that I ask myself is what happens when we have some very high but yet not absurd number of $500 billion, right, $500 billion, chasing a lower number of coins on exchanges, maybe not absurd, maybe we're talking 1 million coins, maybe we're talking 800,000 coins. Just a couple years ago, there were 3 million Bitcoin on exchanges. Now there's about half that, right? So what happens when $500 billion chases 800,000, 1 million, or 500,000 coins on exchanges? That is hundreds of thousands of dollars chasing Bitcoin. The number I got here is 588,000. Obviously, it's not a prediction, but it's just that thought experiment that we're having more and more capital with more and more of these narratives changing for an ever smaller number of coins on exchanges, right? And it's important to know, again, like I talked with the government, and then I'll go to the next slide here, but it's important to know that 500 billion now, we look at that, we think, oh, that's crazy. Even if Fidelity got to that 3% allocation, that's only 147 billion. 500 billion is way down the line. It's important to note the United States of America, my home country, right, where we got the superior dollar, right, the best fiat currency in the world. The United States of America adds $500 billion of unfunded liabilities every 11 days. We think $500 billion inflowing into Bitcoin is a lot of money. We think that's hopium. We think that's absurd. My reminder is that, yes, that 500 billion we're adding every 11 days is not flowing into Bitcoin. It's not going to for a long time, but priced in terms of political currency, there is no top. We're adding more currency all the time, and market cap is downstream of price. And that is really important. I think a lot of people, even on Wall Street, are missing that fact, that market cap could go up indefinitely if the bids for the Bitcoin to be exchanged go up indefinitely. So the ETFs are not the end. That's the point I'm trying to make. They're just the beginning. Again, the governments are a way bigger deal than the ETFs, and the ETFs are the gateway drug to eventually the governments. So, kind of a thought experiment there just for you to think about, right? The ETF's not a big deal for the ETF in of itself. It's a big deal that it's the very big first domino for that viral meme of the, like 5-story domino, right? So anyway.
Yeah, so it seems like we're just getting started, right? The ETF's just launched here. But we do have, you can go to the next slide. Okay. We have this I had this little bet here with Julian of Kinetic Finance, of Git-based. So I know we didn't want to talk about, price predictions at a certain time period, but Julian put me on the spot. So I had to make my price prediction. I said 100K in US by the end of the year. He says no. The loser has to eat 2 extremely hot Carolina peppers on camera. So, we're gonna see who's got the nice spice tolerance here, maybe by the end of the year. Hopefully it's not me, and hopefully, with all the signs that we're lining out here, that we're gonna have Julian suffering a little bit on camera, but.
Can we involve the audience a little bit? And again, price doesn't matter, but it's fun to joke, right? Who thinks Bitcoin's gonna be 100K US by end of the year?
There we go.
Okay, so like maybe 2/3. All right, who thinks it's not going to? by this year, maybe next year or another year. Okay, so, okay.
All right, so we got a
people.
couple bears out here. So, I mean, maybe you guys can all go huddle with Julian in the corner over here.
Yeah.
Well, we'll all be bullish for the rest of the conference.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. Okay, choose your fighter. Okay, so now we've been talking a lot about pro ETFs, and you know, a lot of people even asking me, I don't know about you, Brendan, but people beforehand were like, "Oh, you're talking about ETFs. Aren't the ETFs bad? Aren't the ETFs, you know, risky and all that?" And I was like, "Yeah, right." I personally believe, and I know Brandon agrees with this, that it's possible to hold two truths at once. I believe the ETFs are a really big deal. I believe that they are the most significant, or one of the most significant events in Bitcoin's history, especially in the last few years. But at the same time, ETFs have counterparty risks. You know, 9 of the 11 ETFs in America have Coinbase as their custodian. ETFs are not able to be withdrawn into self-custody. You have to be converted into fiat and political currency first. So I think both these things are true. And so as we wrap up here, we just want to add this caveat to the end of our slideshow that even though ETFs are a really big deal because they open the floodgates for all this capital and potential capital in the future, they are just a touch point to the final end destination, not the end destination itself. I don't know if you have anything you want to add, but I got a few things I can say.
No, yeah, 100%. So obviously, you know, this whole conference we've been talking a lot about freedom technology. So we're saying here that the ETFs are a touch point. It is a sense of security for maybe some older people who have been into that traditional finance area, but you know, that touch point allows people to start to look into really what they're getting invested in, right? I mean, we said Fidelity earlier, 1 to 3% of even for retirement accounts for people who are a little bit older. So, you know, they're gonna start to question, what am I actually investing in? And that's when they're gonna start to, you know, look for other solutions potentially to hold Bitcoin because, you know, obviously the third-party the counterparty risk here can be dangerous.
Yeah, and a lot of people, you know, even people I've talked to on Twitter, and I know that people here probably are a little bit lean more towards maxing and self-custody than the average person on Twitter or on YouTube in the comment section. But you know, I still get this comment all the time that, oh, you know, you're being a fearmonger talking about how the ETFs have risk and this and that, the other. Oh, if the ETFs go down, Bitcoin's dead. Or if the ETFs go down, it's because we've gone full communist, right? And you know, the caveat I like to say to that is that I actually don't think the ETFs necessarily are rehypothecating Bitcoin yet. But if we have a very small risk over a long period of time, eventually it's a certainty, right? There's a small risk I'm going to die today, but give it 100 years, you know, I mean, you know, the probability goes out to a longer time horizon, right? And so, you know, unfortunately, this is why I believe humans are really not good at evaluating risk. We can think that the ETFs are safe, we can think that everything's fine, but if we just, you know, give it a long enough time horizon, it's inevitability, right? If you're a turkey on a farm, you know, you can love the farmer and think that the farmer's your friend because he feeds you every day and gets you all fat for 364 days out of the year in America, and then of course you have Thanksgiving morning, and then, you know, suddenly things change, right? So, you know, that's my reminder, encouragement with ETFs, that they are perceived safety, kind of like political currency in and of itself has perceived safety because it's not volatile today and tomorrow, right? Like the currency in Egypt, like the currency here, right? You know, you can go for years with the currency being worth basically the same, you know, 2% a year less, okay, whatever. And then suddenly, like in Canada, or excuse me, not in Canada, not yet at least, but like in Turkey, like in Argentina, like in Egypt, like in Sri Lanka, like in Lebanon, like around the world, like in Nigeria, you see massive currency devaluations overnight. So really quickly, just 5 points with the ETF, both for you, this is a conversation for you, but also hopefully these are takeaways for your family and loved ones. Most of you probably have been trying to orange pill your family and loved ones, right? And probably most of them are gonna be tempted by the ETF. So these points I'm going to go through real quick here are points for you to take home, to share with your loved ones so that they don't fall prey to the ETF. So the first perceived benefit of the ETF is convenience. Oh, it's convenient, it's easier, I can just push a button and buy it. And that is not true. We'll get to that more in a moment. Again, like safety I just mentioned, people perceive it as safe. Oh, it's regulated this time. The SEC has never made a mistake, right? They didn't regulate FTX, right? Everything was fine. Oh yeah, no, they didn't have their Twitter account hacked the night before their biggest announcement in 10 years. You know, everything's fine with the SEC, right? It's safe, right? Of course, then the other one is it's perceived the only option. Well, yeah, I know it's not safe, and yeah, I know it's not the only option, but it's the only option for my 401k. It's the only option for my super fund, for my pension, for my trust, or for my Roth IRA, or you know, whatever retirement account you choose. It's the only option, so I have to do it. People assume it's a perceived diversity, right? I've talked to a lot of people with my clients, both the Bitcoin Advisor and other consulting calls, where people are like, oh, I know the ETFs are risky, but I own 5 different ones, right? I got this one, I got that one, I got that one. So I'm spread out, I'm diversified, right? It's like, well, 4 of the 5 you have are exposed to Coinbase. So really, I mean, people just make that mistake, unfortunately, and they don't understand, right? People that are new, right? And it's important to ask your loved ones and make sure you understand and they understand the risk that they're taking self-custody, right? And then, of course, the last one is the perceived protection against the 6102 attack. 6102, for the 3 people that maybe don't know, is when the government confiscates it, right? We don't need to go full communist for that to happen, right? The United States of America is not, in my opinion, a communist nation, although we got some little red flags with that. But even the United States, 100 years ago, or 90 years ago, in 1933, 1932, we confiscated the gold, right? We're not stealing your Bitcoin. We're not stealing your Bitcoin brand. We're not taking your Bitcoin. We're just, forcing you to liquidate your Bitcoin, giving you dollars. We're going to confiscate the Bitcoin, or take the Bitcoin indirectly, and then you're going to get bailed out, right? The people in FTX and other exchanges, they got bailed out, right? They got, 70%, 80%, 90% of their funds back, so everything's fine, right? In nominal terms, right? They can get 90% of their cash back in terms of American political currency, but Bitcoin's up 130% in terms of that political currency and that timeline, right? So all 5 of these perceived benefits that, oh, we're safe because the government regulates it, and we're safe because I'm diversified between the ETFs, and it's the only option in my retirement fund. All these things are not true. And so this is why Brandon and I talk about self-custody. This is why we talk about multi-sig. This is why we talk about the Bitcoin Advisor. This is why we talk about any collateral custody solution that you find, right? Because they're user-friendly. You have people walking you through the process. You have safe self-custody where someone like Brandon and myself or someone else on the team walks you through it, right? Better than a broker, in some stock form for the ETF. It can be held within retirement accounts, right? That's one of the exciting things for me is that if we look forward, many people here have Bitcoin in the retirement accounts, and many people coming to Bitcoin are going to want there was Bitcoin in retirement accounts. As Fidelity and BlackRock encourage people to have a higher allocation, many people, especially older folks and retirees, don't have the income to get the allocation, but they do have the money just sitting in their retirement account, right? It's just sitting there in some bond or mutual fund or elsewhere, right? And so having Bitcoin in retirement accounts is a really big deal. And I personally believe that while the ETFs are going to be a very large segment to absorb that demand, I think there's going to be an equally or increasingly equal amount of demand flowing to the multi-sigs that I'm describing here, right? So ultimately, it's the fastest way to buy Bitcoin, the fastest way to have peace of mind with buying Bitcoin is getting your self-custody down properly. I know a lot of people that, a few months ago were worried about owning Bitcoin ETF, and that only continues over time, right? The fastest way to buy more Bitcoin is increase your peace of mind with the Bitcoin you already own. So I don't know if you have anything else to add.
No, 100%. So yeah, I mean, just buttoning up how you're holding your Bitcoin is extremely important, right? We talked about the ETFs and how people perceive it as convenient and all these things. Right. The true aspect of Bitcoin is the freedom technology that they've been preaching throughout this entire conference. There's been amazing talks and everything like that. But if it is something that is a little bit intimidating, there is some other ways where you can protect yourself, like the collaborative custody model that us at the Bitcoin Advisor and plenty of other places do as well. So yeah, go ahead, Luke.
Yeah, one other point too, just because we're from Canada, is the importance of having keys in different jurisdictions, right? So one thing that Brandon and I do, especially with our Canadian clients, is, if someone wants to hold Bitcoin like in a retirement account or multi-sig or whatever, they can have a key in Canada for their multi-sig, one key in the United States, and one key in Australia or Vietnam or wherever they want, right? And so that's kind of the idea of why personally I think it's really important, and especially a lot of Canadians reach out to us. Because they're like, hey, I'm concerned with the trucker protest. I'm concerned with the things that I've seen here in Canada. I want, at least to have some of my Bitcoin in some sort of vault where, there's jurisdictional arbitrage so that if the government comes after me, if someone, is going to throw a lawsuit at me or this, that, the other, that they have that option, right? So it's really exciting, and there's many other companies doing wonderful things. I'm really impressed by Thea. Swan just announced their products, and Chain's announcing new products. So there are amazing product developers in Bitcoin doing wonderful things, and really the message, both from us today, outwards, and also for you all going home, is that yes, the ETFs are a big deal. Yes, they're really cool. Yes, Bitcoin price go up. And yes, we can't imagine how bullish in nominal terms Bitcoin's going to be. But it's important to find the product developers within Bitcoin building real products. It's important to find the service providers that can help your loved ones buy Bitcoin and buy it safely. Because the last thing you want is to orange pill your family, orange pill your loved ones. They go up 5x in Bitcoin, and then they have a partial or full loss of their Bitcoin, either from a self-custody mistake or from the ETF. So if you want to email Brandon and I, there's our emails, and there's a QR code if you want to fill out a form. If a little plug at the end, but But I think it's important because we've got 1 million people in Bitcoin now. 10 million or so are coming in the next 4 to 8 years, and a huge number of those people are going to be facing these questions that we obsessively deal with, that we've talked about and debated about for years. They're going to be brand new, and they're going to look to people like us, and they're going to look to you for their answers, and that's why it's important to have both of these truths in hand at once. Yes, the ETFs are really bullish. Yes, Bitcoin's going up forever, Laura, in political currency, but don't have your Bitcoin go out and accept counterparty risk. A low risk on a long enough time horizon is inevitable failure.
100%. So yeah, thank you guys all for hanging out with us here for a little bit. Yeah, if you want to see me or ask me any questions, feel free to come up to Luke or I, and I'll be at the upstairs one, so go check out that stage as well. A bunch of great talks, so thanks, Joe.
All right, hopefully we're 100K by the end of the year.
Well done, gents. Good up. Give it up for Luke and Brandon. Well done, gentlemen. Can I take the clicker? Amazing. Fantastic. We've got a little surprise now. Has anyone here been to El Salvador before? El Salvador? Oh, nice. There's an El Salvador contingent over there. Well, you might recognize this flag here. Oh, a couple up here as well. Nice. Did some surfing? No? Spent some sats? You did. Good man. Good on you. Okay. Please, can we welcome, or bienvenidos, al equipo de El Salvador? ¿Están ahí o no? Yeah. Come to the stage, please. Jaime and his friends from El Salvador wanted to come to the stage, and I'll give you the mic. Yeah? This is a surprise to me as well.
Thanks, everybody. Felt all the love all the weekend. Thanks for stopping by the Mi Primer Bitcoin booth. But I was really pleasantly surprised to meet some Salvadorans were here as part of attendees. And so this is our Salvadorian delegation at the Canadian Bitcoin Conference. So merci. Feeling all the love, and it would only be right for us to take a little picture, so we're gonna take a little picture and send it back home. And thanks for all the love. So if you allow us like 15 seconds, we're gonna pose here and take a couple pictures, and thanks for making this time for us. So.
Give it up for the guys from El Salvador. That was a nice moment. Well done, guys. Gracias, gracias. If you haven't visited El Salvador yet, it's a wonderful, wonderful country, and people there are very happy. In the meantime, we're going to play a quick game. It's very simple, but I need you to all stand up, okay? We're going to play the last Bitcoiner standing, okay? It was Bitcoiner, but can we pause the game, Rocco, just for this game? Is that all right? He's got me all day, hasn't he? Cool. I'm very bullish on Rocco. So the aim of the game is very simple. You sit down if you haven't done the thing, but I'm basically going to say stay standing at the start of every phrase. For example, stay standing if you think this is the best Bitcoin conference in Canada. No one sit down. No one sit down? Good, okay. It is the best Bitcoin conference in Canada. Okay, so we're going to get more and more difficult and more hardcore to evaluate and work out who the most hardcore, perhaps most toxic Bitcoiner is in the room. So stay standing if you have bought Bitcoin. I think one person can sit down because they're a total newbie, right? Where are they? Stay standing if you had a boating accident and lost all that Bitcoin that you just bought. I'm just looking out for you guys. Stay standing if you have sent some Bitcoin. You've done a Bitcoin transaction. That can be Bitcoin Layer 1 or Lightning or Liquid or anything else. That's okay. You're hodling. Good for you. Stay standing if you have paid for something with Bitcoin. Spedden, as we call it nowadays. Stay standing if you've listened to a Bitcoin podcast or piece of content. Stay standing if you have used the Lightning Network, a Bitcoin Layer 2 payment solution. Welcome, guys. Please come and use Lightning sometime soon. Stay standing if you've tried to bring up Bitcoin with a friend or family member. Stay standing if you've been told to shut up about Bitcoin with your friend or family member. We've all been there. Stay standing if you have successfully orange-pilled a friend or family member. Well done. A round of applause for you guys. Well done. Stay standing if you have taken custody of your Bitcoin, i.e. you sent it to a hardware wallet. Okay, we're going to have to ramp these up. Stay standing if you've read the white paper to further than page 5. Because page 5 is where I get very lost. Yeah, I like the honesty. Well done. Stay standing if you have created a Twitter account and you've signed up to Bitcoin Twitter. You're all on Twitter. Please follow me. Stay standing if you run a Bitcoin node. Okay, we need more nodes. We need more nodes. Some more hardcore guys in the room. Stay standing if you have read a Bitcoin book. Good, we're hardcore Bitcoiners. Stay standing if you have tried to mine Bitcoin at some point. Oh, that cleared the room. Okay, still got lots of people standing. Stay standing if you have successfully mined Bitcoin. The first one was tried, now on successfully. Like the honesty. Stay standing if you got into a Twitter fight about Bitcoin. No, that's not how it works. Stay standing if you won that fight on Twitter. I like the honesty. I like the honesty. Stay sat down. Okay, we're going to have to go more extreme. This is very vain. Stay standing if you've seen one of my videos. I'm trying to clear the room. Come on. You're still standing. Brad, come out here and play as well. Are you playing as well, Eric? I did say Brad might win this. Okay, stay standing if you've spun up a Bitcoin Lightning node. You got a Lightning node? Very good. Stay standing if you've ever accidentally sent Bitcoin to the wrong address and made a mistake on your Bitcoin journey. I've done this. Yeah, it's a contribution to everyone, right? Okay, we're going to get more serious. Stay standing if you ever contributed to Stack Chain. Do you ever do a Stack Chain stack? Do you know those things? Has everyone else done this? Is anyone still standing? I can't really see. If you're still standing, can you raise your hand? Wait, we've cleared the room accidentally. Okay, forget the Stack Chain thing. Can you stand back up? Cool, we've got one over there, and we've got Brad over here. So it's the showdown between this gentleman and Brad Mills. Okay, stay standing if you've ever started a Bitcoin company or entrepreneurial idea. Bitcoin company? Yes, you have. Okay, cool. Stay standing if you are owed money by Mt. Gox, or you've been paid back by Mt. Gox. Both of you? Okay. Stay standing if you've ever... No, okay, in which case, Brad is the most hardcore Bitcoiner in the room. Congratulations. Well done, sir. Well done. Good man. I was going to send you some sats, but I think you've probably got enough. Yeah. Okay. Congratulations, mate. The last one... Yes, good idea. I will. I'll come over. In fact, do you want to come and take this from me? There are, I think it's 3,000 sats on here. What's your name, sorry? I can't see. Oh, wait, it's Charles. I said hello to you earlier. Congratulations, Charles, for being the second most hardcore Bitcoiner in the room. Well done. The last few were stay standing if you've sent an OP return message, and the last one was stay standing if you are Satoshi Nakamoto. Okay, with that out the way, please give it up for Eric and Brad this morning. They're the last session before lunch. Take it away, guys, and feel free to ease into lunch if you want to. Are you comfortable here? Yeah, that looks good? Yeah. Fantastic. Just keep talking and it'll go. There you go.
Gonna go.
Do you need a clicker or no clicker? No clicker.
I don't think we need a clicker.
Great. Enjoy your session, guys.
Thank you. Well, okay, so we're going to talk about eCash and Bitcoin banking, and Eric is the author of The Seventh Property, Bitcoin and the Monetary Revolution. And he's known for his in-depth analysis of Bitcoin and its potential to transform financial systems, with a recent focus on Twitter and podcast exploring the dynamic between the traditional banking system and the upcoming Bitcoin banking Bitcoin-based financial models. And we wanted to kind of just have a little conversation, partially me learning from you about your in-depth research you've been doing. And there's a lot of new concepts coming to Bitcoin, because I came into Bitcoin in 2011, and it was sort of on the back of libertarian and gold bug sort of education about the money system. And I feel kind of a little bit like I was propagandized to in a way and taught things that weren't quite true about how money works, like the money multiplier. Raise your hands if you know what the money multiplier is. Where you deposit $1,000 into your bank account and then, they can lend out $10,000 and then that multiplies and multiplies. You guys know what that is? Have you heard about the money multiplier?
There's like
fractional
5
reserve?
people.
Well, I guess it doesn't really exist, the money multiplier. It's not a real thing, apparently. So I've been learning a little bit about how the banking system works and came to kind of understand that it's a lot more nuanced than the 2005 to 2010, like, libertarian sort of documentaries and books and stuff would tell us about how the money system works. And some of this stuff is not so evil, like fractional reserve banking. Whoa, that might have been a crazy statement.
Who here knows what fractional reserve banking is? Okay.
So
nice.
maybe we can start there with, like, can you give us your understanding and your explanation for us? Like, how did fractional reserve banking start? What's the difference between fractional reserve banking and what we have now in the modern banking system?
So yeah, I want to get into that just to posture everything and kind of make these ideas more salient in front of mine as like, why does this all matter for Bitcoin? The way that I see the world for Bitcoin's prospective future is that there's no possibility that Bitcoin goes to zero anymore, but there is a possibility that its future potential is limited. And a lot of these questions reside on how is the financial system atop Bitcoin, the various protocols that it's integrating with, things like the Lightning Network. You might have heard of Nostr emerging. Chami and eCash is something that I do a lot of research into. These protocols are effectively like a financial system that's building around Bitcoin, and they're serving different financial and monetary functions. The extent to which Bitcoin can address trustless forms of payment and the extent to which we can have distributed forms of custody, I think is largely going to determine the total market that Bitcoin can achieve over time. So there's a spectrum of digital gold 2.0, where if everybody owns Bitcoin as an ETF around the world, and all it is a scarce asset people have exposure to, and it has the same freedom-attaining qualities as a bumper sticker on the back of a car, that's something that isn't impossible. There is an extreme scenario where I could see the vast majority of Bitcoin going into some sort of custodial market like that. At the other end of the spectrum, you have a decentralized, permissionless financial system that's distributed all around the world. People can freely participate in it. And Bitcoin is representing the value of all assets in the world and being traded as a store of value, medium of exchange, and unit of account globally. And that's where Bitcoin is, infinity divided by 21 million. There is so much that's going to go into what's being built around Bitcoin to ultimately achieve that vision. And where we are today, it's not there yet. So that's why I care about this question. I think it's the most important question to be thinking about in Bitcoin right now. And a lot of methods, I think a good starting point to saying, well, how is the financial system around Bitcoin going to emerge, is to understand how financial systems have emerged historically and what the financial system looks like and works today.
Yeah, it's kind of, when you think about it, it's kind of like be your own bank is as daunting to most people as be your own dentist.
Right, exactly.
So it's not necessarily going to be easy to get the general population to buy into be your own bank. There's a lot of things the banking system does that obfuscates complexities and difficulties and provides, and I'm not talking about the kind of modern banking system we have now, but like, do you want to talk a little bit about like the benefits of the banking system and then how it got corrupted and how Bitcoin banking kind of, maybe it's not so much of a bad word as people kind of react negatively towards banking, but talk a little bit about what you've discovered in your research about like how did like free banking and what did banking used to be like,
yeah,
and how that can happen on a Bitcoin standard.
And it's a lot like guns don't kill people, people kill people. And banking systems emerge because they serve very valuable functions. But we don't even have to look directly at banking to understand a very fundamental economic aspect that you just described, which is specialization is what has allowed humanity to create the wealth and organize its scale in the ways that we have. Specializing in trades and trusting individuals as agents to do things on our behalf is what enables the living standards that we've created today. That's what differentiated us from the Neanderthals, the ability to organize in a scaled society, and money was a big attribute of how Homo sapiens were productive in that process. Trust is good. Not only good, it's probably the most productive thing that exists within humanity. What's important is that our trust is organized to where we don't have a conflict of interest with another person. And when there is a conflict of interest, who here has heard of the agency problem before as an economic term? Okay, so economic agents are people that do things on our behalf. Every day we wake up and we trust people to specialize in something and do it today. When we order a cup of coffee, when we hire an Uber, all these different things that happen. When there's a conflict of interest between a principal being ourselves, and an agent, that agent, we can always expect, will act in their own self-interest and not yours. Money is something that has had the greatest conflict of interest. This is a concept I define in my book, is that money is the most saleable good. That's what the Austrians, Karl Menger, defined as it's the good that everybody wants most often, technically speaking, with the lowest rate of declining marginal utility. Because you can trade money for everything, it is the most desirable good. It's the most saleable. You can sell it anywhere. And because of that, money has had a greater conflict of interest than any other good that's existed in the world between the people that organize and manage it. And the banking systems are largely a testament to the existence of that conflict of interest. So I guess starting to the question about how free banking emerged and what this means, I'm going to do my best to not get too in the weeds with all of this and talk about it thematically, but when banking systems emerged, we had these centralizations of control over different functions of money. So how have people controlled money throughout history? Through its production, through its storage, and through the verification of trade between one another. In primitive societies, these functions were actually largely decentralized, right? If you think about an Indian tribe that was trading in the bones of animals that they killed or seashells that they were finding on coastal areas, they were all producing money themselves. They were finding it, they were turning it into beads, they were storing it upon themselves, typically as jewelry and necklaces, because that was the safest place to keep it outside of some sort of treasure chest. And they were verifying it amongst one another because they were all creating it. So because they're all creating it, they were familiar with how to verify it, and they could therefore do that function themselves. The movement from this primitive structure of decentralization and lack of intermediation of money over time has had intermediaries, whether they're private or they're public, enter into those functions. When we moved into the precious metals, the production of money had to have specialization because we needed people who could mine it, people who could smelt it, people who could turn it into standardized weights. And then we moved into coinage systems, which is a similar process. And then we moved into banking systems. All of these things emerged privately by people. And what happened is that because there was a conflict of interest between money and the people who were specializing in it, government stepped in and said, we're the solution to the moral hazard that has come from these people taking advantage of you by manipulating and diluting coinage or having fractional reserve type systems when people have an expectation that their money is in a bank and it's actually not. And then the irony is that, once again, going back to that point, that because money is the most saleable good, that conflict of interest exists with governments as well. So they ended up doing the exact same thing that they stepped into the private markets when they took control of money in some sort of public format, whether that was through its production, through its coinage, through central banking systems. So a lot
Well,
of, yeah.
before central banking, though, when we're talking about like free banking emerging, where it's like the private emergence of banking, like could you put yourself in the mind of like a person back in those days? Like how would you use a bank back in those days, and would there be? I mean, I just that's an interesting thought for me.
Yeah.
Like, what would it be like to go use a bank in like 1700 in Scotland or whatever whenever the free banking.
So what is the idea of free banking? Free banking was banks that emerged privately. These were banks that didn't have a central bank. Theoretically, it's defined as a system with the least amount of centralized influence from a state authority on the banking system. There's not a lot of free banking systems that existed throughout history. There's a universe of about like 60 that people can observe, and generally speaking, of that group of 60, most of them aren't clearly defined as free banking, but they were not quite like a completely central bank type structure. There's about 6 that are very heavily studied, and then Scotland and Canada are kind of considered the most successful and the most free that existed. And these were throughout like the 18th and 19th centuries. That means that people could spin up banks of deposit where you could go take gold, specie, deposit into a bank. Those banks were all issuing their own notes. So the Bank of Montreal was the first bank out here in Canada. They were issuing notes from the Bank of Montreal. If there was a Bank of Quebec, if there was a bank somewhere else, they were also issuing their own notes. And these notes had to competitively compete in a market where people would say, the Bank of Montreal has good notes, we trust them, they've never had a bank run. You know, the Bank of anywhere else, they have had bank runs before, the deposits weren't there, we trust them less, their notes traded at a discount. Brokers and things like that stepped in, and that created information transparency in these systems. It wasn't everyday people. To your point, people weren't spending the time doing this. There were service providers involved where brokers could profit from selling the notes of banks that were going bankrupt and buying the notes that were discounted and actually much better banks. So it's the business side and the incentives of a free system that allowed it to self-regulate. These systems perform very well. None of them were perfect, and the price you pay for free markets is that it isn't perfect. There's always going to be problems that occur in a free market, and you can never fully get rid of fractional reserve, but at least it didn't have a central bank. And so free banking systems function largely like that. And I think that
in the free banking system too, right? Like you're saying there's risks and stuff. So like if you had your savings with a bank that went under, typically it was you just lost your savings, right? There's no bailouts. You just kind of lost your savings, isn't it? Or you took a massive haircut.
So this is this is the key question. I don't know the statistics broadly on every system that's ever been associated with free banking. What I can say is that in the US, a lot of people refer to the wildcat banking system as free banking. That system was a shit show. It had a ton of government involvement. They were forcing what type of collateral could actually exist. You couldn't freely choose it. That doesn't really qualify well as free banking. The Scottish system is cited as kind of the most. In a competitive system, the idea is that when an entity goes bankrupt, their equity holders get wiped out and the debt gets hit to some degree. Typically, a competitor buys it. So the Scottish free banking system existed for over a century. Within that period of time, there was definitely bank failure due to competitive environment, and some people can't stay afloat. Some people took on too much risk. I think it was a total of, I have a paper on my website, you can find this number. I think it was about 32,000 pounds in total of customer deposits was lost over a century.
Oh, wow.
It's the equity holders and bigger buyers that step in to buy it out. So the same thing that the federal government steps in to do if you allow a free market to handle it, everybody's happy to buy a bankrupt company. There's full-time people who make it. This is the world I came from, where we would, we were vulture investors. We would sit around and wait for, companies in certain industries to get into a troubled financial position and buy them at a discount when we're the only person really capable of fixing their problems. They would do that in the banking system too. In fact, there was actually competitive games that were played between banks where they would run bank runs on themselves on each other.
Right.
So that they could try to put their competitors out of business and buy them at a discount. Basically what they do is they gradually buy the notes of a competing bank for a period of time and then run a huge withdrawal on that bank at one motion and see if they can put them into a solvency issue because they were fractional reserve. So what did that do? It meant that reserves ended up becoming a much higher proportion than how it exists today in our US system, where there's not a requirement for reserves, but reserves are ranging in, this is a fiat system, so reserves aren't even anything. But in a gold-based system, during the Scottish system, reserves in the first half of the century before government involvement stepped in, they were sitting at around 20% on average. And that tended to be the amount that would, on a competitive basis, be able to facilitate withdrawals. So one key point I want to make about this is that it doesn't really matter whether or not you think this is good or bad. I think what matters is that this is something that naturally occurred in private markets throughout history. So when Bitcoiners make the argument that if we have custodial systems and fractional reserve is bad, the question isn't, I don't think it's the right question to ask. I think the right question to ask is, well, will it exist?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that, like, it's interesting when you go back and start to learn about the history of banking, and then you kind of contrast it with what banking is right now. In Canada, I think in the 90s, we have been on a zero reserve banking system. I think we, in the 90s, got rid of reserve requirements. In the United States, it was just 2020 during the stimulus CARES Act. They dropped the reserve requirements to zero, and a lot of people sort of woke up to that idea that, wait, it's not even fractional reserve, it's fictional reserve banking. And we've been on the fictional reserve banking system since the 90s.
Exactly. There is, and even with the mandates, it's just like, that's the other thing is, reserves used to be a scarce commodity tied to reality, and now reserves are just debt. So there really aren't reserves in a fiat money system. These are things that can be artificially created. The only thing limiting, okay, so this is a really key point that I want to make, so bear with me here. A lot of people are like, okay, well, do we need a fractional reserve? So like, I don't know, who here in the audience has heard like Jeff Snyder and elastic money or terms like that before? Okay, yeah, okay, decent chunk of people. So what does that mean, elastic money? Elastic money means that the supply of money is tied to credit in some form. And we can sit around and we can pontificate about the mechanics of how the banking system works and the accounting ledgers and how credit gets pushed from a central bank, from the treasury to prime dealers to member banks to regional banks, all the way into the hands and pockets of individuals all around the country. Or we can talk about more fundamentally, what's actually happening here. And I think a really simple way of looking at all of this is that any sort of credit that is created in an economy in any way is expansionary. Credit allows economic activity to occur that otherwise wouldn't. So creating this lens of what is a part of money and what's not a part of money, I don't think is a really great way of viewing this question. It's more just semantics that are predicated upon this current system we have. But the reality is that whenever credit emerges, that creates trade. So a good way to think about this is that credit allows us to spend value that we expect to be created in the future. Money allows us to spend value that we verifiably created in the past because we received money for it. So the proportion of credit to a scarce commodity or synthetic commodity like Bitcoin, that balance is really what's happening in an economy. Is there's a certain amount of credit or transactions occurring that are based on, well, you're going to pay me from value that's created in the future, and then there's a certain amount of economic activity that's coming from the amount of money that's in existence in today. And there's kind of like a few buckets in which we can say like, okay, well, that proportion is balanced by credit emergence. Where does the credit come from? What credit is good and what credit is bad? We can look at our system today of this grossly overextended degree of credit throughout society, and we can obviously say that that's bad. This is unsustainable. It can only exist with centralized control over money. A market would never allow this extension of credit to ever occur. But what does a market allow? And we don't really know. But within these 4 categories, this is the framework of how I kind of think about it. Let's assume that there's no such thing as banks. Let's assume that we all need to trade with one another. It's just a peer-to-peer based system. So if I'm an entrepreneur, and we probably know people who aren't wealthy but are very intelligent and are going to go create something valuable in the world. You know them personally, and you would say, if there's no banks, if there's no way for them to get financing, all they can do is talk to people that they know. Then we would have credit extension that exists on a peer-to-peer basis. And that would be creating economic activity that otherwise would not occur had that not happened. If we lived in a world where all these smart people who could create valuable things had to wait until they could earn enough savings to do it, that would slow the pace of growth in a significant way. We don't want that. That's why credit has always existed. Even before we created commodity-based money, credit was the primary mode of transaction, even amongst animals. So that's good. And that means that the extension of credit in a system under that assumption would be limited to how much people trust one another within their communities. How much are they willing to lend to each other, and how connected is everybody in a localized way? Now let's assume that there's intermediaries. If we have credit intermediaries, aka something like a bank, these intermediaries, going back to the point about agency, because extending credit's actually really hard, because understanding if a person is going to create the economic activity that they are expressing to you in the future is something that people are wrong about very often. So we have people specialize in it, and that allows for the allocation of credit and economic resources ultimately to go towards things that are most productive. We want that form of specialization. And until it's no longer necessary for specialization in providing that credit, peer-to-peer systems can't be depended upon. The market's always going to go towards people who are better at it because they're going to get better returns. So if we have intermediaries, and we assume that these intermediaries don't have any sort of like fractional reserve, then the extension of credit would be limited to the amount that they would hold in deposits. The amount that people are saying, okay, I want to earn a rate of return on investment. I don't want to lend to my friends myself. I'm going to give the money to you and you do it. And then let's assume that there's no fractional reserve. So the amount of reserves in the system is some sort of limitation within that idea. Now if we were to move to fractional reserve, the amount of credit extension is limited really just by the solvency of the system. So how much can these intermediaries extend credit on a fractional basis to where if the depositors come in and there's some sort of bank run, they go bankrupt? And in the world and private markets exist kind of between these two realms. And I think that when you think about it from this perspective, it's a lot more that, well, credit's going to come in ways that the market allows it to come. I don't know if all of that is something that, if fractional reserve would emerge on a Bitcoin standard, there's kind of a lot to talk about there. But I do think that fractional reserve is just a medium of which credit is extended into the economy. And if consumers are voluntarily using service providers and they transparently know that this is happening, that's not something I see anything wrong with. Do I think it's right? Not really. I would never, be depositing in banks like that. But it's something that I'm acutely aware of that most people aren't. So then to the final fourth bucket, beyond fractional reserve, we have a fiat monetary system. And that means there's no more reserves anymore. The extension of credit is basically limited to regime change, AKA inflation gets so bad that there's a societal uprising. And that's the testament of failures of banking history, where whenever you have like a major crisis of bank failure, there's some sort of major regime change and a revolution that comes from it. And that's a system that I hate. And that's a system that needs to end. But the systems that markets produce is a much more complicated scenario, and the question of what will emerge from all that is, there's a lot up for debate. I think that there's things native to Bitcoin, things like the Lightning Network, things like Chami and eCash, that would naturally create incentives that could relegate how much, if any, fractional reserve would even emerge on a Bitcoin standard.
So yeah, that's a lot, and we're coming up on our time. We're gonna go another 5 or 10 minutes or so, and then it's lunch. But to kind of like go back and then go forward. So when we're talking about the fiat money system and the modern banking system that we have right now, and in Canada since the 90s, and now in the United States, and in a lot of countries in the UK, this fictional reserve banking system where like the money supply is unconstrained by reserves. It's only constrained by the demand from all of you and us to want to borrow. They have regulations. It's not like the banks can just print the money like crazy. They do because we borrow it. We take it. So it's like if there's demand for money, they get a license to print it, and they can print it, and then it's only constrained by credit worthiness, what they determine your credit worthiness is, and the fact that you want to borrow it. And once we saw that with COVID, like everybody got money, and then the amount of the money supply went crazy, and then it kind of stopped. The rate of borrowing slowed down for a bit because everybody in Canada got CERB checks, crazy amounts of money for just kind of like saying, yeah, I'll take some money. And then businesses got these small business loans, $30,000 small business loans. So there was like a massive supply of money creation. And then it actually slowed down because there was not as much demand from people to buy to borrow more money. Obviously now it's ticked back up again, but that's like showing up in inflation. And at the same time, we're having Bitcoin go mainstream in a way that the fiat money system is having to grapple with. And I did an interview with Eric Yakes. He's on stage right now. Now I did an interview with Joseph Wang. He wrote the book Central Banking 101, which is an awesome read. I recommend anybody that wants to really understand the banking system from like a high level perspective. It's a pretty short book and it goes into detail. He was a Federal Reserve trader. So if you want to kind of like really understand the plumbing of how central banking works, Central Banking 101 is really good. And he I kind of was DMing with him, like, thanks so much for writing this book. A lot of Bitcoiners want to learn about the money system. We kind of want to understand money more. And I asked him to come on my podcast, and he's like, yeah, I don't have any Bitcoin. I'm not really into it, but I'll come talk about central banking with you and the Federal Reserve System. So we did this podcast, and then I did a second one with him about Bitcoin, and Lynn Alden joined us, and we kind of orange-pilled him a little bit. And it was so funny. He's like a traditional money, Federal Reserve guy. He was like very open to buying Bitcoin by the end of our podcast. But the moment I started talking about e-cash systems and Bitcoin banking, he just put a wall up. He's like, that's the traditional money. You can't get into banking. Bitcoin can't do banking. It's okay to be digital gold, but it can't do credit. It can't do all this stuff. And in a funny way, that's how Bitcoiners react too. A lot of Bitcoiners, we have that same visceral reaction to talking about credit and Bitcoin and fractional reserve banking into Fedimint systems and stuff like that. But like you said, it's going to happen no matter what, because it's a free market and people see an opportunity to create a fractional reserve Chaumian mint and give a dividend to people who put Bitcoin in the mint, like a 2% Bitcoin-based dividend. I'm not sure I wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? Like if I can get a yield on my Bitcoin, and I know that like it's people I respect running the mint, and they're doing Lightning Network liquidity providing on the mint, and they're going to give me a 2% yield in Bitcoin, I might actually do that. And I might have I might be willing to take the risk and use their mint. And I know it's a 98% reserve mint. I know it's not full reserve, but I'm just not sure people won't use it, because myself, I'm being honest, like I probably would use it.
This question boils down to the idea that if credit, like we know that credit is valuable. It serves a very valuable function in the economy. If it's being extended through a fractional reserve medium, if it's coming into the economy through that method, the way to think about whether or not it would exist is, well, is valuable economic activity occurring that otherwise wouldn't because it's being extended on a fractional reserve basis? So there are loans that are coming out that are building valuable businesses, and if so, then they're returning to their investors, that intermediary you put your money in, and that intermediary is going to be competitive in a market by doing so, and they're going to be able to outcompete other people that aren't doing it. there's no way to give an answer as to whether or not that's the appropriate amount of credit, because we don't need fractional reserve. In a full reserve system, there's still going to be a lot of credit. It just means that the deposits that are within that system are going to be fully reserved for withdrawals. The question is, will that be enough? In a free market today, if we are on a Bitcoin standard, is that going to be enough credit that the economy demands? Or if credit hits that limit in a full reserve system, and there's a bunch of other smart people that can build valuable things that people will consume today, and that's not happening, then you can expect credit's going to start getting extended into the economy through other means. And that could still, it doesn't have to come through fractional reserve. That could come on a peer-to-peer basis. But that goes back to the other problem. Will peer-to-peer lending be good? Because there's going to be a lack of specialization there. There's going to be a lack of agency in those functions. So I don't know. I don't think that there's an answer to it, but I do think that what's native to Bitcoin technologies is a lot of novel, new ideas that are going to regulate the emergence of fractional reserve in ways that we've never seen before. It's going to be one of the most, it's going to be the most competitive banking system. It's going to be the most transparent because the reserves are on a blockchain. And things like Xiaomi and eCashments, or we're going to have a trustless clearinghouse settlement like the Lightning Network. Imagine if clearinghouses today gave the same assurances that Lightning Network participants can give you, like a Lightning service provider. That's very novel. eCashments, or think of them like a bank, but it's issuing you a token. You deposit your Bitcoin into a multi-sig, and it's issuing you a token back that's effectively giving you all the benefits of a cash system. Cash is king. Everybody wants cash. The problem with cash is it's not digital. So that's why people use credit cards and everything today. Xiaomi and eCash is like cash with all the benefits of being digital. And that's a really cool and interesting idea. You have the privacy benefits. It's a bearer instrument that'll exist on your phone. That's what I think is really compelling about it, is that consumers are going to be drawn to that over time. So this is like very new. Xiaomi and eCash technology actually was the very first thing that emerged when people were trying to make an online eCash, which is what eventually culminated in the creation of Bitcoin over a period of 40 years. David Chaum created it through blind signature technology back in the 80s. That company was called DigiCash. That, along with hundreds of other companies, failed in attempts to create something like Bitcoin before Bitcoin emerged. But that technology is actually valuable now that we have something that's digitally native. I think a lot of the reasons it failed was because it had to be tied to an old banking system. But the point is that we're using all these new technologies, and something that I think is really cool about Xiaomi and eCash is there's schemes where we can lower or we can automate bank runs on these types of mints, and we can do that for a very low cost. And that's kind of the key theme that I see, is that now that we're recreating banking systems with these digitally native protocols, we're lowering the marginal cost to participate in these systems. Now, there's a lot of beautiful things about Bitcoin, but I think the coolest thing, and largely attributable to Bitcoin's success, is the low cost of marginal participation that allows it to spread rapidly, that allows anybody to operate on a peer-to-peer basis. When we apply that same idea, where we can lower the cost of financial functions, like how Bitcoin lowered the cost to verify, that gives it a vastly superior characteristic to gold, that we can verify it instantly and in an automated way. A similar thing can happen with cryptography and software and the connection of the internet in other aspects of the financial system. And that's what we're seeing right now. That's what we're seeing with Lightning, which is changing the way that I think like a clearinghouse type functional work. Still is going to have costs associated with it. But it's vastly superior to what exists today. And things like Xiaomi and eCash, where we can automate bank runs, we can do things like multi-party path payments with them, where if you show me a Lightning invoice, I can pay one invoice from 100 different mints that I have depositing into. So you actually don't even have to trust a single mint. You can conduct payments in a seamless way from hundreds of mints, and you can diversify how much you want to trust these different mints. There's a bunch of different things that exist where the marginal cost of all these functions is going to be so low, and you're also going to have to compete with an entirely peer-to-peer market. That's never existed in banking systems before in any sort of practical sense. That's going to create, I think, this banking system that's so competitive and very distributed and automating functions that have never really existed before to where something like free banking can actually work as the theory describes it, as opposed to the realities of history.
It's pretty exciting when you know when you really think about it, that we're learning from centuries-old systems that worked and then got co-opted and corrupted by malinvestment and bad financial incentives, central banking, fiat money, etc. And now rediscovering it using bleeding edge technology to make it work better and serve us in a way that the banking system currently just completely discriminates like a whole swaths of the population, because money is debt and credit. And Mike Brock said this a couple of years at a Bitcoin conference in Miami, that like, you know, the whole redlining thing, it's a legitimate problem in a lot of low income areas where just the banking system doesn't know whether someone's going to pay back their debt. So the risk of them taking credit and then just not paying it back is high. So rather than finding a system that works for everybody, including people in poverty, they just cut them off. You can't have banking. You can't have credit. You just cut off from the money. So Bitcoin is enabling everybody to really be included in money. And just like you said, peer-to-peer. If you want to use credit, you can. But if you don't want to use credit, use Bitcoin in a way that doesn't use credit. And like I said, this is bleeding edge stuff. So it's, what do you think, maybe like 5-10 years away before we see like real usage of this stuff? Or like, what are your predictions for adoption of Chaumy and eCash, Bitcoin, Fedimints, and stuff like that by like, 2030?
Yeah. So I don't know. I think I'm always wrong about my time predictions in the sense that things actually have happened a lot more quickly than I would have expected. So I wrote this paper it's called Banks Without Bankers. It's on a lot of these ideas I'm talking about back in the fall. And then in that paper, I'm referencing how, well, if we have a bunch of mints, we need to have some sort of transparency, and we need to have like an online marketplace where people can be like, is this mint trusted? What's their reputation? What are their reviews? Have they have they stolen from the multi-sig where everybody holds Bitcoin? And then I saw bitcoinmints.com pop up like a month ago. And it's there's a founder who's also working on a Nostr company called Prism. And him and I were on a call. He was like, yeah, man, I read your paper, totally sold me on eCash, and I made this website because you were talking about it in the paper. And I was just like, that's the coolest thing anyone's ever said to me. Like, that made me very happy to hear. And there's kind of this boom that's happening. I think it's being discussed a lot more. People are learning about it. I think it's going to get drastically more controversial. And I'm surprised it's not that controversial today. I should be getting boos from the audience, by the way. And
Me too.
Yeah. So like...
When I said fractional reserve banking wasn't necessarily evil, I was expecting some boos, but...
I view eCash as like this bell curve meme, where I think that, the dumb guys at the one end, they like eCash because how simple and easy to use it is, and the geniuses at the other end like it because of the systemic benefits that it can actually create with this nuance in the technology. And I think that a lot of other ideas exist in the middle because there's always going to be an economic cost with trustless versus trusted. It doesn't mean that people won't use it or can use it. People can do whatever they want. But consumer behavior, I think, will always go towards efficient and trusted forms of technology. I'm the biggest proponent of wanting to see some sort of novel, completely trustless system like the Lightning Network that isn't going to be expensive or centralize capital or require a ton of upfront learning to use yourself and a ton of maintenance and operation over time. But I think the reality is that if we have to move collateral everywhere in a trustless system, that's always going to require maintenance and costs. And unless there's a 0-to-1 innovation that emerges, that's always going to remain. That's why I think something like eCash, which doesn't require any sort of fork in Bitcoin, exists today and is very simple and is a very low marginal cost to participate in, is something that could really take off for those kind of reasons. Going back to the very beginning of our conversation, it's not necessarily the world I want. The world I would want is, you know, everybody is attentive and everybody has a sense of urgency towards learning about these things. But that's not the world it is, and that's not the world that I think really will be. So I look at the technologies from the perspective of how the market is going to respond to it, and that's kind of how I view a lot of this emerging at scale.
Awesome. Well, if you want to learn more about Eric's thoughts on Chime in eCash and Bitcoin banking, he's written a paper, and if you're like me, it's kind of like difficult to read papers. So thankfully, Guy Swan has read it for you. If you want to just Google Guy Swan Bitcoin Audible, and Eric's papers are there. And he's did a really great interview with James Lavish on what Bitcoin did recently. They talk a lot about the money system and the banking system stuff. So continued learning about Eric's stuff is, yeah.
Thanks, Brad. Joe, do we have more time, or what's the situation right now?
I think it's lunch.
Yeah, ideally it's lunchtime. You missed one shill, the 7th property.
Oh,
Did
yeah,
you mention
I did
that already?
Yeah, I did that at the beginning, but let's do it again. The 7th property.
Buy it.
Book.
Yeah, awesome. I think we should probably have some lunch.
All right, so I'll hang out for a little bit. If anybody wants to do Q&A, I mean, Brad's got to go work out.
As we are at the news desk at the Canadian Bitcoin Conference 2024. I'm here with BJ Ditcher, Dave Bradley, and of course, Nolan. Nolan is one of my favorite hosts. He's the host of The Breakup. Guys, you have to tune in 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nolan drops hot fire every fucking day, to the point that Opti is watching Nolan more than me, and it makes me slightly jealous. So Nolan, it's an honor to have you on the news desk. Great to meet you in person. I don't think we've ever met in person, bro.
I think we might have bumped into each other at one of the big Bitcoin magazine shows here or there. I remember when you got the blonde streak put in last year, but it's within all that chaos. So I'm glad I can be on set with you. That's what I love. I hate these, remote zoom in and all that stuff. It's nice to be on set with you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And dude, well, yeah, I feel the same way. And of course, Dave Bradley, the organizer of the Bitcoin Rodeo in Calgary. It's gonna be very special this year. I heard you guys got someone by the name of JP Spears.
Yeah, JP Sears we've got. JP Sears is like the most famous internet comedian where no one knows his name, right? He's that comedian with the long red hair. And I've had this conversation like 100 times since we booked him. And then I pull up his picture and everybody's like, oh, I fucking love that guy. So we're going to have a very comedy focused conference. We're not getting deep into the technicals. No one will be discussing their papers. And we've also got the roast of BTC sessions, which is going to be epic as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. The roast of BTC sessions. I wonder where that's gonna go. It's gonna be interesting to say the least. And of course, we got the Canadian freedom fighter. Can we say that here?
We're a little too close to Ottawa to say that, so just say some regular guy that just happens to be in the neighborhood.
Just another Canadian trucker that happens to be in the neighborhood that something relating to honking for freedom and Bitcoin and Yeah. How you doing, BJ?
This is great, man. Like, of all the conferences I've been to, I got to say, for me, this is one of the nicest venues I've seen. The people are great. You're seeing people from across the country coming together, all political stripes, and it's all around just the premise of what I call the Freedom Protocol. And we're all on this mission together. We're forging ahead. I've never seen the Bitcoin community so positive in one event. And I don't think that has anything to do with the all-time high that we're experiencing right now. People are just done. There's another happening there. We've been through it a few times for some of us. We're confident and comfortable with the protocol, and there's nothing else to convince ourselves about. It's now about teaching the rest of the world and giving back to the world.
Man, beautifully said. And I'm going to pass it on to Nolan. Nolan, what's your take on all this, man? Like, where's your mind at? Where's your spirit at? What are you thinking about these days?
A lot like what BJ just said. When you go around Canada, what you see is a bunch of mentally ill and depressed people that really have pessimistic ideas about the future. There's not a lot of Canadians who are out there telling you, well, I think tomorrow is going to be better than today. Because, of course, Canada has been, one of the reasons why I do believe Canada is filled with the stupidest people in the world is because they have the per capita brainwashing in Canada is just higher. Americans have all these NGOs and these third party brainwashers. Well, just like everything, there's a McDonald's Canada, right? They set up their Canadian cutout version of it. So the actual saturation of brainwashing in Canada is much worse. It's why you saw Canada behave the way it did during COVID. It's why you see this big disconnect between what average Canadians are thinking and what you're hearing in the fake news. So Canada exists in this weird change, in this weird spot. Now, in many ways, Bitcoin will come to Canada first because this place became so miserable. That's why the contrast is really there for Bitcoiners. That's why Bitcoiners, just like you said, all this positivity and this optimism, and you see these people come together in Canada, you can't find a person here who thinks that tomorrow is not going to be better than today because of Bitcoin. And so it's a big contrast, and I love that contrast. Just like the truckers, I think of World War III as this fight between the concept of the nation state and individuals, and not between countries themselves, although that might happen. But what you saw, and I think it will be remembered forever, I think what we saw with the truckers really was a kind of D-Day event, if you will, in history. And again, it's why you got to love Justin Trudeau. You got to give him credit. There's never been a better agent of change in Canada. It's what I said on stage earlier. It's why I'll vote for Joe Biden 5 times again in America. Let's put the pedal to the metal. Let's destroy fiat. We need more Justin Trudeau's, more Joe Biden's. Joe Biden 2024, 5 times. He's got my vote. I'm going to vote for Trudeau as many times as I can again as well, because we got to get going quick here. And that's something that a lot of people here can understand. That's what I love meeting all these Bitcoiners in Canada. They understand things are changing. Canada is the spearhead of the end of nation states in the world. The dumbest country to ever exist in the world will be the first to check out. So I'm glad I'm here for it. Glad I'm seeing it.
And that's exactly what you guys should tune into the breakup at 8 a.m. because Nolan drops that fire every single day. Nolan, I got to say, when we were saying this the other day, we were going back and forth on Twitter. You come from the accelerationist camp, right? You're like, all right, you know what? If Joe Biden hostile against Bitcoin tyranny, yeah, Joe Biden 2024. Justin Trudeau, I don't know when the election is here.
Won the election, yeah.
So I have a question for you, though. Like, does the kind of regulatory environment, specifically in the U.S., where they're just going after self-custody altogether, that doesn't concern you whatsoever?
Well, again, like Canada, one of the brilliant things about the way this place was organized is that, we created the federal governments to win the world wars. What we did in Ottawa, what we did in DC, think of them as huge aircraft carriers that were put up to win the war. We never shut it off. These are constructs, they're not real. They're created by human beings who got together and it made sense at the time when they did it. But they're not real. We've forgotten the truth about what Canada is and what America is. The states themselves are sovereigns. They are like countries. And all that needs to happen in the United States is the states themselves have to wake up. What we're seeing in Texas, what we're seeing, this whole state-based conflict that you're seeing in the United States, the rejigging of federalism, if you will, that thing is going to come to Canada as well. We're going to get a new deal with these federal governments. So the more and more they try to exercise their fake powers, these are fake powers, even more explicitly in Canada. The only thing that's different with Canadian federalism and US federalism and the calibration is the banking. The banking is is federal in Canada, which is why you were able to see that efficient corruption during the truckers thing. That's why it was so easy. That's why it was press play, shut down the banking. Because in very few places do you have such overt, obvious banana republic banking as Canada. That's one of the problems of the way we set this country up. And it's one of the first things to expose the fictitious reason why we created this country in the first place. Now, they did it for many reasons that made sense at the time, to build a train, to build the east-west infrastructure, to do all those things. But when I see them exercising powers that they don't really have, it's a good sign. It shows that the system is dying, that they're in a type of defibrillator situation, grasping at powers which really aren't there. And the more and more they show that they want to wield these powers, the more and more people are going to say, hey, should you even be doing that in the first place? So I don't like what I see in the United States, but we saw it coming. In Canada, you can imagine they'll do it very efficiently if they need to, right? If they need to do what we're seeing in the United States, these people aren't going to complain about it. But luckily, and it's one of the sad things, I guess, you see when you come here as someone who was already a Canadian refugee, right? I got out of Canada years ago because I saw this stuff coming. When the truckers were there, I was living down in the Caribbean having a good laugh. I thought it was real funny, you know, and I didn't have anything associated with Canada that could be infringed upon. But you know, I was definitely for them and definitely interested, but I could see right away that the reaction, it's Newtonian physics, action reaction. They got themselves into trouble with it. It'll never be forgotten. That was a D-Day event, and I'm glad they flexed the muscle, which they shouldn't have in the first place. It woke up a lot of Canadians.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And 100%. It was a historic moment, not only in Canada's history, also in Bitcoin's history as well. And I think Bitcoiners learned a lot of lessons there, right? Because I think a lot of Bitcoiners have this utopian view of, you know, self-custody is the end-all be-all, but how are you self-custodying your Bitcoin, right? Are the people that are holding the keys to this multi-sig wallet, are they public? Could they be anon, right? There were so many lessons learned in the Canadian truckers protest, of course, which BJ was definitely not a part of.
I had nothing to do with it, but also
it's pro-traffic.
I wanted to get Dave's opinion on the state, and then we'll go back to BJ. Dave, so specifically Alberta has really taken this it's basically taken a different approach to the rest of the Canadian provinces. It's more pro-freedom, like going back to what Nolan was saying. And it seems like they stood up to Trudeau in a little bit. Do you see that pattern continuing? Do you see Alberta, sticking the middle finger up more? Like, I know, like in the United States, for example, one of the things that I love about it, and the founding fathers were genius when they designed the country in this way, is that they still have a tremendous amount of sovereignty over the federal government, right? So what's your take on that? What's your take on Bitcoin in Alberta, Alberta's sovereignty? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think this thing that we're discussing where, the communists have taken things too far in a lot of ways, and they are starting to feel the pushback from a lot more people. And the standard sort of idea is like, we don't like this government, we should vote in a different government, right? And I think that's going to happen. We're on a path that's very likely to lead to Pierre Poilievre being Prime Minister of Canada. And, most of the country at this point is very sick of Justin Trudeau. And I think we're at a key point right now where we as Bitcoiners can present that third option. And it's not really a choice between right and left. The conservatives and the liberals are basically selling us the same pack of lies. They're really just arguing over how they spend the money that they steal from us. And what we're well positioned to do now is to say there's another option. There's this third option, which is your own freedom, your own sovereignty, and your own individualism. And there's nothing more powerful than to get to that point than Bitcoin, honestly. And I think that's springing up more in Alberta than we see anywhere else, really. And part of the reason for that is because we've gotten a worse deal. It's the same. It's the same story as Canada as a whole. We're likely to move towards those ideals of freedom and individualism more quickly than some other states that have basically just not gotten fucked by their governments as hard. And at the end of the day, I think Alberta is probably going to be one of the first places in the world that ends up really adopting Bitcoin in a real way, not making it legal tender. Like, legal tender is literally the opposite of the ideals of Bitcoin. It's like, we give you permission to use this as money. Bitcoin is money without permission, right? There's no one that can tell us whether we're going to use it or not. And I've done a little sort of like speaking tour around rural Alberta the last couple months, and I can tell you that those people who are the people that really drive the economy, that will really drive change, those people are ready to hear about Bitcoin now because, they've just been shit on for so long. It's time for a different option. And, we have less and less use for fiat. And
I got some in my hand. It's very warm in here. I have found a use case for fiat.
Should we all rip it in honor of the having?
Do you have a lighter?
All right. 3, 2, 1. All right. There we go.
Make it rain, buddy.
Make it rain. Make it rain. All right. So, BJ, Dave was talking about driving, and you're someone who doesn't drive because you're not a trucker, but you have been involved in, you have definitely not involved whatsoever in any type of the political, discourse or any of that stuff. But what's your take on all these things that you're not involved in whatsoever?
I think of a lot of what Nolan is addressing is very astute and very accurate. It's particularly the implanted mental illness amongst people across Canada. And I think the issue is that people lack hope. We lack a vision. We lack leadership. Our country's run by a group of lobbyists. And there is no hope for the future. It's not like the 1950s. Remember the 50s? The hope for the future, the flying car, these, technology is going to change your life. Well, right now, we have AI coming in. What's our attitude towards technology? We're cynical. Anything that new sucks. That's not the frame that I live in. That's not the frame that I might have had a handle in communicating a little trucker protest around. It was about hope and positivity. And that's what I try to reach people who don't know about Bitcoin, to orange pill them, that here is your positive vision of the future. It's not a coin. It's a freedom protocol. And when I frame it in that term, all of a sudden something begins to click and people realize, oh, wait, there is an option. I can opt out of government to some degree, and that's what we're all here for. And it's amazing. The best thing that happened out of this moment that I had nothing to do with was the number of boomers that reached out to me to say, okay, I don't know what Bitcoin is, but I think I need some. How do I get it? How do I learn it? I go on the radio regularly, regular testicle radio, to talk about Bitcoin to boomers and why they should have a percentage of it as a long-term insurance policy. And it resonates to the point that now the boomers are emailing the radio station saying, yeah, have that Bitcoin guy back on. I'm curious. I want to learn. It's just going to take time. And if you give people a framing of hope and positivity, but we also do the good cop, bad cop thing, that's what's going to bring people into the space. So good on to you for everything you're doing, Nolan.
Yeah, it's time for irreverence, right? The advantage you hear, and I think you mentioned it on stage about China and what you can say about the Chinese government. I was in China last week, and I've been thinking about this for almost 10 years. I remember being in China in 2016, and it was just before the Trump election and all that. And I remember people saying to me there, we're trading, we're getting Bitcoin because we expect our government to rug pull us anyway. And right away you start to understand what a big weakness they had in Canada by somehow mixing up our patriotism with money and understanding how are they related. Canada has a million things to be proud of. It's not the Bank of Canada and the nerds who launched that thing. But we've got an amazing history, each individual one of these projects. Look at this place in Quebec. Look at the weather here. They've been here for 400 years. You know what it was like going through winter here 400 years ago? It wasn't easy, and they did it. They charted out this place. They made a home here. They have a lot to be proud of. Why does it have to get involved in the destiny of the Bank of Canada? And so we got to separate that. The separation of church and state is a weird process. It's messy because so many people got their identity from that indoctrination. You see people stand up at hockey games in Canada and they sing the anthem. We all did that our whole life. What a farce. What a stupid thing to do before a hockey game. It makes no sense. And here we are doing it. Now I get why people do it. But it wasn't because, the reasons behind it were different than we think they are. And now we're at this point where we got to know what we want to keep. We got to know what we're going to leave. And I think if you look at what's happening in the United States, it's going to come here. What we saw in America in 2020 with the elections were such a scam that they tried to go around and tell Americans first of all, that you had an election to begin with. Bitcoiners understand if you cannot verify, it didn't happen. If you don't have an audit of transactions, there was no transaction. Bitcoiners understand, don't trust, verify. We need to send that meme into the stratosphere in Canada. We need all Canadians to understand how memetically important it is that if you're sitting there listening to these people having trust in almost anything they built, they're robbing you. Now, you can have all these impressions of who they are as people. You can know them individually. It's hard to stomach. It's a hard thing to understand, but Americans were left adrift in 2020. It's the second most censored event in American history after the COVID vaccine was the 2020 election. But Americans got their mind around it. They understand what's happening. Bitcoiners have a big role to play in that in America. They helped Americans get their mind around what happened in 2020. They're helping Americans prepare for 2024, no matter what happens, whether they have an election or not. But Canadians are still behind on that. We're still in the mind that, oh, the government ran an election for us, it must be legit. You know what the biggest red flag I see in Canada is? That Trudeau doesn't look like he's that worried. I don't see a guy out there campaigning like he's down 4 points in a poll. That's a red flag. That's a huge red flag. It's the same with Joe Biden. Joe Biden's not out there exactly busting up the hustings on the campaign trail, is he? I know why. I'll tell you why he doesn't care. Now, I'm not trying to tell you that I know what's going on with the elections. I don't know shit. I have no proof of anything. I have never seen or I don't know anything about Dominion security or anything like that. What I do know is I learned from Bitcoin that if I cannot verify the transaction didn't happen, the only data point left in the world worth a damn is what's happening on the Bitcoin blockchain. Everything else is gamed. Everything else shows the broken incentives of money. Everything else has some angle. And we're sitting in the middle of that here in Canada with a bunch of people that are just, they're still a bit innocent about this. They've got to know after what's worth keeping, and that's a job Bitcoiners can actually fulfill. What is great about Canada? What should we just ignore? What should we let go? And it's tough. It's a tough thing that Canadians are going to have to go through because they love their country. We love money. We all love money. They fell in love with the wrong broad. She's a homemaker, our home wrecker. She's fucked up. You got to get rid of her. That's why I call my show The Breakup. We're in a toxic relationship with something that we love. And it's hard to put an end to it. Nation states are all bound up in this relationship with the money, and it's tough, you know.
You know, it's really interesting that you said the element of trust, okay? Because it reminded me, and Nolan, of course, you do a show, so I'm sure that you saw this clip. I'm going to share my screen real quick. Here's the author of Sapiens. His name, I believe, I'm going to butcher this completely, but Yuval Harari, I believe. And the Bank of International Settlements, they just ponied up, put him on a stage, and take a look at what he has to say about trust, and I want to get your guys' reactions to this video.
When I look at Bitcoin as a historian, I don't like it because this is a money built on distrust. The central idea of Bitcoin is basically electronic gold, that we don't trust the banks, the governments, so we don't want to give them the ability to create as much money as they like, so we create this Bitcoin. It's a currency of distrust. I do think that the future belongs to electronic money, but what we've seen over the last centuries is that it's actually a good idea to give banks and governments the ability to create more.
Oh man, dude, I can't do. It's actually a good idea to, arm governments with the ability to print money infinitely to fund the endless wars and all the crazy. Could you believe it? You were saying that, and that this is like this is the opposite of Nolan. This is who they roll out on the central banking conferences, and they're like, okay, they have Nolan, we have this guy Harari, roll him out and tell everybody that actually trust is a good thing. Trust us. Don't verify whatsoever. Take our word for it, Nolan.
Yeah, so I was actually, we listened to that in the top of the Ritz-Carlton in Hong Kong last week, me and a bunch of Chinese Bitcoiners and local Bitcoiners, and on the 120th floor of this hotel, just cracking up at this fucking moron. This guy is one of the greatest things. This bug-eyed dumb shit that goes on about all his degrees. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about NPCs. It's not an IQ problem. It's not an information problem. This guy has a problem with reality. He cannot stomach it. And I'm not a mind reader here, but what I see is someone who is at the edge of a change, of an apocalypse, a type of apocalypse. And apocalypse can mean revelation. It could mean that we learn things that we didn't understand before, but it's the end of something. So when I see these people who are standing like him at the very precipice of this apocalypse, grasping at straws, inverting reality, saying that this is about mistrust and this is about trust, it's just perfect. So I love him. I wish he would go onto Justin Trudeau's campaign. I hope they bring him out for Joe Biden's campaign. That would be great. So he does us all a great service for opening his mouth, and his misanthropic, human-filled hatred worldview is just awesome, and I love the contrast.
Absolutely, man. He's the central banker's response to the breakup and Nolan. They rolled him out. He's the response. Anyways, I'm gonna pass it on to Dave. Dave, what is your reaction to Mr. Harari's take? Was he spot on? Is Bitcoin a currency of mistrust? Is that a bad thing? Should we give even more trust to the government? It's not like they've ever used that against us or anything, right, BJ?
Not at all. Listen, just one quick thing, David. And I don't know. We talked about mental illness. That's the mental illness. During this event that I had nothing to do with, we had a trucker who came to us when we all had our bank accounts and credit cards and lines of credit frozen. And she said to me, my husband needs to buy insulin in 2 weeks. What do we do? Is the government trying to kill us? We all joke about it, but there are very serious consequences of the government being able to cut off your life. Like I spoke to Jordan Peterson about this. I said to him, we were talking privately, it was like living in the Middle Ages and being banished from the town center to be left for dead for the wolves in the forest. That's what the fiat system now allows them to do to us.
Absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a quick switch. We're going to get Larry Lepard on the news desk. So, gentlemen, thank you so much. Nolan, appreciate it. And Dave, if you want to stick around, it's up to you. And okay, all right, Larry. We're gonna work in Larry, and of course BJ Ditcher. Thank you so much, brother. Nolan, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it, and thank you, Dave.
Guys, that's why you need to watch Nolan in the morning on the breakup to get that kind of signal every single.
Switch up. All right, everybody, we're gonna get Larry Lepard onto the desk. You want to move over? Yeah. Sure. There you go. Right there. All right, everybody. We got the one, the only Larry Lepard, who has joined us on the Simply Bitcoin news desk. I'm here with Dave Bradley. Dave Bradley is the organizer of the Bitcoin Rodeo, and Larry Lepard is just awesome. One of my favorite boomers in Bitcoin. One of the most based Bitcoiners, based Bitcoin boomers. And Larry, we've crossed paths multiple times, different continents, different locations this year, spreading the signal. Tell me, what is different this year in Bitcoin's history? We have the ETFs, tremendous amount of institutional interest. Of course, it's getting into the political discussion. You have Trump mentioning it. You have Biden hating it. You have RFK mentioning it. What's your take, Larry?
It's all good. I think we've really moved to the next layer. This was obscure. It's still early, but it's not obscure anymore. There was a time, I remember very clearly, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 2021, Miami, etc. And we were really fringe then. And we're not fringe anymore. I mean, this is a real movement. You've got political candidates talking about it. You got the ETFs. You got Larry Fink talking about it. It's real. It's very real. But we're still in the launch phase. I mean, I believe that less than 10% of the country, the U.S. or maybe developed countries, own any Bitcoin, and probably within that 10%, probably only 1 or 2% own a shitload of Bitcoin and have really gotten fully orange pilled. So, we're going to go from there to 100% adoption, and that's a lot of adoption and a lot of growth, right? It's all good.
Absolutely. Dave, you've been here since almost the very beginning. Does it surprise you that Bitcoin has reached these heights, these levels? It's in political discourse. It's become legal tender. BlackRock launched an ETF. Does this surprise you?
It's not surprising, but it's kind of surreal sometimes because like there was a point where like it was just me in Western Canada that was in the Bitcoin industry, and I was like selling it to like a couple of random nerds at coffee shops. And to go from that to like especially walking into like some of the big conferences, like the Miami 2021 conference was a big one. We're walking into that and being like, I don't know how many tens of thousands of people are at this conference, but to go from like the Tim Hortons on the corner with the autistic nerds to this giant conference center, that's pretty crazy. And it shows, I think, that more and more of the world is ready for this. That's kind of what we've been talking about, right? And more people are feeling the pain. Like if we would have talked about inflation to the average person on the street like 5 years ago, they'd probably heard of it but didn't really care. And now it has like actually hurt like pretty much everyone. We've all gone and tried to buy a steak and paid triple what we paid 3 years ago. And so we're in this spot where, like I was saying previously, people are picking sides between right and left, but really like we are the actual other side. The Bitcoiners are the apolitical side, the side that says, we are not going to give the value that we produce with our time to this leech class of people who will then spend it on stepping on our necks, right? And the trucker protest, inflation, really everything that we've gotten to has gotten us to this point where the political system has reached a level of absurdity where, we can see them lying to us. We know they're lying, and they know that we know that they're lying. But they look us in the eye and they lie to us anyway, and they expect us to just go along with that as if it's not happening. And that disconnect is a big disconnect that we're seeing, especially with politicians on the left right now. It feels like they have no idea what the world outside of their ivory towers is like these days. And that is going to result in a shift more towards populist policies, I think. But ultimately, the house is on fire. You got to get out.
Absolutely, and Bitcoin's the way out. Okay, I saw Larry pick up the Bolivars. So Larry, can you do the honors with me? I'm going to give you a bill. Let's rip it up together, Larry. Let's rip it up. Fiat going to zero. Fiat going to zero.
It's already at zero. We're just tearing it in half. Yeah.
So, okay. So, Larry, let me ask you something. Huge lengths. Obviously, Dave's been here since almost the very beginning, made tremendous amount of strides. What do you see? What do you foresee the next 5 to 10 years in Bitcoin's history? Right, it's getting into the political sphere. Do you see mass adoption happening very quickly, or do you see this taking more like 15 to 20?
I think the 5 or 10 is a very good analog. I mean, I'm sure you've heard me talk in the past about this tipping point theory that Malcolm Gladwell put together, which says that, and he demonstrates on prior innovations how if it takes 10 years for something to reach 10% of the population, then it'll take 10 years to go from 10 to 90. And this is the pattern with cell phones and cars and all washing machines. I mean, all kinds of innovations. And we're now about 15 years into this, and I think we're kind of scratching 10% penetration. And so I think in the next 15 years, we're going to go from here to 90% penetration. And the curve is going to be really steep. I agree very much with everything Dave said, that it's kind of surreal that this is happening. I mean, this is no longer magic internet money. And it is driven by the fact that, what's happening in the world is making the pain really noticeable. And it's nice in a scientific sense. It's like problem solution, right? And more and more people are going to say, "Hey, we got a problem," and here we are saying, "Hey, guess what? We got a solution." And as that word spreads, it's just going to become overwhelming. I mean, you've already got these ETFs. I've got all kinds of people who are skeptical and negative on it in the past asking me about it now. And of course we all know that it starts with curiosity, and then it leads to maybe your first small purchase, and then you buy Safe's book and you really understand what it is, and it just kind of snowballs. Pretty soon you're a raving lunatic, 100% in on Bitcoin, and you're trying to orange pill everybody you know. I mean, that's kind of the progression, but it takes time, right? You don't start it fully orange pilled. You start it curious.
Absolutely, and I think we've seen that. Like you've seen that with and it's really exciting because it was recently announced that Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, seems like that camera is overheating, so we're going to switch to that one. John, could you just put that camera? This one overheated. Could you fix that camera? Point it to us more. That camera on the right. So it seems like Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, the Wisconsin investment fund. And shout out to Hoffa and Dom Bay, because I remember that. So how significant is that, Lawrence?
I think that's huge. I think my mic might. Okay, yeah. I think that's really huge. I mean, to have a state pension fund buy Bitcoin, wow. So I mean, it's game theory, right? All other 49 states have got to be asking themselves, these guys did this. Is something we should be doing, right? I mean, in the same way that you've seen other big entities buy it. I think it's huge. I was really, really excited when I saw that news.
Do you think that's going to lead to other other pension funds, just like Wells Fargo owns Bitcoin now? Like, that's crazy.
I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, I think everybody now has to ask themselves the question. I mean, there's a big consulting firm in Boston called Cambridge Associates that advises a lot of pension funds and endowments. And they're very old school, and they were very negative on Bitcoin for all the obvious reasons. And I've been told that, they've actually had to come up with an answer, because they're getting all their customers are now saying to them, hey, I'm hearing about this Bitcoin thing. It's the best performing asset in the last 15 years. Should we have some of this? And of course, 3 years ago, their answer was hell no. And now their answer is kind of like, well, it's risky and volatile, and maybe a 1% allocation makes sense. But that's a start, right? I mean, the marketplace, I mean, it's very much like Vanguard, right? Vanguard says, okay, we're not going to recommend this, we're not going to support this, etc. And Vanguard's customers say, fine, we're leaving. We'll go somewhere else. I mean, the thing that's, to me, the most amazing statistic that very few people, or not very few, but it's not emphasized enough by all of us, this is the best performing financial asset in the last 15 years by a country mile. And it's enormous. And if you consider what investment management is all about, you're supposed to be achieving the highest possible rates of return that you can achieve. And there's some risk adjustment, Sharpe ratio, et cetera. But and here you've got an asset that's performed better than any other financial asset in the history of investing. And so, my view is that to be in the investment management business and to not at least consider it, and you consider having a weighting and to have a view on it, is just purely irresponsible. I mean, it's like you're missing the boat. Right?
100% agree. And it's like you can take an ideological stance, but you're hurting your client by not offering Bitcoin exposure. Like what Vanguard did, I don't think it's a coincidence that the CEO stepped down.
Oh no, there's no question. He fucked up, right? I mean, basically he blew the call, right? He didn't get the income from having the ETF. And they started losing clients as a result of not being able to give them what the clients wanted. So, he was in the middle of his career, and he was doing fine until he fucked the call up on that, and they threw him out.
100%. Dave, what's your take on all this, brother?
Yeah, it's interesting because there's some shifting incentives going on there right now. Basically, right? You've got these investment management professionals who get paid when they make money. And the general idea is they're supposed to grow the wealth of their clients. And Bitcoin being such a great performing asset is, they were very dumb not to have invested in this in the past, obviously. And so they're seeing those returns, and they're seeing the FOMO that their clients are getting. But at the same time, the very fact that they're investing in Bitcoin is kind of like eating their lunch for the future, right? It's the technology that will starve out that entire industry, and it's going to eventually remove the advantage that they have, which is being closer to the money printer, essentially.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. I mean, they've got themselves in a pickle, but the fact that they can make money on it is a huge thing. I mean, the ETFs allowed them to make money on it. And so that was all we needed to unlock, trillions and trillions of money that was in accounts that could not buy it. Because, your average, boomer or investor with capital wasn't going to go out and learn how to use a Trezor or a cold card. It just wasn't going to happen.
It's a natural advantage that Bitcoin has because to your point, like they like it because they can make money off of it. They're inherently using short-term thinking in a system that incentivizes short-term thinking. If they were thinking long-term, they would necessarily be very anti-Bitcoin because Bitcoin destroys their industry in the long term.
That is correct. Yeah, I mean, arguably maybe that's what the Vanguard guy was saying, was, hey, this is bad for us long term, so I'm not going to support it. But it didn't do much for his career.
To say the least. Anyways, guys, you're listening to the Canadian Bitcoin 2024 live stream day 2. There's currently 4,473 of you guys watching live. So if you're enjoying the live stream so far, smash the like button. Consider subscribing if you feel like this content is providing you value. We still have the second part of the day's panels. The next one coming up at 1:30, so about 5 minutes from now, AI and Bitcoin growth. I'm joined on the panel on the news desk currently with Dave Bradley, the co-founder of Bull Bitcoin. Is that correct? And also the organizer of the Bitcoin Rodeo conference happening in Alberta. I'll be there as well. And of course, Larry Lepard. I absolutely love Larry.
General ranter and critic of the Federal Reserve, right?
And every single time that Larry comes on our interview series, Simply Bitcoin IRL, we have these amazing conversations. And I would say one of the best conversations we've ever had, Larry, was not recorded, but it was on the bus back from the Bitcoin Halving Hotel to the El Salvador airport.
That was a great conversation. Yeah, absolutely. El Salvador is a really fabulous place. I mean, it's great what's going on there, and kudos to everybody who's made that happen.
100%. So, gentlemen, we got about 4 minutes left or so, but I want to really hit on this topic because I think it's really important, which is the idea that a lot of the real estate prices that you see all over the U.S., also in Canada as well, have these monetary premiums as people try to maintain their purchasing power in this broken money. And that essentially has outpriced a lot of the younger generations out of their ability to own a first home. But the argument that I've been making, Larry, is that like the American dream is still alive and well. It's actually worldwide now. If you've been saving in Bitcoin, if you've been living on a Bitcoin standard, everything just gets cheaper.
Right. I mean, there's a great meme on Twitter. I'm sure somebody can put it up in the chat group that just shows the price of houses in Bitcoin and how it's gone down over the last 10 years. I mean, housing prices have gone up nominally, but in Bitcoin terms, they've gone down, and that's that's what this is all about, right? Storing and saving your money in something that increases in value over time.
Absolutely. So, Dave, what class are you in? Like 2011, 2013?
Yeah, I got into Bitcoin. I started selling Bitcoin at the corner store and mining in my basement in 2010, and then 2013 was when I got into the space full time and opened my first Bitcoin business, which is called Bitcoin Brains, which was may have been the first like physical brick and mortar Bitcoin store. We sold miners and Bitcoin, and that was pretty much all you could sell that was Bitcoin related. There were not even any Bitcoin t-shirts back then yet.
So I'm pretty sure, Larry, if my memory serves me correctly, we're around the same class, like 2016. So
yeah, I actually bought some in 2013 when Coinbase came public, but not a lot. And I must admit, in the early days, I was a skeptic because of all the prior failures. eCash and all those things didn't work, and so I kind of thought, oh, it's going to be like those. And I did, I used the heuristic, right? Yeah.
So, man, same story, right? I acquired Bitcoin to buy some stuff on the internet, but it never worked out. But I never saw it as savings technology, right?
Right. I knew it was potentially sound money. I just had the fear that it wouldn't work, that it would eventually succumb to the problems that had hit all the other attempts prior. And that was because I really hadn't taken the time to understand the technology, and I'm not a tech geek or anything. I think Saifedean's book actually that was probably what orange pilled me the most. I mean, when I read that and realized somebody of his stature was supporting it. And then I went to a couple of shows and met some of the core developers. And even though they were pretty, cautious and said, well, it's an experiment, it could still fail, they explained it enough to me that I thought, well, and it had worked now. I mean, in 13 or 14, so they had, 6 years of data or something. And, okay, well, it's worked for 6 years. Maybe it's going to keep going.
Absolutely. So, Dave, I wanted to ask you, you've been living on a Bitcoin standard 2013, man. That's a decade and a year, right? Have things gotten progressively cheaper?
Well, I mean, in Bitcoin terms, absolutely. You know, I have horror stories about the Bitcoins that I spent to start up my businesses back then. That, you know, I have a 120 Bitcoin desk pedestal. That, you know, ouch. Ouch. But it, you know, we had to move. We had to do something. If nobody had created the Bitcoin industry, we wouldn't be where we are today. And you know, it's really interesting what you're talking about back then, because 2010 nobody was talking about sound money. You know, a lot of the dialogue around Bitcoin you'd see on like Bitcoin forum talk and Reddit and stuff like that was about how it was this censorship resistant payment tool more so than a form of sound money, and more like a competitor to PayPal that also happened to be free of chargebacks and relatively anonymous. Although they were calling it entirely anonymous back then. So the narrative has really shifted, and I think, yeah, I mean, the Bitcoin standard was really like what crystallized a lot of those ideas. And nowadays, we're very lucky, and especially people that are newly getting into the space are very lucky, because there's just like an absolute wealth of content that you can learn what really matters about Bitcoin relatively quickly and easily now compared to before.
No, and that's something that like I experienced as well, right? When I really got into the Bitcoin content, the whole thing, it was 2020. There was really no Bitcoin only media. It was really in its infancy. And you started to see the rise of the podcasters in 2019, 2020. So Peter McCormack became more solidified, TFTC, Natalie's absolutely incredible at what she does. And then you saw the rise of Bitcoin only content as well. And that was really 2020. So it's really only been 4 years, right? Before there was Bitcoin and crypto content, but there was no Bitcoin content, because Bitcoin content is slightly different. It really focuses on the separation of money and state, really focuses on sound money versus the altcoin content that is like just casino. I don't know how I would describe it. Just talking about the casino.
Total shitcoinery. I mean, that was a rough chapter for the whole thing. I mean, it really, FTX and all of that stuff, all that shitcoin stuff did us a real disservice. It slowed things down for a while. Although it did bring some new people, and some of those shitcoiners converted into being Bitcoiners eventually. But on balance, I think that was a really dark chapter.
I think we're just in a new dark chapter of that same phenomenon, though, and the scammers just move from one acronym to another, and the NFT ordinal thing is really no different than the shitcoin thing. It's just the people that come in from the fiat world looking for a way to make money without providing value, and as long as fiat exists, there will be another new scam trying to latch on to the side of Bitcoin.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, do you like? So that's a really hot button issue, right? The ordinals and the runes and all that stuff. You know, I remember I did the Bitcoin Magazine halving live stream. Shout out to Mike Germano and of course the whole Bitcoin Magazine team for bringing me out there. But I remember the last 20 blocks. It was insane. They were being found like this, and then there was a point where the fees were like $400 for a transaction. Do you think that we'll get to a point, Dave, where transacting on the base layer is just so expensive that most people are not going to be able to use it?
Yeah, I do. And I would say, first of all, that I think ordinals and all those things are a scam, but I also believe that anybody should have the right to use whatever block space they pay for, however they want to use it, right? There aren't the economic incentives to support the way that they're using it now. The money that's driving this is coming from venture capitalists, and so what we're experiencing is not market forces acting on the fee market in a free way to drive up the cost of transactions. Now, that will happen eventually, right? The more useful Bitcoin becomes, the more necessary Bitcoin becomes for large-scale settlement, the more people will be willing to pay to settle directly on the chain. And I think there will be a point, like, it's obvious that the whole world is not going to transact on chain. That's just impossible, right? And so ultimately it's going to end up being a settlement network, and how high those fees go is going to depend on market forces, because this cheap free money that floods in from the venture capitalists to support scams like ICOs, NFTs, or ordinals inevitably will dry up. And as the Bitcoin economy grows and as more and more people become Bitcoiners, we starve out that system. There'll be less and less money to flood our system with their bullshit.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this was the news desk during the lunch break. During the lunch break at the Canadian Bitcoin Conference 2024. We're going to switch back to the main stage where Joe Nakamoto is going to be introducing the next panels.
Yeah, Rocco has 12 years old using ChatGPT. Good man. What about Google Bard? Use that? Not Google fans. No. Gemini? Not the exchange, don't worry, not the dirty word. We're all about bull Bitcoin here. Gemini, is it Microsoft? Or is it, who is it? Exactly, we don't care, we don't use it, yeah. We're ChatGPT maxis apparently. Anyway, this is my silly segue into the next talk this afternoon, which is about the B word and AI. So, I think we're gonna kick off. Are you ready to go, Charles? Shall I just invite you onto the stage? Yeah? Charles is the second most hardcore Bitcoiner in the room. Please give it up for Charles. And next up, we have John Ely. And it's pronounced really Ely, or Ely like really, rather. Have a fantastic panel, gentlemen. You've got microphones next to you. I'll give you some waters as well. Looking forward to your talk about Bitcoin and AI.
Okay, cool.
There you go.
All right, yeah, so I'll start with a quick introduction, and then Charles can do the same. So I started in architecture in Toronto. I went into that because I love to build, but it was, concrete and steel, and it's a bit of an old man's profession. And it was the rise of the internet. It was the mid-90s, and so I decided to kind of study the internet and became obsessed with all things internet. Became a bit of an internet maximalist, realizing that every business would become an internet business. And so then I switched over and started building digitally. So started a web application company and did that for about 20 years. And then I started learning about Bitcoin, and I became a Bitcoin maximalist. And so my interest in the internet business waned, and I decided to move into Bitcoin. So I'm currently at Block Rewards, Chief Product Officer there. We're building Bitcoin savings plans, and also we have a new product called Motivate, which is sales incentives on the Lightning Network. And we're actually going to use some AI there, an AI recommendation engine for companies to uncover based on data what their best potential sales incentives will do for their business. So that's a bit of an introduction for me, and here's Charles.
Thank you. Hi, okay, yeah, that works. All right, so hi everyone, my name is Charles. I'm a Bitcoiners class of 2017, but I'm also an entrepreneur. Mostly started business around AI. And some of them also around Bitcoin with varying degrees of success. But my current venture is doing pretty well. It's called Sats for AI, and it's essentially a platform for Bitcoiners to use AI in an unmanipulated, easily accessible, permissionless nature. So I guess we could get started. John, I think you had an interesting message that you wanted to share around what you see as the relation between AI and Bitcoin.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. Yeah, I think I think it's becoming clearer and clearer for people who understand the technology that Bitcoin will be the currency of AI. It's not sort of widely known, but I think it's there because essentially AI requires a bearer instrument cash. It's not going to accept returns and refunds on a credit card. Also, dollars are in bank accounts, and bank accounts are for people. So it's not the money for machines. AI needs a digitally native currency, and it also needs to be neutral. It needs to make sure it keeps its wealth, it stores its wealth. So I think Bitcoin is the perfect opportunity, and specifically with the Lightning Network, because more and more of AI, I think, will be paid through micropayments, through prompting. Right now, a lot of the AI models, they give them away for free, or they charge sort of a monthly subscription fee, which is so fiat. What we want to do is build an economy where it's value for value, pay per prompt. And so, also if you think about like what's an autonomous car gonna do? Like an autonomous Uber. It's got to go buy gas. It's going to need a bank account. It's going to need money. So actually not a bank account. It's going to need a Bitcoin wallet in order to pay for the gas and take payments and all of that. So I think that, in the next few years, we're going to really see a huge increase in the use of Bitcoin and AI together. And I think Charles is building a lot of that. But it's interesting though, because AI is in the news all over the place. Everyone sees all the potential. ChatGPT really blew it open, and everyone's kind of really excited about it. But also people are very reticent about where it's taking us, and there's a lot of fears. And so Charles, I was just wondering like if you could comment on, whether you're optimistic or afraid about what AI is going to bring to our civilization.
Yeah, sure. I know it's one of the things that people like to talk about around AI is like, doomsday event. And actually, the biggest risk that I see is not so much that it's going to take all our jobs or that it's going to turn into killer robots and Terminator style. The biggest risk to me is a dystopian future where essentially there's a monopoly around AI. And there's one company, or even if it's a few companies, that are in charge of AI, that are synonymous with AI, just like we've seen with search, right? It's Google. It's even a verb now. It's like you just Google it. So having one company, again, or several, deciding what is the answer to our question or to our kids' questions, that's really what keeps me up at night. And essentially, the other thing is when you have this level of centralization, essentially, where, again, a few people decide, it's also very easy for governments to go to these people and to tell them, to censor them or to tell them what the answer to different questions should be. And so, again, being in AI since 2018 now, and also Bitcoin led me to rethink the way AI should be, and using some of the Bitcoin values that most of us are familiar with, but it led me to kind of like develop some sort of thesis where I see 4 main values that are inspired, that are within Bitcoin, that we need to see in AI if we want it to become freedom tech, just like Bitcoin can be freedom tech from a financial perspective. And so those 4 values are permissionless. We all know that Bitcoin doesn't ask for your age or your gender or your country of origin when you want to start using it. You just sign up. You don't need to ask permission to anyone. Currently, in the AI systems of OpenAI, I'll use OpenAI as the main example because that's the one that everybody knows around ChatGPT. But you need to sign up. You need to create an account, and so that account is permission. At any given time, they can decide to stop taking new users, and they've done this in the past. They can lock certain countries, and again, they've done this. They said, oh, this country, sorry, you can't sign up. Or they can even revoke the permission. So they've also done that. There was a company that was using their services, and they decided that that's not conform to their terms and conditions, and so they locked the account. So this is the exact opposite of permissionless. It's permission. You have to ask for, there's gatekeepers who decide who gets to use this technology. So again, this is the exact opposite of what we've seen in Bitcoin and what we want and need for freedom tech. The second point is privacy. Again, we all know that Bitcoin has some level of privacy built in. It was one of the ideas behind building it in the first place. And there's definitely room for improvement, but it's one of the aspects of Bitcoin. And for AI, as it currently stands, it's the exact opposite of privacy. ChatGPT has a free version where, again, you are logged in as a user, and so anything you say is saved to your account, tied to you as personal information, and you're probably familiar with the saying that if it's free, you are the product. So essentially, that's what it is. As long as you're using ChatGPT in the free version, you are giving your data, your personal data that is tied to your account, and at some point they will find a way to monetize this. either by selling ads or just reselling this data to third-party brokers, which is how the internet is usually run. So it's very tricky because the usage of ChatGPT and the likes gets very personal. Some people almost use them as psychologists. Some people go on there and ask questions about relationships. They share very personal stories or even medical histories. They say, I have this condition, I'm taking this drugs, et cetera, et cetera. So all this data is collected and then gets in the hands of one company. And there's the honeypot problem, obviously. Even if the company doesn't mean to do anything bad to you with that data is there and can get stolen at any point. And actually, a few months back, on the dark web, you could find 225,000 logins for ChatGPT. So people could buy those logins, log into your account, and see the history of all your prompts. And I mean, it doesn't take much to code a script to log into all of this, to look for specific keywords, and to find embarrassing stories about anyone. And then you have that person's email address, and so it's very easy to blackmail those people. So, this is something that's very concerning. We want AI that is private or as private as I want it to be, so I don't want it to necessarily store data about me. And the third point is censorship resistance, which, as we know, is one of the key factor of Bitcoin. And like I mentioned in my intro, if you have a few companies that are running AI, it's very easy for the government to do like they did during as the Twitter files revealed. The government just shows up at their door and says, this is the answer I want you to give to that specific questions. It could be about vaccines, it could be about you name it. I don't want this to be, to get political, but the governments have power to go to those few doors, there's very few necks to choke, and say, this is the answer that I want you to give. What's even more scary is they can also say, oh, and by the way, I want you to keep a list of whoever's asked questions on that topic. And I used to say this as one of the risks back in November when I started to give those talks, but it was theoretical. But a few weeks back, it was revealed that the FBI showed up at YouTube's headquarters and said, give us the list of the people who have watched that specific video. And again, I'm sure they had great intentions behind it. Was because there was a story, someone did something really bad, and they wanted to catch that person, so they wanted to see the list. But the list exists, and the government will come and ask about who's watched that video. They're going to come and ask who's asked a specific question, who's asked who murdered Kennedy, who's asked what about the vaccine, you name it. Like it's very easy for the government to start censoring and leveraging this. Again, this very personal data. And the last point that I think makes for freedom tech in Bitcoin and that we need to see in AI is affordability. If Bitcoin was not divisible and the only way that you had to buy one whole Bitcoin, like most people believe, you would have to spend $67,000 to this day's price, and most people couldn't. But because it's divisible, you can buy as little as one Satoshi, technically. So you need things to be very affordable if you want it to, going back to my first point, or permissionless, if you want it to be accessible to as many people as possible, it needs to be it's one of the key points. And so ChatGPT's advanced version, which is $20 per month, doesn't seem like much in the developed world, but there's literally billions of people on this planet that cannot afford $20 a month. And it's $20 US, so it's $20, potentially as their currency keeps collapsing against the US dollars, that price keeps going up and up. So again, essentially those key 4 values are what we need to see in AI to make sure that it becomes freedom tech, just like Bitcoin is freedom tech from a financial perspective.
Yeah, that's cool. Actually, I recommend all you guys checking out Sats for AI. I went in, you just connect your Lightning wallet, and essentially you get an uncensored version of which model do you use?
Well, we use only open source models.
Yeah.
So one of them being Llama 3.
Yeah, cool. So you just connect your Lightning wallet, and then you start prompting, and it charges you Satoshis for every prompt. And it's definitely the future. It's the way, it's the efficient way to run AI. AI is very cost expensive, compute intensive, and so I think that what Charles is doing really brings a sort of value for value back to AI, and paying for Satoshis is an excellent way to do it. So. The other, so the big hype around AI is in generative AI. So it's these large language models, and that's what ChatGPT is, that's what Meta's Llama is, and there's a Claude AI, there's all sorts of models, and those are all generative AI. But you have to also understand there's all sorts of different techniques for AI, including reinforcement learning, which actually is more of an optimization model. So instead of generating text based on inference, what it does is it takes data and it optimizes solutions for it. And I think there's a really interesting correlation between reinforcement learning and generative AI. And because reinforcement learning actually requires a reward system to learn. And I believe that in time, someone's going to build a system where the reward system in a reinforcement learning model will actually be in Bitcoin. And it'll start, the point of these models will be to accumulate Bitcoin. And I think there's a lot of really interesting opportunities there.
Right. And I want to maybe end on a slightly more positive note, because I've been telling you everything that's wrong with current AI, but there's a very good news in this that I haven't shared is the open source models, and you've touched on this briefly, but there's been a wave since ChatGPT launched last year of very, very interesting open source models that are, there was a significant gap with ChatGPT, but that gap is closing. They're improving extremely fast. And it's the beauty of open source community is like people are working on different things, they're releasing it, they're making it open, and people are taking it, improving it, and making it better and better. And so those open source models actually do fall into the four core values that I mentioned. They're affordable, they can resist censorship to some level because they're open source. I'm making a false technical statement here, but for the sake of understanding, you can see the code, so you can see, are there pre-programmed answers in it, or is this just the model telling me the answer? They're permissionless, they're open source, anybody can download them, use them, run them locally. You need a pretty powerful computer to do that, but there's different platforms online where you can run them, and ideally, if you are paying for those platforms at Bitcoin, then you're actually making sure that you're keeping your privacy along the way. So there is definitely ways to still use the latest and greatest tech, just in a way that follow the values that I've mentioned. And the alternative being to continue to use ChatGPT, which essentially you're giving your data, or you're giving your money, or you're giving both, and you're making them more and more powerful to eventually turn them into whoever's going to control you. So I really highly encourage you to look into different open source models and try to see how you can use them. Again, the gap with ChatGPT is closing, and I think eventually over time it will actually overwrite them. And just as a quick example on this, since we launched our platform back in November, so I call this living in Jeff Booth world, our fellow Canadian Jeff Booth, who says, over time the price of things should go down. And so when we launched our service in November, since then, we've used different models. Again, new open source models came out. And so those new models are essentially 3 times better than the model we had back in November. I'm talking 6 months here. So the model's three times better. The price has been divided by 7. So using our service costs 7 times less today than it did back in November. And the speed is 5x. So the product that we are offering, which again is just serving the open source models, is vastly better than it was 6 months ago, and this is the trend, and this is what I see, continuing here. So there's definitely very encouraging news around AI and open source, and merging it with Bitcoin, I think makes both, both fields better off.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, another area I really am interested in is So ChatGPT, you can create your own AI agent. You sort of create a wrapper around ChatGPT. You can feed it your own data or whatever data you want it to understand. I'm also not a fan of ChatGPT. I do think that it's better to use models where the data is on your own computer, not in the cloud. Someone like Jeff Booth has built sort of their own AI Jeff Booth by feeding in his own information. But it's all stored on his computer, so it's not in the cloud, it's not accessible to anyone else. But eventually these models will create a series of AI agents that are all very good at one thing. And I think Bitcoin will be used to coordinate them to create even better things. So for instance, if you're interested in creating a book, there might be a model to write the chapters for you. There might be another model that creates the book cover, another that goes out and gets reviews from other people to review your book. And essentially, as an author, you give it the title, you give it the subject, and then you can actually choose from a whole economy of AI agents who you're picking your content from. And I think that there's going to be a huge explosion of AI agents. And again, Bitcoin will be the thing that coordinates them. And essentially, you'll pay one thing, and then it'll go off to all these different AI agents and bring you a finished result.
All right, I think we're going to open the floor maybe to questions if you guys have any.
It's all clear.
All right, so, well, thank you very much again, guys. Feel free to come and talk to me or to talk to John afterwards. Anyone who's new to Bitcoin, also welcome to this crazy community, but we're very welcoming, so feel free to come and ask about anything. Thank you, guys.
Cool. Thanks for your time.
Buy Bitcoin. We're back in the room. Yes. I'm out of sats, Rocco. That's it. However, I've got something way better. We have, there he is. Welcome Dale to the stage, please. Dale is from QuickBit Crypto. And he has, I'm really sorry I'm out of breath, I literally ran back to the stage. He has this fantastic box here in which you will find we know the drill by now, there is Seb Bunny's The Hidden Cost of Money. There is a Trezor hardware wallet. There are some BTC cards, the trading cards, the collectibles, and there is a hammer. But a hammer for your seed phrase. A very specific. Should we get it out? Yesterday we did a raffle, and I'm not going to lie, it was quite tedious. So we've got a better game for you today. Underneath your chair, there might be one of these. If it is underneath your chair, you have won the chair raffle. And you are the new owner of the QuickBit Crypto Boutique goodie box. Have a good search, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be very obvious, though. You don't need to take off the chair legs. This is great for getting people, off their feet. This is the way to do it. Can you also tidy my room and... Do we have a winner yet? It's sellotape to the underside of the chair. It will be very, very obvious. Dale, do you remember where you sellotaped this?
I do, yes.
He knows where it is.
People are around it.
People are around it, Dale is saying. Get mining. I don't know. Is it, Dale?
What's that?
Is it that side where Isabella is?
I think we might have a winner really, really close.
You found it! Aha! Congratulations! Another metaphor for mining, by the way. We're all scrabbling around trying to find the correct hash. Come up on stage and receive your prize, courtesy of QuickBit Crypto. What do we think to that game strategy rather than the raffle? More fun? It's a bit weird, isn't it? It's more fun. You like that? Okay. We like digging for things. What's your name, sir? Rob. Congratulations, Rob. Round of applause for Rob. Well done, mate. Great mining. This is yours. Should we go center stage so people can see it? This is, please. Oh, and the book as well.
Don't steal the book.
Yeah, don't steal. Have you read the book already? Or fantastic. Not yet. The right answer. Great. Well done, Rob. You can also keep this. It's the most valuable bit. Well done, guys. Cool. And give it up for Dale as well from QuickBit Crypto, one of the sponsors. Awesome stuff. Okay. For those of you coming into the room right now, you want to stay here. This is the panel you do not want to miss. Yeah, exactly. Come around and sit down. That's right. That's right. Great. Who here has heard of the trucker protests, during the pandemic? Yeah, this is an inspiring story, one that I really want to listen into and enjoy. I'm not going to introduce the panel because I've been instructed not to. So, Cedric Youngelman, the host of the Bitcoin Matrix podcast, is going to introduce his panelists. Cedric, come to the stage. I'll bring you some more chairs. In the meantime, introduce yourself, and I'll get your chairs ready.
Everybody. Well, as an American and a recovering New Yorker, I'm super excited and thrilled to be here in Montreal. This venue is incredible, and the welcoming reception I've gotten from Canadians has been really heartwarming. So maybe we just give a round of applause for the organizers?
Yes.
This afternoon, I'm joined by three fantastic gentlemen. BJ Dichter's story is one of unwavering advocacy for freedom, both in speech and finance. However, it was BJ's prominent role in the Freedom Convoy that thrusted him into the national spotlight. As its spokesman and co-organizer, he rallied Canadians in a bold stand for individual liberties. Caribou is a proud father who spends his time studying health and Bitcoin. Caribou is a consultant at Finney21 and a core contributor at runningapollo.com. And Ben Perrin is the host of BTC Sessions, the most popular resource for Bitcoin education on YouTube.
I'm going to send this to the government.
Nice. Gentlemen, I'm honored to be speaking with you today. Maybe as a reminder for me and for everyone here, BJ, maybe you could start with, why did the truckers convoy? What started all this? How did it come together, and what was your role in it?
Hello. How did it come? I mean, we all saw the dystopian horror show that we had been living in for a couple of years. And then finally, the government of Canada, and the government of the United States a little bit as well, but it was led by Canada, decided that truckers now had to be subjected to the COVID vaccine, which at that time already there was enough skepticism about it. And there were certain people who already at that time, certain doctors, had been telling some of us, I, quote, cannot tell you by law not to take this vaccine or I lose my license. But read between the lines. So that scared a lot of people. So a lot of people they have other comorbidities and they decided, you know what, I'm not going to do it. And then the government decided, well, if you don't do it, then you're not going to be able to you'll be able to cross the border. However, you won't be able to go and come back the next day, which is what makes your business model profitable. You'll have to wait 14 days before you leave, and then 14 days before you come back and get a PCR test both times. So we're not denying you the ability of trucking cross-border, which is 80% of the trucking business in Canada. We're just going to give you the most masochistic type of regulations that's going to cause your business to collapse. And they had enough, and they decided, we have to do something, Let's have a convoy and let our voices be heard. That's what happened.
Right.
Caribou, do you want to add?
All right. So I think a lot of people look at the truckers at the Freedom Convoy and think it was just a bunch of truckers. And I was there every day. I lived an hour walk from sort of the epicenter in Ottawa. And I had a lot of conversations, and I asked a lot of people, why are you here? I asked truckers, but I also asked, the majority of people that were there on site were not truckers. The truckers led the way and sort of built the momentum, but you know, there were teenagers, there were grandmothers, there were couples, most of the people were not truckers. And I think that kind of gets forgotten. You know, everyone thinks of like, you know, maybe a big burly truck driver leading the charge with a giant transport truck. But the 13-year-old kid that's sitting on a bucket that has peanut butter, a jar of peanut butter, a jar of jam, and a bread loaf, and making freedom sandwiches for anyone who wants one, he was there because he believed something wrong was happening. So I think people went there because we were experiencing a massive amount of pain. And it was like finally there was something everyone could join in on as a good cause. So I think people were there, like something that's forgotten is that a group of people from all around Canada, coast to coast, assembled at the doorstep of politicians who weren't serving them, who were claiming to serve them, but were actually abusing them. And they went there to be heard because they weren't being heard. And the politicians literally, this is not hyperbole, declared a national emergency because peaceful citizens that were not breaking the law showed up at their doorstep and wanted to talk with them. I don't think people actually really let that sink in, how crazy that is, how absurd that is actually, when you really look at it that way. So I think people went there because there was a lot of pain, but people also went there because that was the freest place in Canada during those 3 weeks, and it was pretty insane.
So there are a couple things that struck me about this event, and it was, I'm conflicted on my feelings in a couple different ways, because on one hand, we had this incredible, incredible movement. It was the largest protest in Canadian history, and it was put together in Canada of all places. Let's be honest, we're a pretty compliant bunch of people, right? Like
maybe not this crowd.
Yeah, we don't, but you know, like broadly, Canadians, you know, let's avoid the conflicts, sorry, excuse me, like all that. But to see, of all places on earth, this happen here, and not just at any point, but in the dead of winter, people lining the highway with minus 35-degree temperatures, waving flags, cheering. And so I had this swell of pride, like, where I said, holy shit, in Canada at this time, the largest protest in Canadian history, the first country on earth to stand up and say, listen, I think we're going too far, let's fix it. That gave me a huge swell of pride. However, I also was incredibly disheartened when I saw a large swath of Canadians also cheer on the emergency measures simply because they disapproved or disagreed with the stance of the protesters, where they said, yeah, absolutely, shut down their bank accounts. Yeah, absolutely, screw those people. I don't agree with what they think, and so, yes, take away their rights, absolutely. And the thing that struck me the most and that worried me the most was the inability of people to zoom out and say, if these measures can be used on a person I disagree with, then switch the tables. Opposition government in, I'm at a protest that I am passionate about, and the opposition government uses the same playbook on me. How would that work? And I think that a lot of people, again, it's that low versus high time preference of like, I don't like it, shut it down, without having the foresight to say, oh, this is bad for all of us, and we need to set a precedent of allowing for disagreements.
Wow, that's awesome. So I want to hear more about what you guys were seeing and doing. You all seem to have a role in this directly. So what were you seeing and hearing maybe from the truckers? How did you get involved?
So I was initially contacted by somebody who is adjacent to politics, who I'd been friends with for many years. And she said to me, listen, we're doing a convoy. Everybody's fed up with the mandates. And would you be interested in helping out? And I said, yeah, of course. You want me to go up against Trudeau's communism? Twist my rubber arm. And one of the things she said to me, she said, I love the truckers, but we need somebody who has media experience. They knew that I had run politically in the past. I understand how the swamp operates, and they needed a strategy to stay as many steps ahead of them as possible. And my goal, when they originally reached out to me, they said, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to Ottawa and we're gonna protest Trudeau, and we're gonna take all our freedoms back, and we're gonna be a little bit aggressive. And I said, no. We're gonna go to Canada and we're gonna celebrate freedom. We're gonna celebrate bringing Canadians together. And we're gonna focus on a message of peace and love and unity and freedom. And we're gonna make a space that everybody, no matter their political ideas, political philosophy, that's no longer important. We just gotta lay the framing for people to have the courage to take the masks off and come together. And I remember the very first couple of days, there's two things that will always stick in my mind. One was walking along Wellington in front of the Chateau Laurier, and there was a line of thousands of people who were walking across the border from Quebec into Ontario with both Canadian flags and the fleur-de-lis, with signs that said freedom and liberté. They walked up to Wellington to find their Western truckers from Alberta and Saskatchewan. Remember, we're all supposed to hate each other. And all they did was find each other, take off their masks, give each other a hug, and got to know each other and formed friendships. And that same weekend, there's two guys in the Tim Hortons across the street from the hotel that we were in. And I always remember, these two guys they're both truckers. They're wearing their trucker uniforms and whatever. And they were talking to each other. They clearly formed some sort of friendship, but they were speaking through Google Translate. This, for me, and we're all Canadian, we know the stigma that the swamp has tried to infuse into us. This was the first time in my entire life I saw our country truly unified. People from all across the West, from Quebec and the Maritimes, realizing, hey man, we're just in it together. And if we stick together, we'll get our freedoms back. And I'm glad to say, I found that same spirit in Bitcoin. And that's something we often don't talk about.
Caribou, I believe you were on the ground as well. What were you doing?
I mean, it was in my backyard. I was just curious at the start. I heard this convoy was coming, and I was like, bullshit. I'll believe it when I see it. And I was 40 minutes to an hour walk to downtown, depending what way you take. So I was like, well, I have to go see it at least. And when I saw this line of semi-trucks, and they all had big signs, freedom, enough is enough, all these things, I just started to go knock on cabs, and I asked, where are you from? Why did you come here? How long are you going to stay for? And I was just asking questions. And the more truckers I spoke to, the more I really admired the courage of these men and women that were like, I'll give you a story about one guy, probably in his mid-50s, from the prairies of Canada, left his farm and his 4 kids, and his 16-year-old kid was left to run the family farm. and started bawling his eyes out when his dad was leaving for an undefined period of time. And he said, I'm going to protect our family. And I'm going to Ottawa with a bunch of other truckers, and I don't know when I'm going to be back, but the responsibility for this farm is on you, and I have to do this. So stories like that, where it's like that man's entire family had to hold the weight of this man that was leaving the entire family farm, sacrificing any income from trucking while he's here, risking everything, risking getting arrested, getting, like, who knows, leaning into the unknown, but he did it to protect his family from what he was seeing as just mass abuse on a national scale, and felt compelled to do something about it. And just, that's like one of 100 stories. Like, a young couple, the husband is a cross-border trucker, the wife was a paramedic. They wanted to have a kid, and she wasn't allowed to keep her job unless she got the injection. So she quit being a paramedic. Literally, the person who comes to save your life if you're sick got fired for not taking an injection because she thought it was dangerous for her soon-to-be baby. And she became a cross-border trucker so that she could travel with her husband, they could do runs together. And they both came, and they didn't know what was gonna come of it. They weren't making income, they were still paying for their truck, their insurance, their fuel. So all these people sacrificed a lot. What I realized was the price of freedom is sacrifice and taking responsibility for claiming your freedom. The freedom is not given to you or owed to you, it must be claimed. And I just had all these stories of people claiming their freedom by making the ultimate sacrifice of risking everything. Who knows what's gonna happen, but they came anyway. So I just got super inspired. The more stories I heard, the more I wanted to help in any way I could. I started by buying truckers coffee. It was very interesting, all these little micro communities formed. There was like the Italian community where there was a semi-truck with pizza ovens, stacks of pizza doughs, and they were just cranking pizzas out. Homeless people were congregating around that area because they were eating pizza all day, and it was great. It was literally a party. So I went there because I was curious, I was inspired, I wanted to help, and you know, if there's one person that you ask, what do you need? If you ask a trucker what they need, they will tell you nothing. So I learned that pretty quick, because they're all like, I don't need anything. And then I started saying, well, when you are gonna need something, what's the first thing you're gonna need? And then I started getting answers like, well, I could do some kitty litter for my cat, or a fresh pair of socks would be really nice. So I would just go out on these missions, you know, a pack of cigarettes, whatever it was. It's like, these people are here holding it down. I want to do what I can to support them. And I was not the only one. There were grandmothers bringing muffins. There were young parents bringing food. There were distribution systems for food that were happening all on their own. No one was coordinating it. And so it was kind of like Bitcoin, where we're not coordinating how we do this. We're looking out for our self-interest or protecting the people who are protecting us. And we're just serving in any way possible. So I just got roped in and couldn't not go. And frankly, it was a giant party most of the time. So who doesn't want to go to a party if you can? So that's how I got into it, and then started looking to raise a few sats to get fuel to certain truckers or get porta potties for truckers. And it just kind of got a little bit hectic, but that's how I got involved.
Right on. Ben, how did you get involved? What did you think when you heard about the convoy, and when did you start thinking about Bitcoin and money being a part of this solution?
Yeah, so I mean, like everybody, I felt the pinch of what was happening in our country, and I saw it manifesting, and I saw the beginnings, the rumblings prior to the convoy starting, and I saw it start to leave from Vancouver and start making its way across the country, and I was curious about it, but like I wasn't yet in any way involved. But I guess to preamble this, I do want to give a shout out to two gentlemen that are not here today. That I love them both, and so number one, Jeff Booth. I consider him to be my moral compass when in doubt, and like a secondary father figure to myself. And he's a great man, and I love him. And the second one is another gentleman, love him as well, and I hope to see him again very soon, Mr. Greg Foss. And Greg Foss, yeah. So Greg reached out to me, and he said, you know what would be great is Bitcoin for this. Like the ethos of this just aligns perfectly. And so with a single phone call from him, I just started a journey in helping any way I could with education and infrastructure and just making sure that people could contribute and help these people that were in need, that were, as you said, making these massive sacrifices to go and fight for what I view to be like a just cause. It was a moral thing to do. And so that, that call from Greg, and everybody knows Greg, we're gonna go and we're gonna fucking raise 1 Bitcoin and then 10 Bitcoin and then 100 Bitcoin. And he's screaming in my ear, and I'm like, well, let's try for 10 million sats. so like, but he was the gusto.
He brought the energy.
Yeah, he was the gusto behind everything. And every time I was a little bit reserved about something, I get on a call with Greg, and he's, no, man, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. And he just gets on one of his rolls. And yeah, like, what an energy. And then Jeff on the other side of it with his calm demeanor. Well, it's a natural thing that when, the society is crumbling and everything, there's going to be road bumps along the way. You just like melt into your chair as you live. It's so relaxing. So it's like, the dichotomy of talking to those two guys through this was, it was something to behold. But yeah, so Greg is my inroads, and then we got chatting, and I got chatting with BJ, and I discovered that BJ, he was like, hey man, I started watching your show when you were still walking, talking with
his third YouTube channel. Sorry, his third YouTube video that he's very embarrassed about, and I posted recently in, I think, Thailand?
In 2016. Yeah.
I was so lost with Bitcoin. Like, I didn't know where it was. But this guy starts his channel. I'm like, oh, okay, I think now I get it. And it's because of him. You really brought me into the space. James Altucher orange-pilled me, but you're the one who made me capable of using it, so thank you.
And I had never spoken to you before this, so.
Ben Perrin's been putting in work for years. Ben's thinking Bitcoin, Booth is thinking Bitcoin, Greg Foss is thinking Bitcoin. Caribou's on the ground. He's trying to figure out what the truckers need. They need things that it takes money to buy. What were you thinking about, when did you start thinking about raising money or that money would be needed? And can you talk to us about fiat donation censorship?
Oh, how much time do you have? Okay, so it was chaos every minute. It was as though, I remember as a little kid, this always stuck with me. When I was in school in the 5th grade and the Challenger blew up, and you go back and look at the videos, you see it was dead silence and then total chaos. And everybody scrambling. It was like that, nonstop. We have 800 trucks in a farmer field in Quebec. What do we do? The media is saying this. What do we do? The money's being censored. This bank won't give us. Like it was a fire hose of problems to deal with. I wasn't even aware there was a Bitcoin thing going on. That really wasn't on my radar because I didn't want anything to do with the money. I know people get weird about money. I was just there for messaging, keep the anxiety level low, communicate with people, and give them a message of hope. And then this guy starts DMing me on Twitter. And I guess he must have seen the hashtag Bitcoin. Because apparently there were attempts to get in touch with the other people that were organizing the convoy to say, we're raising money from Bitcoin. I only found this out 6 months after the convoy, that one of the guys who came into the Twitter space with me and some other people, and he said, yeah, I was a little bit annoyed with the convoy, because I got some person, some girl who was helping to organize the convoy on the phone when they were going to Ottawa, and I said, we're raising Bitcoin for you, and she said, I don't need video game money, I need real money. And this was, no one ever told me this, I didn't know this. And then this guy, a few days later, sends me a message saying, hey man, are you a Bitcoiner? And I'm like, yeah. And I could totally tell you were testing me. You're like, oh, what wallet do you use? How long you been in Bitcoin? Where'd you learn about Bitcoin? And very quickly you realize, yeah, I'm not on Bitcoin Twitter, but I have Bitcoin, I'm into Bitcoin, and I knew it. And then he says, cool, can I come see you tomorrow? And do you need anything? Again, the guy doing everything. I'm like, well, I broke my ankle, so like maybe a pair of pants. I don't want to keep walking around in my underwear. So he brings me sweatpants, and it was awesome. So 15 Bitcoiners show up in my hotel room, which was kind of the media suite. All the media team was there. And they said, look, we're raising Bitcoin for you. We don't know about all the trucker organizers, whatever. I'm like, I'll deal with them. Don't worry about it. Go get the Bitcoin. And that's when I started using the term decentralized on Newsmax and on GB News. I was referring to it as a decentralized protest because I wanted to seed the ground for the acceptance of Bitcoin should they be successful, because I knew this is the opportunity. This is how I'm going to get Bitcoin on the global radar and shove it down the throat of the political class. And it just kind of went from there. And when it comes to the censorship of the money, and I'm going to give a little context here. In order for Justin Trudeau to get elected the first time in 2015, that's when I was a candidate for the Conservatives. It took them 4 years, took Jerry Butts 4 years to raise $40 million to get Trudeau elected. We raised $25 million in 3 weeks. Now, why is that important? Because Jerry Butts, we all call him Trudeau's brain, everybody on Parliament Hill does. He was smart enough to understand it wasn't about the money. Those were votes, because we became the official opposition at that moment. And the Uniparty saw a threat, a very clear and present danger to their homogeny of control. And that's why right now we're going through this process of lawfare, but they seized all the money. They seized as much as they could. They seized, I think, $6 million is now in escrow. They tried to seize all the Bitcoin, but this dude, they had no success in seizing the Bitcoin until it was under duress, meaning a warrant. And I was trying to fight a warrant. I had 5 different lawyers. Like, when I say it was chaos, it was chaos. They were using the fiat system to penalize us and to subjugate us. And the point when they finally froze our bank accounts, and not just bank accounts, credit cards, lines of credit, corporate lines, business lines, everything was frozen. I logged on to my TD Bank, and it said, when you begin to use your account, your history will show up there. And Scotiabank just erased me. I realized at that point that this is the new paradigm of how they're going to oppress people. And we had one driver that came up to me and said, what am I going to do? My husband needs to buy insulin in 2 weeks. Is my government trying to kill me for some trucks that were violating parking bylaws, arguably because it was the city of Ottawa and the Ottawa police that told us where to park our trucks? And it is still going on, but we'll talk more about that after.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I tuned in, I think, when I heard about the GoFundMe money that got seized. So, Caribou, did Bitcoin prove itself as censorship-resistant money during the Freedom Convoy? And maybe you can get into some of the facts of what happened there.
Yeah, BJ mentioned the word lawfare, and it was a realm that I was totally unfamiliar with. Maybe you can explain a little bit about what that means for people who don't understand it. Did Bitcoin prove itself? Well, because of the lawfare, we really can't talk about details. It will all be public record eventually, but for the sake of not making our lives harder until this all sorts itself out, we can't say much about the details. But things that are already public record. $10 million was raised through GoFundMe. $9 million was raised through GiveSendGo.
No, 13.
$13 million, GiveSendGo. 0 of those dollars made it to truckers. 2.1 billion sats were raised. 1.4 billion sats made it directly to truckers. I know because I handed the envelopes out myself. So, did Bitcoin prove itself? You can be the judge of that, but it was the only form of money that actually made it to the intended recipients of donations. And just the story about showing up 15 people deep the first time we met, I was meeting a bunch of Bitcoiners that found me on Twitter, and I brought them all Bitcoin toques that I had. So I met with them, and they said, well, what are you doing now? I said, well, I'm going to meet with BJ, one of the convoy organizers, to coordinate these donations. And sure enough, they're like, could we come? I was like, well, I've never met the guy before. I don't know what to expect. It's not really that kind of encounter. They're like, we're going to come with you. I was like, ah, fuck it, just come. So yeah, we showed up at the hotel room with 15 people all wearing Bitcoin toques, and that was an interesting scene. But I think it did prove itself, right? Just those facts, without going into details, it was the only thing that actually made it to the intended destination. And I think that, I don't know if that actually factors in, I don't know if we really understand that and grasp how significant that is. On a global stage, in an adversarial environment, I think it did what we all think and wanted it to do, regardless of imperfections in the execution. And there's stuff we can learn from how it went, which we could talk about later, but yeah.
BJ, I would love for you to expand on, and maybe just, more on lawfare and what you're seeing in society and how that's being used.
Yeah, lawfare is short for strategic legal warfare. And the idea is the process becomes the punishment, and they're often frivolous lawsuits. Not always, but often frivolous lawsuits designed just to drag you through the court system and to bankrupt you. That's what lawfare is. And I spoke at a conference in Florida. It was an S-Coin conference, but before you boo me, they are also open to Bitcoin, and they wanted me to tell the Bitcoin story of how Bitcoin was what worked in Ottawa, because they wanted me to kind of orange pill all these crypto kids who knew nothing about Bitcoin. And it worked. They said it was very, very impactful. So that was another achievement that I think we all need to do more of. But with, in terms of how lawfare is being used, at that conference, there was somebody who was speaking ahead of me. I forget his name. He was on the DeSantis team. He helped draft the anti-CBDC legislation. And what he brought up in his presentation, which is very accurate, the laws don't matter anymore because the legislation is being ignored and everything is being kicked to and adjudicated in the courts. That's how the lobby structure is now arguing laws both in Canada and the US. And that's why there's so many of us that speak up that are being dragged through lawfare, which is, by the way, exactly what we're seeing in the Bitcoin space over the past several weeks. That is lawfare. And we need to be familiar with what this is. So I do many other things. One of the things is I produce a podcast with some lawyers, Diana Davison and Joseph Newberger, and they basically deal with false accusations. So they discuss a lot of lawfare and the implications of it. And there is not one person on the political stage anywhere in the world that is addressing this issue in any substantive way. And that might be something, another additional cause for a Bitcoin broader community around the world to bring to the attention of people. And that is the Freedom Protocol and lawfare, because that's going to be the next weapon they use against us.
You know, I've heard you a lot about compliancy in Canada. And even Canadians kind of call themselves compliant by nature. And so I want to ask each of you this, but I'll start with Ben. You know, what do you think the impact of this convoy is? And I'd frame that in the greater question of, is Canada a democracy? Is it still a democracy?
So, how to frame this? To a degree, I think we're seeing the beginning of the creation of tools that hedge against it not being a democracy. I think we're seeing the groundswell of how do we deal with things that we alluded to, that when the rules don't matter anymore. How is that dealt with? And I guess I'll take it back a little bit to, you know, you said, you know, like it was the only thing that made it, like the only digital mechanism that made it to the intended recipients. And not all of it made it there. But in the context of why that was, you know, we were sitting there at the beginning. When I got that call from Foss, it was like, this was barely off the ground. It was still just kind of getting started. My initial thought was maybe we can get 0.1 Bitcoin. It'd be kind of cool to get a few $1,000s in donations. That'd be kind of neat. And then what did we end up with? You know, 1/1,000,000th of all Bitcoin that will ever exist donated to a single cause in the face of Canada giving us martial law light inside of 3 weeks. That we weren't expecting that. And so what was used? Not the best tools for the job, not by a long shot. And that lays on me for the steps that I took initially, because I maybe didn't take it as seriously as I should have. But
you did awesome. Don't be hard on yourself.
But to your question, and my response of, well, we're building tools to hedge against that. Even in that context back then, had I had an inkling of where this was going, the tools were there to have 100% get to the intended recipients. And I strongly believe that the tools exist today to make sure that when people look at what happened here in other parts of the globe, and they already are, and I already speak to them about it, there are countries around the world with tyrannical governments that get, hard to believe, but far more drastic than ours. And there's very real questions about how do I deal with this? And how do we still use money? And how do we become censorship resistant? And more importantly, how do we protect our donors and the privacy of our donors? And those tools, they do exist. And people around the globe got to look at this and say, one, it worked, but two, now we know how to make it better. And so a little bit we got to be a petri dish, but a successful one, and people are improving, and that's fucking exciting.
Caribou, as a guy who walked, 40 minutes down the road to see what was going on in his backyard, so has your backyard changed in the last 2 years? What, is it different to you, you know, and do you think Canada's a democracy?
My backyard has changed. Ottawa is the hub of fiat, and spat me out, so I left Ottawa. But to the question about is Canada a democracy, I mean, I got 2 points to make here. The first one is I would just start asking people questions of, okay, whatever you think a democracy is, if you live somewhere where when you disagree with the government, they turn your money off, is that a democracy? If you live somewhere where without you ever voting or having a say, they can force you to take an injection, whether it's good or not, for your health, and if you don't take it, you're not allowed to get on a plane or train or leave your country, is that a democracy? So I think just asking basic questions, I mean, some people might hear those things and be like, ooh, that sounds like a real sketchy place. It's like, yeah, that was Canada. And that was most, advanced countries. And I think fundamentally the conclusion I always come to is that control over money is an error code in democracy. And I witnessed the most stark contrast I've ever seen in my life of this whole idea that money is superordinate to law. Money is the power. Control over money controls media, and media controls perception. And perception is how you mold people's reality. And in the 40-minute walk from where I lived to downtown, where all this was going on, they were like two different planets, to the point where I would go to a cafe near my house and say, hey, do you know what's going on downtown? It's pretty wild. You should go check it out. And the people that worked at the cafe would be like, ooh, that's it. I've seen what it is. It looks really dangerous. I don't want to go down there. Those are bad people. And it was hard for me to really actually meld those two realities. Like, what is going on here? And then I would most of my time down there, I would just ask questions or observe. And I would observe the mainstream state-funded propaganda, the media, and where they would do their interviews and what they would say. And it all made sense to me. It's like, if you control the money, you control the media, you control people's reality and how people actually think reality is. And so you're able to manipulate people at a mass scale so that most people actually don't know what was happening. Most people didn't see the jumpy castles with kids playing hockey on the street and grandmothers bringing freedom muffins and the stories of dads who lost a kid after they took the injection. Like, no one's hearing that. No one's hearing the human element of what actually happened. So I think until we solve the error code of control of money, I don't think true democracy exists, and I think we're all here because we all understand that there is a solution, but it's opt-in. And the more people that opt in, the more the old corrupt system gets starved of its source of power, and the sooner we can get to a place where we can actually have a democracy. And I gotta say, it is an honor to be here amongst the people in this room who I actually deem the legitimate authorities, capital allocators, and leaders of this whole country. I don't acknowledge their power right now as a legitimate. And every Satoshi that was donated was essentially an uncensorable vote for freedom, to a point where I remember this tally coin, some of the tally coin things were just incredible. There was, a doctor in Nigeria sent 200 sats and said, "This is my vote for freedom." And that was actually a vote that mattered, right? Whereas, where he lives, he might not actually be able to vote and have it matter. So, we received 2.1 billion votes for freedom, which could not be stopped. And I think that's pretty incredible. So to anyone here that donated, thank you. And to everyone that's here today, thank you for spreading the word about this solution to the error code in democracy, because everyone you talk to matters in the grand scheme of things. And I think Canada is a glorious country with amazing humans, and we just have to purge this little parasite that's, we haven't gotten rid of yet. And the immune system is well and good, so thank you all for being part of that.
Yeah. So, Francis talked about that a lot yesterday in his keynote speech, about how when you give people sats, whether it's donating, charity, or value for value, you're investing in perpetuity, and you're helping to ensure. And in the interest of time, I'll give you the final question. It's the same question, but maybe in the frame of why does freedom require privacy?
Well, I think privacy is a prerequisite for freedom. If you don't have the ability to think whatever thoughts you want and express them, you can't have freedom. And, when you ask about, do we live in a democracy, I don't care about the labels of the political structures and stuff, but I see Bill C-63, which is the pre-crime bill in Canada. If somebody feels you might say something offensive, then you face, Scott Adams picked this up from me, thank God, I got to know him and sent him this. If you say something, or if somebody feels you might say something that offends them, you could go to prison for life. For life. That's how far we've slid down the scale. It's also why, I'm going to do a little bit of shilling here, but don't get angry at me. I'm a capitalist. But it's also why I did this book. I could talk about the political swamp and how it works behind the scenes and some of the shocking things that happen, and most people in this room wouldn't even believe me. So there's no way that happens. So it was very easy for me to anticipate the historical rewrite that the swamp and the media would engage in, as they have for the past couple of years. So that's why before the POEC inquiry, the Commission on the Freedom Convoy, I had to get this book out and tell people the truth. And luckily, wouldn't you have it, the truth is all about positivity and love and people coming together. And me and him worked on the 2 chapters on Bitcoin. It's the soft sell for the orange pill. And I can't tell you how many people, boomers, all sorts of demographics, that didn't care about Bitcoin before, never even wanted to hear about it, all of a sudden started reaching out to me and saying, How can I get Bitcoin? I just got a message about an hour ago from somebody who hosts a regular show, a conservative guy out west, saying, hey, do you mind doing a space with me in a couple of weeks to talk about Bitcoin? Because he's seen all the posts from this week. So if you want to, this was my strategy and this is my pitch, and then I'll shut up. This book is not designed for us. It's not designed for conservatives or liberals or anti-vax or whatever. This is designed for the people who didn't know and still don't understand what happened. And it's designed for the people in your life who you love, who you want them to understand why the Freedom Protocol is so important. That answer is in this book. So please get a copy while we have them here. And I'm going to do a book signing after. I got to say that. If you want to come down, I'm going to do a book signing in like 10 minutes.
Gentlemen, this has been incredible. I really appreciate it. Just to guess, I guess wrap it up. You know, I've heard that Canadians understand proof of work by nature. It's kind of intrinsic. It's not an easy place to live and create value and survive. I've also heard Canadians are really compliant. But I walk around this city and it's beautiful. It just seems like life is beautiful here. And it gives me a lot of hope, the way this city seems to be holding it together and the way Canadians seem to be warm and welcoming. So, to roll out, I'll leave it to you guys if you have any parting words, maybe something hopeful for Canada, because it seems like an amazing place. And I wouldn't want everyone to leave. We've had a lot of conversations around people wanting to leave, and is it a democracy and a great place? And so maybe if you guys have some words to share.
There's more of us than there are of them. And they work for us, and they forgot that. And they're going to be reminded. And the more pain that gets created for everyone else who are citizens of this amazing country, the more of a forcing function there is for them to realize that the people who work for them aren't acting in their best interests. So thank you to the people who organized this conference. Organizing conferences aren't easy. So Manuela, Daniel, every volunteer, thank you. Thank you to all you for coming. And I think if you are young and you want to buy a home in Canada, the fiat lens is a really shitty lens. It's kind of depressing. So my parting word would be, price the houses you want to live in sats. Because they're getting cheaper every single year. And if you opt into the true, honest ledger, life is getting cheaper for you every year. You just have to choose to opt in.
I think I'll finish this out by saying community is everything. If you're just a Bitcoiner as an island and you're hidden away and you stack sats and we get top-down pressures and every on-ramp and off-ramp and everything is shut down, what the fuck are you going to do with your Bitcoin? And so you need to forge these relationships with each other. And I think, and what we're trying to do in Calgary and that I see happening around the country now, is create these local circular groups where I know my rancher now. I buy my beef with Bitcoin. I have an egg guy. How cool is that? I have an egg guy and I pay him in sats. Like, go and meet your local Bitcoiners, create your local communities. You can't stop that. What, me and my egg guy not allowed to be friends anymore? Good fucking luck. So meet your local Bitcoiners, create strong communities, create meaningful relationships, and that will weather any storm that can come at you.
Just a parting word, never back down, ever. You have a civilizational change in hope and freedom in Bitcoin. This is something we are so lucky and fortunate to live in this era of human history that we finally can realize the next paradigm of human sovereignty. Never back down, ever, and then we'll win.
Give it up for the panel, guys. Tremendous stuff. Inspiring, inspiring. Don't leave, don't leave. We're about to play a game. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think BJ really nailed it there with the message of peace, love, unity, and freedom. I let them hug it out for a bit. It's a nice sight to see, isn't it? 4 grown men hugging about Bitcoin. It's beautiful. There it is. Thank you, Caribou. Here it is. Okay. Okay. Here it is. So much hugging, so much love. Please, get on their feet. I want to play a game with you all. It's going to be a lot of fun, I promise.
We are back at the news desk, ladies and gentlemen, while they're doing a raffle on the main stage. We're here with the creator of the Bitcoin, Simply Bitcoin Originals, which he was just recording, I might add. We're with Optimus Fields, Rustin, and boys, what an amazing conference in Canada. So much amazing food. We just had I think Opti, what was the poutine that you just had?
I just got a very big smoked meat poutine from Lester's Deli. Highly recommend. It was delicious.
Absolutely legendary. Legendary. I mean, and the portions, massive. We got a taste of Montreal. It was great. It was pretty awesome.
This place has been around. It was established. It was established in 1951. It's been around since before Richard Nixon took us off the gold standard. So, you know, this is like one of those original delis. I had a hot dog, but it was like one of the most delicious hot dogs I've ever had in my life. Had French fries. Dude, they made their own freaking mustard, bro.
Let's talk about that, because you know, there's fiat things commercialized, and you know, it's made at this massive scale. It's diluted in quality. That's usually what happens when the state or fiat gets involved. But here, they made their mustard in-house, and each of us can verify had a different quality to it. It's when you put in actual time, love, energy into something, it always will beat the corporate entity, the statist entity, whatever bland commercialized thing that may be. And Bitcoin is kind of the equivalent of that to the fiat system. Bitcoin is homemade ground mustard.
We got Simply Bitcoin's in-house Viking on the desk. Rustin always dropping the hot fire, making everyone laugh. Man, this has been an incredible conference in Montreal, Canada. They don't call it the Canadian Bitcoin Conference for no reason. So many amazing speakers, so many amazing panels, friends, people I consider family at this point. Bitcoin content creator panel this morning was absolutely fire, and just dropping this nonstop signal for you guys. We had Larry Lepard, Dave Bradley on the desk. We had Nolan, one of Opti's crushes.
I have one man crush in my life, and it is Nolan. Go watch the breakup every morning.
And just so much Bitcoiners, so much awesome signal. And I also want to thank the members that are kind of backstage of this whole, you know, Simply Bitcoin production. I want to thank, of course, John, who decides to say Anon, and of course the masters behind, the master behind all the camera angles and all the chaos, all the shots that you guys are seeing on stage. We got Murphy with Studio BTC,
Anything
absolutely
involving
holding
wires
it down
and cables, he's
with,
like, he is the wire and cable.
with all the different camera angles and stuff. And bro, Opti, Nolan was dropping the sauce, dude. The sauce. There's this part that really stuck out to me, which is like all these nation states were essentially created like to fight World War II. Like they're just like these giant aircraft carriers that were designed for war, and because there's no one to fight, they have to like constantly create new enemies to fight, and a little bit of that fight is even being turned against its own citizens.
A little bit, more like the whole thing.
Yeah, man. So anyways, guys, we're going to go back to the main stage in about a minute or two. So let's continue this conversation. I mean, what do you mean a little? I mean, I'm going to pat.
Are we giving Rustin the mic here?
Rustin, what do you think?
You know, I'm sick of this, you know, govern me harder mentality. I think, you know, we got to toughen up a little bit. There's being courteous, then sometimes being courteous allows you to be walked all over. And you got to have that line in the sand. And I think what's incredible really about being here is, to me, the two most monumental events in monetary history, in Bitcoin history right now, that is definitely going to be, we go back to the removal of Russia from SWIFT and the truckers protest. Those were the two greatest advertisements in history for Bitcoin at the greatest scale, and the amount of attention, the amount of people who learned that the state is not your friend, that they don't value your freedom, your speech, or your time, energy, and value that you worked for, and they just fucking stole from people. So I think there's a better way and a solution. It's freedom, it's fucking Bitcoin.
Exactly. Bitcoin or slavery. Man, Opti, you got about a minute before we pass it back to the main stage. What are your thoughts, brother?
Yeah, well, I didn't catch the whole last presentation, but I really, really liked how BJ ended it. And someone in the chat also just posted it, and it's never back down. And I think that's something that we all as Bitcoiners are coming to the realization that, yeah, we have the best money in the world. Yes, the tools are out there, but what really matters is, and shouts out to the Bugle guys for doing the anti-compliance movement by being satirically about compliance, but it's about never backing down.
I think
Sorry, Rustin. What matters here is taking a stance, digging your heels in the ground, and being like, look, I have the best money. I'm not going anywhere. These are my rights. I thought this is what our country was built on. And why should we be giving up our country to, as BJ was saying, and I know Nico doesn't like when I say this, but to the parasites out there that are trying to take as much from us as possible. The leeches out there sucking our blood. And that's why we do what we do. That's why we're Bitcoiners. All right, go, Rustin.
Oh, dude, no, it's just, you just spit massive balls.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We have a special announcement from Michael Saylor.
Because they expect
because they want to sell it eventually, Michael. I mean, let's be honest. Most of the people who are, yes, sure, some people pass it on to their children, but like most of the people who are buying assets at some point want to sell the assets at a profit. So let
me say it a different way.
Okay.
People that use fiat currency as a store of value, there's a name for them. We call them poor.
Phenomenal talk at the intro to Bitcoin on Thursday evening, and today he's going to talk to us about, he asked me to say it in this specific way, accelerating hyper-Bitcoinization. Jesse, if you're in the wings, please come onto the stage and deliver your talk. There he is. Lovely stuff. I'll give you a microphone. It's just there. It's just there.
Test. All right, let's fucking go. Okay, everyone. I want you to imagine that the year is 2025. Pierre Poilievre has been elected the Prime Minister of Canada with a majority government. Right away, he goes to work slashing spending, axing taxes, guts gatekeepers. He even legalizes competing currencies, effectively ending the unofficial embargo on Bitcoin. With red tape reduced, entrepreneurs and innovators actually come back to Canada, the economy booms, and Canada becomes the envy of the world for our freedom and prosperity. Do you believe it? Do you believe this? I have some beachfront property in Saskatchewan to sell you. The unfortunate reality is Pierre is a new hood ornament on a car with a busted engine. The engine's gone dark because the gears of government are clogged by all the untalented, unproductive, paper-pushing, time-wasting, power-tripping bureaucrats. Their livelihoods are predicated on siphoning wealth from those who have something worthwhile to offer. And there's too many of them dependent on this scheme, roughly 1 in 5 Canadians, to voluntarily change the system. So if we can't reform the system, the involuntary wealth transfer system, how do we fix it? The shorter answer is we don't. with Bitcoin waiting in the wings, why would we want to? So what do? We expedite fiat's demise. Welcome to your crash course on acceleration theory. First, just some disclaimers, a preface, a couple of things. The version of acceleration theory I'm going to explain today was pioneered by some friends of mine, some of Ontario's most toxic plebs, and I can tell you from firsthand experience, if you've ever encountered them online, they may seem like a nasty bunch, but I promise you, they come from a place of deep, deep caring. And I can also tell you that they've internalized the message that I'm going to convey here today, which is both impressive and seemingly insane because it's very counterintuitive. And although I'm not necessarily one of them, I'm presenting this topic for two reasons. Number one, they're pseudonyms. They don't necessarily want to dox themselves on stage. And number two, it's a bit of a personal challenge for myself to present a view that, on its face, I might actually oppose. So starting on the next slide, nothing I present should be considered my personal point of view. And when I get into this, you'll understand. So this is for information purposes only. I am providing a perspective. You decide if it has any merit. Before I dive all the way into acceleration theory, I just want to explain what acceleration is not. You may have seen this E/ACC effective acceleration pumped by Silicon Valley VCs, Mark Anderson, the president of Y Combinator, Martin Shkreli. This is not what acceleration theory is. Acceleration theory, Dylan LeClaire tried to explain his own iteration of acceleration theory by combining his, quote, Bitcoin accelerationism with this, quote, effective acceleration, that E/ACC. In short, though, Dylan explains how Bitcoin, like the effective acceleration theory of maximizing energy use and unrestricted tech progress, really aligns with Bitcoin, and he's not entirely wrong about that. Where the effective acceleration group is perhaps misguided is they bring in some inhuman lines of thought about transhumanism and living forever, and I don't think that aligns with Bitcoin and Bitcoin's values. It kind of sounds like the plot of a dystopian sci-fi movie, to be honest. So effective acceleration and Dylan LeClaire's Bitcoin acceleration is not acceleration theory. This is acceleration theory. This is Ragnar, or at Final Denominator, the self-proclaimed god-parent of acceleration theory. And he explains it this way. People only learn through lived experience. You can't understand things for people. They have to learn through instincts and through the senses. So let me expand on that. Human action is incentivized based on either zero or first principles. First principles means examining complicated issues, breaking them down into their basic elements, reassembling them to understand how they interoperate, whereas zero principles is more instinctual, it's visceral, it's the emotion that overcomes reason. You learn via harsh lived reality. So acceleration theory emphasizes the latter. It breaks the spell of apathy, exposing intellectual inconsistencies, and as a result, it becomes an impetus for action. Or said more simply, it lights a fire under your ass. Think about the boiling frog analogy. For those who don't know, if you're in the midst of a tyrannical creep, the boiling frog analogy says you put a frog in a lukewarm pot of water and you very slowly turn up the temperature so it doesn't realize it's getting boiled. It won't jump out if the temperature is increased very slowly. Acceleration theory suggests if you want the frog to survive, you have to turn up the temperature very quickly, prompting it to jump out. And while my focus today is going to be on how turning up the temperature increases Bitcoin adoption, this theory could easily be applied elsewhere. If you think about the heavy-handed COVID measures that woke many people up to the short-sightedness, closed-mindedness, and groupthink of the healthcare industrial complex and the dominance of its pharmaceutical overlords, that did a hell of a job waking a lot of people up to the realities of that industry. But back to Bitcoin. Let's take the global financial crisis, for example. This was an acceleration event for many Bitcoiners, myself included. I can recall vividly, frankly, being at my very first job in retail banking, hearing about the banks failing, and that magically the Federal Reserve stumbled upon $600 billion that they just had lying around to save the banks. And I remember thinking to myself, well, it was just there? Like, it wasn't there yesterday, it's there today? This doesn't make sense, it doesn't add up. It caused me to question money, banking, even politics, which I basically discovered was really just a servant to its monetary masters. And in effect, the line of thinking I stumbled upon as a result of being accelerated by the bailouts led me to Bitcoin today. And it also led to the logical conclusion: fiat's fucked. It is not a viable option in the long term. It is programmed to fail. We know this because when we boil it down, there's really only two outcomes. We either default on all the unpayable debts, which is sort of an explicit bankruptcy, or we print money to pay the debts, and that's an implicit bankruptcy. And as our friend Greg Foss would say, it's just math. In effect, fiat is a terminal illness with no cure, and the longer it persists, the more pain it inflicts. So, what is the best path forward to end this? According to acceleration theory, the answer is to rip off the Band-Aid. Consider this tweet by another pioneer in the acceleration theory space. I think people underestimate humans' ability to adapt to a new landscape. If a town gets wrecked by a tsunami or hurricane, everyone flips their brain into rebuild mode and everyone gets to work. If you think about it along those lines, efforts to prolong the fiat system actually undermine Bitcoin. It's like a hedge against Bitcoin. Why would you want to hedge the future? It tempers the urgency of Bitcoin adoption and its expected prosperity that it would bring, and it discounts our ability to adapt and overcome. So why would we want that, especially when the results of accelerating are very, very clear? Take WikiLeaks as an example. In 2010, they found themselves in the somewhat irrational position of wanting US dollars while at the same time exposing the crimes enabled by US dollar hegemony. The US government, as a result of WikiLeaks doing what they did, rolled in with a tsunami, cut off their dollar rails. In response, WikiLeaks went into rebuild mode, and with the figurative fire lit under their ass, they found Bitcoin, adapted, overcame, and moreover, they were better off for it. So maybe you can start to see why acceleration says, well, we need more of these painful events to teach the lessons, to really instill those lessons. And as discussed, acceleration theory can break the spells of conformity and myopia, because for the most part, people consider themselves open-minded, critical, proactive, but that's really in name only. In reality, they're not actually willing to challenge their assumptions or take action that means they'll stick out from the crowd. But getting accelerated helps them shed their inhibitions a little bit, and it helps them shed it very quickly. This, obviously, expedites hyper-Bitcoinization. And another important element of it is standing still is actually a net negative. Any extension of fiat's lifespan prolongs the state's mandate to destroy via war, poverty, poison, and servitude. Attempts to slow the bleed via fiat, like balanced budgets, responsible governance, they may actually be misguided. So, it's an exercise, like prolonging fiat is an exercise in pulling the wool over our own eyes. We're conning ourselves into having confidence in institutions that are destined for failure. In such an example, in a situation where we actually were able to accelerate, there would undoubtedly be a lot of pain, but I think a lot of people misperceive that. The burden of pain in that instance would actually finally shift from the working class who are disadvantaged by the current fiat system to the parasitic staking class who benefit from its plunder. And let's face it, decelerating doesn't work. It is ineffective and inefficient, and I'll give you an example. Every Bitcoiner knows the pain of tirelessly and meticulously trying to orange pill someone via first principles. Like, the struggle is real, right? You spent hours explaining all the benefits of Bitcoin and how great it is compared to the dollar system, the profoundness, the uniqueness, the excellence, the benefits of Bitcoin, only to be met by a blank stare and a cool, man, catch the game last night? Very, very few will earnestly chase the rabbit down the rabbit hole. But if they get accelerated, the probability of them diving headfirst into it is much, much higher. Consider the example of the Freedom Convoy. Personally, I was attending protests all throughout COVID against lockdowns, trying to orange pill sort of the freedom normie activists. And while they took varying degrees of interest, none actually took any action. And then one day, their bank accounts got frozen. And on that day, my phone started to ring. So with the stroke of a pen, Trudeau, Freeland, they doled out perhaps the largest orange pill the world's ever swallowed. Like, think about it. Was there any other event so widely disseminated across the world that shocked more people into questioning the monetary system than that? I don't think so. So, to the woke, broke Prince of Poke, Justin Trudeau, and his twitchy sidekick, Chrystia Freeland, thank you for your service. Your gaslighting, negligence, and overreach crescendoed into one of the greatest moments in Bitcoin history. Are you starting to see how it works? Like, is this hitting a little bit? What we're doing with acceleration theory is you're employing a couple lessons from certain schools of conflict, if you want to call it that. So in the art of war, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. In this instance, if we're thinking about fiat, if they're going to print a bunch of money and you already know that Bitcoin is going to benefit from that, let them. And then moreover, if you think about it in terms of judo, use their momentum against them. What? You're only printing $1 trillion this year? You should print $2 trillion. Why aren't you printing $3 trillion? Why don't you want to give away more free money? As an added bonus, this strategy effectively lets you hide in plain sight because you're disguising yourself amongst your political adversaries. You are taking their line of thinking and simply pushing it further than they think they're willing to go at the moment. And that's to its logical conclusion. And while it can be uncomfortable to take that position because it means going along with something which on its face you probably disagree with, if you are concerned with outcomes, I don't think you can deny that the strategy can get results. So if you start to see the world through this lens, you might start to understand why CBCs are actually a gift. CBCs are maximum poverty and servitude, and meaning maximum acceleration and Bitcoinization. So revealing the final fiat panopticon could well prove to be the tipping point that sends the critical mass running towards Bitcoin. It's something to think about. Okay, I'm going to draw some parallels to Atlas Shrugged in a moment. So if anyone hasn't read the book, shame on you. Earmuffs, close your eyes. I don't know. Okay, so zooming out, there are a few uncanny parallels between Atlas Shrugged and acceleration theory. We know Satoshi created Bitcoin. In Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, John Gall created the perpetual engine. In the real world, the Bitcoin standard is becoming a refuge for people like you and me away from the disaster of fiat. In the book, the producers of the world flee to Galt's Gulch to avoid the nanny state. In the real world today, the statists are ignoring free market forces, trying to seize capital and power, raising capital gains tax, coming out with stronger and stronger regulations to shape the economy the way they think it should be shaped. In the book, Reardon and Taggart, two of the protagonists, basically are working with the state, complying with the rules, trying to find a way to work with the system. But at the end, fiat will implode because it's just math, and that will clear the path for Bitcoin. And in the case of Ayn Rand's book, the central planners eventually lose control, they vacate power, and the people who actually build and produce things in the world are able to come back to society and rebuild anew. So in a sense, acceleration theory, it aligns with Jeff Booth's thesis. If those who don't know Jeff Booth, he's a brilliant Canadian Bitcoiner. And in short, he says, stop giving your energy to the fiat world. It's kind of like Tyler Durden in Fight Club, like just let go. Let the old world go. Build for the future, leave the old dying world behind. You can't save it, it is programmed to fail. Trying to save it will only lead to wasted energy and resources, not to mention, it's a lot less satisfying personally. And let's not forget, Satoshi himself may very well have been accelerated. He experienced the harsh realities of the unearned trust inherent in the fiat world. And if not for that, he may never have been pushed down the path that led him to discovering Bitcoin. So if we're going to adapt this mentality, here's what we should not do. Most people here are probably familiar with the ideas behind avoiding intermediaries, own Bitcoin, not fiat, maybe join Nostr instead of X, build a circular economy instead of a linear economy. Some of these things are easier said than done, but make those efforts. And don't fall into the trap of staying with your intermediaries. And to the degree you can, lean out of statism, avoid statism. And what do I mean by that? So, number one, you could reduce your tax footprint. I'm not saying do anything illegal and don't pay tax, but maybe you set up something offshore. Find a way to stop supporting the state. Voting. You're voting for the system either way. It doesn't matter if it's left or right. You're still voting for the government and the central bank to be in power. Is that what you want? I don't think so. And if you actually think about it, you may even, if you're going to vote, you may want to vote for the worst of all evils because, frankly, is the optimal outcome of the fiat explosion not to have Justin Trudeau left holding the bag at the end of the day? So take your foot off the brakes. First principles of orange pilling are inefficient. You'll know when to use it. There's only a certain fraction of people who are like really open and ready to use that, but for the most part, people don't want to learn by logic and reason. So let's review some of the key lessons and principles of this. Good governance actually delays hyper-Bitcoinization. It extends fiat suffering. So consider how your values might be part of the long-term problem. Reason and logic are a bit of a fool's errand, unfortunately. People are not as open-minded, critical, and proactive as they tell themselves they are. To crack them open, you may need to internalize zero principles. And so how do we do that? Well, you want to turn up the temperature on the boiling frog and push them down the slippery slope so they actually experience the fall. And then at its core, decelerating is an exercise in stroking your own ego, if we're being honest. It's understandable and commendable that you want to explain things for people, but if understanding Bitcoin requires going on a hero's journey, you can't be someone else's hero. So what's the right thing to do if you can't be their hero? Well, maybe, just maybe, you should be the villain. So now that you're aware of acceleration theory, maybe you can view things a little differently and see what's right may not always be what's right. And so before I go, I'll just quickly leave you with this. Reason fails to educate. Why separate money from state? And since the future cannot wait, we must accelerate.
Yeah. I'm just, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule now, so does anyone have a question for Jesse? There is a question. The man in the orange t-shirt. Use my microphone.
I'm going to wear the hat of the most fiat person in the room right now. So you want to accelerate, but you have RESPs for your children, and you're fully into the fiat system. Maybe you have some micro strategies in there or something that's Bitcoin related. But how do you accelerate when life goes on? You have to pay for the university. You know it's going to cost more in a few years, and you're doing things right because you have to care for your family.
I just want to remind everyone, I am not necessarily a proponent of this point of view. I am doing a service to some friends of mine presenting this point of view. So that's just a quick reminder for everyone. But the answer to try to answer your question, I think you can take baby steps. Maybe you don't contribute as much to your RESP because that is a registered investment account. And if you think adversarially about what is the government going to do, what are the first types of funds that they're going to go after in the event that, let's say, they wanted to seize funds because maybe they have the incentive to do that kind of thing one day, that's the first place they're going to go. So maybe you stop investing your money that way and you start taking self-custody of something they can't take away from you. in terms of, I guess, the rest of, your fiat bills and the mortgage and all that, I mean, listen, we all still live in that world. There's no getting around it. It's more so about taking initial steps to move away from it. And also helping your family and friends see the faults of continuing along with the current system.
Awesome. I believe we have another question here. Yep. Shoot. Jerome.
Thanks. That's what's really interesting. Yeah, it's not the question, but I wonder, like, what's your opinion on this? Like, my dad say often that when I was younger, that c'est avec de la merde que l'on fait de l'engrais. Which, in English, it's with shit that we make fertilizer. So, does it fit with the...
Sorry, with shit we make?
Yeah, does it fit with the whole accelerating thing? Oh, it's with shit that we make fertilizer.
There you go. That's an excellent analogy for acceleration theory.
What's the French? C'est avec la merde qu'on fait quoi? L'engrais. Okay, d'accord. We need Jesse, get this in your next speech.
I'll put that in the next presentation.
Good man. Thank you, Jérôme. Merci, Jérôme. And one last question. Okay, and one last question for Chris.
More just of a comment than a question, but this has been something that I've been really thinking through, and in terms of nonprofits and churches who are basically at the tit of the government with their tax-free status. We all know that that's going away eventually, and just ways to encourage those institutions to take that money now and put it in Bitcoin, to just take what the government's willing to give back, but to set themselves up for longevity, because so many of these well-meaning nonprofits that were started with passion from the heart are being corrupted by their reliance on their tax status, which I think is just crazy. So I'd love to just inspire nonprofits just to take that into Bitcoin and accelerate.
Tell them you need more of their free money.
Exactly. Step on the gas.
Fantastic. Please give it up for Jesse. Thank you very much to Chris and Jerome for your questions. Awesome stuff. And I'm glad you mentioned taxes there, Chris, because that's a nice segue to the next talk. The penultimate talk of the Canadian Bitcoin Conference 2024. It's almost all over, guys, but don't worry. There's socializing to be had this evening. I've forgotten the location of the after party. It was my one note to shill. Where is the after party? Anyone know it here? What, sorry? I'll find out for you before the next speech. I'm sorry, my brain is fading. I'm letting you guys down. I'll come back with information in a moment. Okay, and with that, we're on to death, taxes, and Bitcoin. I presume the new 3 certainties in life. So please can I welcome John and Andrew onto the stage to talk us through their fireside. John and Andrew, please put your hands together, please. Welcome, welcome. Take a seat here. You want to be standing? Oh, do you want me to get rid of these? You okay? Okay, fantastic. There's a second microphone here as well. Here you are. Take it away.
Test. Oh, there we go. Benjamin Franklin once wrote that in this world, nothing is certain except death and taxes. He didn't know about Bitcoin, otherwise he might have said there are 3 certainties: death, taxes, and Bitcoin. While we might not need to convince you about the certainty of Bitcoin, John and I, an accountant and a lawyer, are here to suggest that as a Bitcoiner, you should spend some time thinking about death and taxes. We might say some things that don't sit well with you, but to be clear, we aren't here to tell you what to do or how to think. Rather, we're here to share from our experience as professionals, which will hopefully help you consider the risks to you, your loved ones, and your Bitcoin as you hodl.
So in the fiat world, it's said that no one will care about your money as much as you, and the same is true of your Bitcoin. I'm of the belief that we're simply hodling it for the next generation, so it's our duty to take a vested interest in doing so responsibly. There's something known as the 3-generational rule of wealth, whereby the first generation builds it, the second generation protects it, and the third generation blows it. I don't expect things to be much different with Bitcoin, but there's some basic steps that you can take to be the exceptions to the rule. And so we're going to just cover 3 main areas and share our professional insights in the hope that you'll just be empowered to find out what works best for you to sort out your own affairs. And at the end, because this content can be a little bit dense, we're going to be very high level, we'll take any questions you might have in the hopes that we can clarify
As mentioned, John is an accountant, but he's not your accountant. So this presentation does not constitute tax advice. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer, so this presentation is not legal advice. We're just sharing general information from our personal experience today. So if you want tax advice or legal advice, find your own accountant or lawyer.
So who are we? Who am I? Before Bitcoin, I was a partner at one of the largest accounting firms in Canada, and I primarily worked with high net worth families, generational fiat wealth, 8-9 figures typically, and I mainly did accounting, tax, and estate planning for them. Normally, that would have been the story of my life if it wasn't for the pandemic. Our profession was forced to go virtual overnight, and so we stopped using paper, we stopped in-person meetings. We had to use new technology, and you know, as accountants, you're trained to look backwards, so what everyone seemed to think was that one day we just go back to normal, not realizing that that was and this is the new normal. So I decided to embrace the new technology and put my money where my mouth was. So not to just use those new digital tools, but to take the time to understand them and invest in them. So I placed my bets on scalable software, automation, and Bitcoin, and I first found Bitcoin in 2017, but I ultimately dismissed it because I didn't feel that I had a need to embrace it. But you know, fast forward to 2020, the shock of the pandemic, you know, I too refused to bend the knee, and that was a catalyst for me to think outside the box about many other things. So I did my own research, I YOLO'd in, and I was able to retire the next year, which was great. One thing though that I thought of, you know, so many people help me in Bitcoin. Like, I'm an accountant, I'm a CA, like I understand the technicalities of taxation and you know, that field of study, but people had the humility to share their technical expertise of Bitcoin with me, and I thought, well, how can I give back to Bitcoin? And I couldn't answer that question very easily, except that I had figured, how could I give back to accounting? And one thing the pandemic showed me is that in the past, we used to scale work using time, and Bitcoin showed me you can scale work using technology. So if you don't need to see your accountant, as great as we think we are, a lot of people care more just about the accounting. Like, if they can avoid the conversation with me, it can be cheaper. You can embrace deflationary technology, get things done faster, more efficiently. But we are the gatekeepers. And so I thought, why don't I co-found a firm with my partner called Numberly, where it's not about what I want, it's about you, it's about your numbers. And so we just try to find the simplest way for you to, you know, get the most annoying parts of your business done, like your taxes and your accounting. And I also help Bitcoiners in the same way I used to help my fiat clients with the challenges that I faced in planning for my own demise.
So as for me, I'm Salvadoran Canadian. I was born in El Salvador shortly after the Civil War. And when the gang war began to stir, my parents moved us back to Canada. I grew up in Ontario, visiting El Salvador every couple of years at first. But as life grew more busy here and more dangerous there, those visits tailed off. I visited only once between the ages of 10 to 27. I turned 19 on that trip, and I was eager to be treated as an adult and explore the country, only to be carted around by my grandmother, who wouldn't let me out of her sight and kept me at her hip the whole time. I didn't like that very much until one day we were in the car and had a gang member pull a knife on us, hold us up, and threaten to slash our tires. Thankfully, we got out unscathed, but having had life flash before my eyes, I suddenly understood how high the stakes were there. Seeing no future in El Salvador, I returned to Canada, began to dabble in politics, began to climb the professional ladder, undergrad, work experience, political campaigns, law school. Bitcoin came onto my radar a few times, but I ignored it. Despite becoming increasingly disillusioned with the professional ladder, I saw no other options and continued on. But then the pandemic hit, and then inflation hit. And while Canada seemed to be unraveling, I saw Nayib Bukele taking El Salvador in a different direction, promoting healthy living, embracing Bitcoin, prioritizing safety. It was a direction so different and so hopeful that my parents sold their house in Canada and moved back permanently to El Salvador. While I haven't left Canada, I left Big Law and started practicing at Outsiders Law. We're a small, tech-forward, remote-first law firm headquartered in Calgary by fellow Bitcoiner, my boss, Sebastian Alani. I practice corporate and tax law, serving businesses, nonprofits, including Bitcoin-related businesses. My practice focuses on the social sector, but my personal experience has led to a growing practice in immigration, helping clients arrange their affairs when leaving Canada. As professionals, when we advise clients, the end is where we begin. As Steve Jobs once said, remembering that I'll be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life. Jobs' sentiment is not an innovation. The practice of memento mori, of remembering our death, has been an important way about thinking about how to live the good life since the roots of the Western tradition. You are dust, and to dust you will return. As professionals, we play a small role in answering these important questions about what clients ought to do with their time here. We do so by understanding motivations, looking ahead, planning for their future, mitigating risk. This applies to no-coiners and Bitcoiners alike. So with many of our clients, we start with the idea that you may not be interested in death and taxes, but death and taxes are certainly interested in you. Whether we like it or not, we will each be subject to nation states that levy taxes, and we will each die. Bitcoin does not exist outside of that reality, it exists within it. The law of a nation state necessarily assigns legal categories to identifiable phenomena, and that includes Bitcoin. In Canada, Bitcoin is a commodity for tax purposes. It's not a currency. The result is that every disposition, sale, trade, barter, gift, deemed disposition, are a taxable event. And if on that disposition you incur a fiat gain, you will be subject to capital gains tax. So, while Bitcoin may be freedom money, it does not relieve you from obligations that the state imposes on you. If you intend to set future generations free with the fruits of your hodling, you'll need to take this seriously. And you need to make a plan for how to deal with death and taxes, one that adequately responds to the way the law will treat your assets when you die. So, losing your Bitcoin in a boating accident is not a plan. Seriously, especially if you have KYC Bitcoin. No tax authority is going to buy it. In fact, they will be incentivized not to.
So I guess if you're to take away anything from this slide, just know the basics of what a last will is. You know, consider life insurance, consider the chain of custody, like who's going to do what when you pass. Because by facing your death, you force yourself to face your life. And I find with a lot of Bitcoiners, the clients I had were older, but the Bitcoiners are very young, and they have a lot of wealth. So you think you have a gap, 50 years between you and death, but you may or you may not. So these basic options can just save you a bundle of taxes, but more importantly, they save your family from grief. Because either you will plan for your death or you won't, but you will die regardless, and someone else will have to deal with it. So, in Canada, what happens to my Bitcoin when I die? There's something called a deemed disposition. So the government will look at it as if you sold everything you owned, except that you didn't, and therefore you owe taxes on the difference between whatever the fair market value is of everything you owned on the date of your death and the cost base. Now, some things taxes can be deferred on, like if you owned property between you and your spouse, or some things are exempt from tax, like your principal residence. There are exceptions, but my point is you must have clear instructions in place and things documented in a way that someone other than you can understand. Unfortunately, as a Bitcoiner, you have all of the challenges of estate planning for high net worth individuals and all of the technical challenges of owning a digital asset. So once again, remember that something, if happens, your family's under a great deal of stress and emotion, so don't make an already difficult situation worse. One thing I've seen with the biggest issue, I guess, with Bitcoiners is simply information asymmetry. So there's some people who disclose their Bitcoin when they file their taxes and some people who don't. And that is your choice. It's like the laws are what they are, and whether you comply with them is up to you. But the problem is when you pass away, your executor is now taking legal liability on. So it's like your estate is filed a certain way, and they're the ones signing off on it, whereas in the past, you are gone, and you signed off the way you were. So it puts them in a difficult position. And also, the mechanics of dealing with private keys and hardware wallets and addresses, I've heard all sorts of great stories, time locks, riddles, treasure maps. It's all great, but the takeaway is that when you pass away, people behave very differently, and especially if there's a lot of money to be distributed, and they may not share your ideology. So to me, having a will offers some protection, not all, but that your wishes are actually carried out, but you do need to explain things to people like they are 5. Because when faced with that situation with something as challenging as Bitcoin, they are. Another thing to consider is, what happens to my Bitcoin if I don't die and some other life event happens? And, what if you get really sick? What if you have a child? What if you get divorced? What if you get remarried? Someone mentioned to me backstage, what if you just forget, your private keys? Odds are you will be taxed at some point, or it'll be complex to deal with. So you could have a living will for power of attorney should something happen to you, should you become sick, should you become impaired. And again, it can bring peace of mind to your family during a difficult time. But ultimately, as Thomas so well once said, there are no perfect solutions, only trade-offs. So nobody was going to care about your Bitcoin as much as you. So educate the second generation however you can get through to them. This is one of my all-time favorite quotes from, I guess, the documentary / book, 1984. I was fortunate to work with so many smart professionals for so many years, and I always thought that your job as a professional was to remain calm and objective, even if the world was on fire. But the pandemic showed me the harsh truth, and to me it was really a mirror. There's so many people who knew and were smart enough to know that something was wrong, and take an interest and maybe speak out about what was happening, but they chose not to. And for me personally, when I was asked to compromise my integrity, I said no. And I paid a very steep price for that, like many of you, but Bitcoin was my escape valve. It saved my family from financial disaster. And once you get past the emotions of what that time in history was, the intellectual me starts thinking, why don't more smart professionals get it? Why don't they get it? And what I concluded is that you can't reason people out of situations that they haven't been reasoned into. So when you live in the matrix, you can't accept the reality that you believe in would ever try to harm you despite all of the evidence to the contrary. It's safer to live in denial. But what does this have to do with Bitcoin? To me, everything. It's don't make the same mistake with your accountant, your lawyer, like any other so-called professional. It's like choose the ones that chose integrity, choose the ones with skin in the game, choose the ones who spoke up when it was inconvenient to do so and no one else would, choose the ones who give you the advice that you need to hear even if you don't want to hear it. So that being said, on a lighter subject, let's assume you want to live. So if you want to live in a free society, you need to vote with your feet. And that's where, getting back to what I was saying earlier, it's more important to be honest than to be precise. I've considered about what to do emigrating away from Canada. In the last few years, I've been to Mexico and Costa Rica and El Salvador. I need to get my boots on the ground to get to feel for things the way they are. Because to me, it's not just about taxes, it's about quality of life for my children. But I'm left with more questions than answers now. But what it did for me is help me clear mental blocks. And so that's why I would give 3 things to think of here, consideration. First of all, if you leave Canada and you leave for good, you're going to be hit with a tax. The government will want their pound of flesh. If you don't pay the tax and you have to come back for a funeral or something else, you could have issues. So consider that. Secondly, what does residency even mean? You can be a Canadian citizen and not a Canadian tax resident. But if I live in Canada most of the year, if I have a house, I have a spouse, I have things here, bank accounts, I'm a resident. I'm going to be taxed on my worldwide income. And political risk. It's like, let's say I go down to one of these tax favorable jurisdictions that amended their tax law quickly to favor Bitcoiners. Well, guess what? They can amend it back quickly, should it suit them. So carefully weigh the costs and benefits of living in different jurisdictions. Despite the things I said about the pandemic, one of the reasons why Western democracies are desirable is because of the rule of law. So those laws that worked against us during that time can work for you in terms of taxation and regulatory clarity. The Canadian government is put a table to budget, to increase capital gains taxes. And they're going to go up in June. I've heard rumors of the departure tax on the departure tax. But that's nothing new. Every year there's more tax. Every year there's more inflation. Every year the cost of living goes up. That's the price you pay to live in this place. And if you don't want to live in this place, there are risks and compromises you'll have to make to go to another place. It's just a question of what you're willing to accept. So with that being said, I remain in Canada for the time being, because to me, it's the devil you know versus the devil you don't know.
So just a few reflections based on family and friends who have left. As I mentioned earlier, my parents have left Canada and gone back to El Salvador. In their situation, it was pretty straightforward. So my mom is a Salvadoran citizen. My dad had been a PR there for years previously. Got a customs exemption for the things they took into El Salvador. Asset situation was fairly straightforward. No complexity in the departure tax. It was about as clean as you can get. And it still took about a year to plan and execute a move. So if you or your friends are planning to make the move to a Bitcoin haven or some foreign country, you should expect a clean move to take about that long. Why? Obviously, logistics is one. Two is the departure tax that John mentioned, which is effectively a deemed disposition on exit of most of your assets, which triggers capital gains. But the other reason is because countries like El Salvador are what we call non-treaty countries. Every country is a definition of what makes you a tax resident in that country. But it is possible to be a tax resident in multiple countries at any given time. That means you'd be subject to income tax in both countries, which could be a tax burden of 60, 70% or more. Canada has treaties with certain countries that allow you to establish ties and move freely between them while avoiding this double taxation situation. So for example, between Canada and the US, Canada and the UK, Canada and Switzerland, when moving between these treated countries, Canadians leaving Canada have a relatively easy time avoiding double taxation. However, this does not apply to non-treaty countries. And this is important because most of the countries that Bitcoiners are interested in moving to do not have a tax treaty with Canada. This means that if you're planning on moving there, for example, moving to El Salvador, you risk double taxation. How do you avoid that risk? You cut ties with Canada, and you establish ties in your new country. But this means often selling real estate, selling certain assets, giving up Canadian employment, moderating travel back to Canada, closing all sorts of accounts, shutting down your ties here, and starting up those ties in a new country. What I found, though, in meeting expats in El Salvador and throughout Central America as we've visited over the last few years, is that many, if not most people who have arrived since the pandemic have not sorted out their plan with respect to departure tax, with respect to their tax residency. Of course, it takes a while to sort out your life plan, or you might leave and show up there and not actually have a plan and just be figuring it out along the way. But you cannot delay your decision without risking unfavorable tax consequences. So with the stakes this high, you should be very wary of crowdsourcing immigration information. I've seen so much of this on Telegram. If you ask for help on Telegram, you'll probably have some well-meaning, ill-informed NIM making things up, and you will get what you paid for. Don't do it. Find yourself advisors who understand where you're coming from and want to help you get there. And finally, as John said, I'd really underscore this. Consider that the future of a foreign jurisdiction, where right now the grass looks greener there, it might not be the same in the future. It might not be as favorable down the line.
Love this quote also by Francis Scott Fitzgerald. Said, "The test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposed ideas in the mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function." Harder than it looks. You know, but it's your job as a Bitcoiner to understand that this duality exists in your world too. So you need to decide not only how can you vote with your money to improve circumstances for yourself, but more importantly, the next generation with what we believe to be generational wealth. Next slide. Yep. So the same tools can either enslave us or empower us. I really like Jesse's presentation, you know, in like the power of social media. Personally, I enjoy social media as a tool for education and empowerment and to have fun, but it has trade-offs. But the thing is, if you're too afraid to make a mistake, you're never going to do anything. And so a lot of professionals just simply don't exist because they're afraid to engage there. They have no presence in the digital town square. So I think of it as like, you know, the way you portray yourself online, in the same way you want to be remembered, and like all the little subtle things and the butterfly effect they can have on the future. So if you ask the question, you know, what's the right legal structure when running on a Bitcoin standard? It's like, well, how do you show up every day? Like, what outcome do you seek? Are you employed and do you stack sats when you can? Are you a Bitcoin maximalist? Are you something in between? It's like people focus so much on the legality and less on like the practicality. So you could be a sole proprietor, you could be a partnership, you could be a corporation, but like you need to answer like the question of who you are first and what you want. So if you think in terms of layers, layer one to me with Bitcoin, it's like the complexity of trading 24 hours a day, 7 days a week means that like there's people spending Bitcoin over here, there's people stacking over here, there's people earning over here. It's like you need to get a clear picture of like what your activity is. It's just as a layer one. As a layer two, you should do something like, we call it a financial statement or a statement of net worth. So it captures like, well, what are your assets? Like, what do you own? What do you owe? How much do you earn? What's your income? Like, what are your expenses as a layer 2 before you even talk about taxes? Because a lot of people's Bitcoin money, if they're paying taxes on, they might be paying too much or they might be paying too little on the layer 3 just because their layer 1 is out of sorts. So I think that asking yourself those questions, and being aware of the complexities and taking responsibilities for them can help mitigate the tax burden, but more importantly, just empower you to make a better decision about the future. Like, you need to know where you are now in order to determine where you want to go or how you want to be remembered.
As a charity lawyer, I'm interested in what Bitcoin can offer the social sector. In Canada, when you donate certain publicly traded shares to a charity, you may be entitled to an exemption on capital gains. The same exemption doesn't apply to Bitcoin if you're donating Bitcoin, which can make it an inefficient way to give from a tax perspective, which is unfortunate because Bitcoin has an incredibly high potential to become an endowment asset, and in the same way that for businesses it can be a treasury asset. However, an area where Bitcoin can offer some immediate benefits in the charitable sector is by improving international monetary transfer to project sites abroad. I just note that because if you have friends in the charitable sector who maybe at first blush tend in political directions that don't necessarily align with Bitcoin, this might be a good opportunity to start orange pilling them. To close off, as I mentioned yesterday, Bitcoin is not an end in itself. It's a tool. Hodling is great, but most Bitcoiners I've met aren't merely interested in accumulation. They're interested in fixing things that they see wrong in the world. So the best thing you can do with Bitcoin is to allow it to let you build things, whether it's a business, the cause you care for, wealth for future generations. So steward it well. That's it for us for now. Our contact info is on the slides. Feel free to be in touch. And I believe we've got a few minutes for questions. So if there are questions, go ahead.
Any questions?
We have one at the front here. Do we have a mic? Go for it.
So with the local economy and Bitcoin's capital gains, are there any good ways to track capital gains as you use it in your local economy?
Yeah, like if you're thinking from a Canadian perspective, it's like every time you spend Bitcoin, technically it's like it should be converted to Canadian dollars because you're a Canadian resident. I would separate your spending, between call it lightning, between your hodling stack. It's like and not commingle them, because capital gains, although they're taxed more now than they were before, it's taxed significantly less than regular income. And typically people in those circular economies, they're buying sandwiches, they're booking things like hotels. They're not necessarily spending the big dollars. But if you mix and match, it's like you have to answer a difficult question to the government should you report it one day, because they might say, how do I know that this big transaction here wasn't you setting it aside for future spending? You know what I mean? It's like you just don't want that question to be answered. It's almost like you have a savings account, you have a checking account. Treat your stack like that.
I've got a couple things to add. One is, if you're a tax resident of Canada, your transactions with Bitcoin are taxable, including those abroad. So if you go to Costa Rica and spend in Bitcoin jungle, that CRA is expecting that to be tracked as well. So for the answer to your question, it is worth looking at what CRA expects, right? I'm not saying that, telling you all to go do this, but it is important to actually know what the rules are. So there is a guidance from CRA on the CRA website that explains, that gives tips on how to track your spend, or how they expect you to. Any other questions? So the question is, if, for example, if you wanted to buy real estate in El Salvador, would that be a taxable event if I buy in Bitcoin? If you're a Canadian tax resident, the answer is yes.
Here, take this.
Hello? Let's say I have a friend who buys Bitcoin, no KYC, and can join those Bitcoin. How will the government establish the cost basis of those coins to establish the capital gains?
There are applications you can use. Liken it to like if you bought Tesla shares over a period of time through like a stock ownership plan, or maybe just like Tesla and you bought a few here and a few there. You need to like calculate the date you bought it, how many you bought, what the price was, so that you get the adjusted cost base over time. And when you sell it, you're selling it, and that's your case. You can't just say, well, I'm only selling the Tesla I bought a year ago for this big price. I'm claiming a loss. It's like if you bought a lot of it years ago, it's like it's bringing down your adjusted cost base. So you need to do the math to go through the transactions. But there are apps you can use, because Bitcoin's annoying, especially if you're stacking every day, or every week. You need to have good record keeping. So you could import, the transactions from your wallet into that, and it could do a lot of that math for you.
I think, John, the question was about how could the government know what your cost basis was?
If it was non-KYC.
Oh, they wouldn't.
Great.
At least not right now. Sorry. They wouldn't. No, I'm speaking
It
more
was
about
very,
KYC.
very high then.
They wouldn't. But that's not to say they can't find out one day. It's just they wouldn't. Like.
One last question? Yep.
Sorry. I'm very happy you're having this presentation today. I've worked in tax law for 7 years before going full-time into trigger warning crypto. But like just for the tax basis, the problem is, and people need to understand it, when the CRA assess you, you need to prove they're wrong. So, so you need I don't know if I can say it in French, but like, faites-vous un cadeau. Si vous commencez en crypto, prenez tout de suite des bonnes habitudes, because I've seen it so many times. People, like, they don't, they make $1,000 and it's funny, but if your investment thesis is that Bitcoin is going to infinity, down the road, it's going to be worth a lot of money. And if you don't declare your taxes, this year can go back like infinity. They don't have like a 3-year deadline to find that you did not declare your taxes. They can go back to infinity, and then you pay a lot of penalties. So do business with those guys, get your things straight, and then you can sleep well at night. I think it's very important.
Yeah, I just want to quickly underscore that in case you guys didn't catch it. Completely correct. In tax law, the burden of proof is reversed. So when CRA makes a claim, it is your job as a taxpayer to rebut it. It's not the other way around. So you might have non-KYC coin, but if you've been publicly a Bitcoiner and they find that on Twitter, that could lead to a certain kind of assessment. So do keep that in mind.
Awesome. That was a great last question to finish on. Thank you so much again, John and Andy. Round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Well done, gents. Well done. You may have noticed that behind me there are a load of sponsors appearing, and I just wanted to shout them all out, because without them this conference is not possible. We're going to get to these guys, the reason behind the conference, in a second, but once the sponsor screen pops up, yeah, thanks to the agenda. Great. Round of applause for the agenda. We're going to get there. Here we go. Oh, no. Okay. In which case, I'll read off the list of sponsors on my phone. And I'd like, first up, Bull Bitcoin. Can we have a round of applause for Bull Bitcoin, please? Panties for Bitcoin, ShakePay, Block Rewards, Constellation Heating, QuickBit, Apex Partners, Bitcoin Well, CoinCars, Numberly, Coinbase, Beaver, Teenies, Hodler's Official, SatSync, CoinKite, SatStreet, and Yap.cx. Please grab a round of applause for our sponsors. Without them, it isn't possible. Mi Primer Bitcoin, BCC, Simply Bitcoin, BitLyrics, Ibex, and Jolts Rewards. But there are some people that are very, very important to this conference that we haven't yet thanked. I wanted to bring on the organizers of the conference to the stage now. So please give your biggest cheer, your biggest round of applause to Daniel, to Manuela, and to Nicole. Woo! And to Plate Liquor, who's on a plane right now. To Plate Liquor, to Plate. Yeah, I still don't know Plate's real name, but to Plate as well. Do you want to say a few words?
Yeah. Thanks very much. Sorry, I'm a man of few words, and plus I had a few beers last night, so it's so my voice is going. But thanks to Joe. I think Joe did an amazing job. Round of applause. Like Joe said, thanks to the sponsors, everybody putting all the sponsors, really support us throughout the year and help with the organizing, help get the message out. So thanks again to those guys. Nicole and Manuela, so I kind of do what I do as a Bitcoiner and, talk to all the speakers and get all the content and try to get it all together. And I just landed on their lap and say, here, you put this conference together. So Nicole and Manuela are really the main part of it. So give it up for them. And thanks to everybody that came here today as well. So there's people from Vancouver and Quebec City, Montreal, Toronto, Massachusetts, New York, Calgary, England, Ireland. There's from all over, and everybody. It's a big expense to come here. We hope you guys enjoyed Montreal. We hope you enjoyed the conference. We hope you enjoyed the speakers, the laughs from Joe, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. So, thank you. Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. The volunteers as well. Sorry. Yeah.
Here we are. We're doing this thank you now in case you left before David Saint-Onge, the headliner of the Canadian Bitcoin Conference. But I believe we also need to give away one more Quick Bit Crypto. Yeah, is that correct, Dale? Yeah, wicked. So we have one more box to give away, one of the prizes. And for this one, Dale has put together a rather off-the-wall and fun question. Dale, would you like to read out the question? Yeah, you do? It's going to be on the board. Amazing. Okay, this is, again, David Saint-Onge is in the wings. I know we want to go through the history of the devaluation of money. Before we get there, oh, look, some bolivars. That means David Saint-Onge is close. Okay, the question is on the board right now. So we know that Canadian general government net debt is approximately $500.4 billion. I presume that's Canadian dollars. If you stacked $100 bills on top of each other to equal $500 billion, how high would that stack be? I want it to the nearest, to the nearest kilometer. I was going to go with meters. Okay, to the nearest kilometer. Any hands up? To the moon, not to the nearest moon, to the nearest kilometer. But yes, close. Yes, 21, I like that, but no, unfortunately. Are we higher or lower from there, Dale? Give him the hint. You give him the hint.
All right, so the hint is right here. So $100 bills stacked together equals 1 centimeter.
Let's do hands up, let's do hands up. 329 miles? I want it in kilometers. I can't believe as a British person I am saying this. But yes, I love that he's doing the maths. This is amazing. Yes, Jerome, go for it. 546 kilometers? It's not actually technically exactly correct, but what do you think, Dale? That is correct. But, okay, it is correct. You wrote me the answer differently.
What did he say? 546, yeah.
You want to give it? Well, I've got the maths here, but 550,000, that probably is the moon. No, I think, Jerome, I think we should give it to Jerome here, no? Yeah? I mean, I have the maths here, but your math is probably better than mine. So, according to the mathematical calculations here, it goes to 50,000, wait, is that 50 million? 50 million centimeters, which is 500.4 kilometers, and you said 546. But I reckon, what is the calculation you did, Jerome? Can we give you a microphone and tell you? You kind of cheated. Please share. The prize?
Well, you have to come up and get it.
Well, you can give away the gifts if you'd like to. Amazing.
Well, you just...
I think you deserve it. You look to do some mathematical calculations there. It's close enough. Dale's happy with it? Are you happy with it?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah,
Okay,
the
great.
answer is 500.4 kilometers high.
That's a lot of debt. Like, just try to imagine this 500 kilometers high. That's how much debt Canada is in right now. UK is in more debt, so it's not looking good. But yes, please give it up for Jerome, who wins the quick bit. Wait a minute. You can gift it to people. The calculation.
Yeah, I used the ChatGPT 4.0, took the picture and asked the question. I didn't read it, and yeah, that's why it said it in miles, and then I asked it in kilometers. So thank you, and ChatGPT is the future.
Amazing. And this is why we win. This is why we win. Okay, phenomenal stuff. Well done, Jerome. Crazy. And there is, yeah, the other alternative answer. Moving on swiftly. Okay, we're coming to the final talk of the weekend of the Canadian Bitcoin Conference. Have you all had a good time this past 2 days? Yeah? It's been fun? It's been so much fun for me to look after you all. I'll come back on with David in a second, but in the meantime, David Saint-Onge, the local boy, the Quebecer, the Montrealer, come take it away. The history of the devaluation of money. Someone has stolen the clicker. I will find that for you. Got any good stand-up jokes? Yes. You do? Great.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Oh, hello everyone. I'm David. I guess that a few of you knows me because I'm the weird guy who's giving out those fiat puppies at every conference I go. Actually, I think I distribute them like internationally. I give them in Miami, in France, in Biarritz, in Montreal a lot. At every meetup or conference I go, I gave out these puppies, and I thought of throwing them at you right now, but I think I won't do it because it's going to be a big mess to get them out of the floor after. All right. So here we go. Today we're going to talk about the history of the devaluation of money. I'm going to give you some examples, some peculiar and not well-known example of monetary devaluation. So how did I came out with the list is that for the past 5 years, I've been studying I've went very deep in the rabbit hole of the history of money. And I took a lot of notes, like 150 pages of notes or something like that. And I took out of these pages the like 15 examples of the best and more peculiar and unknown example of monetary devaluation. All right, so that's the list. We're going to go through it. So we're going to begin at the classical antiquity. The first devaluation of money that happened in the history was for two wars, the Peloponnesian War and the Second Punic War. So for the Peloponnesian War, it was Sparta against Athens. And what happened is that Athens seized the mine of, Sparta seized the mine of Athens, and they were not able to produce coin anymore, silver coins. So what they did is they took base metal like copper, and they mint some coin to replace the silver coins. And the key here is that they didn't create some small change or to be used, some coins to be used as small change. No, they replaced the silver coin by copper because they did not have access to their mine. So that's the very first example of devaluation I found in the history of money. The second one is the one that you already all know about, is the denarius. So it's the Roman, where you know that it was almost pure silver, and then Rome devalued it to the roof. Well, there was no silver at all at the end. Everybody knows that. But there's another example that you might not know about, is the Antoninianus. So it's a very weird name for a coin. We actually don't know if it was not called like that. It's the name that came after. So, but the key here is that this coin, silver coin, was 1.5 times bigger. It has 1.5 times more silver than the denarius, but it was worth twice, 2 denarius. It's super crazy. So it was still pure silver, but they could just print mint 1.5 ounce of silver, and it was worth 2 ounces of silver compared to the denarii. So that was a weird devaluation they did. And it's because there's a crown. You see, that's the one on the right that has a crown. So coins with crowns in Roman time was worth twice the comparable coin without the crown. And the best example of antiquity is in Egypt during Roman time. So through the period of 41 AD to 361 AD, so about 300 years, the price of wheat in Egypt had a million-fold price increase of the wheat. So well, the first time I read it, I was like, I was not able to wrap my mind around a 1 million time price increase with coins, but I pictured it for you right there. So on your left, you have the original tetradrachma from Athens, the Greek coins, and on the right, you have the weird copper coin that was still called tetradrachma in Egypt in Roman time, because Egypt was still using the name drachma even in Roman time. So that's what a million fold inflation looks like in a coin. And what's really interesting here is that throughout this whole period, about 300 years, it was a 4.4% inflation per year. So today our target is 2%, and at that time, if you think of it on a 300 years period, the price increased 1 million times. It was only 4.4% inflation. But actually, the inflation was more at the very end of the 3rd century. It was more like 20% per year at the end of the 3rd century when they devalued a lot the coinage there. All right, now we're going to sail off to the age of discovery with Spain. So during the 15th and 17th century, there was a period that was called the Price Revolution. And what's interesting about the price revolution, it's a natural inflation thing because the Spaniards looted all the silver from the mines in Americas and imported the silver to Europe, and it caused that inflation that was called the price revolution. But what you might not know, if this period that was called the Great Price Revolution was only 2% inflation per year. That is exactly the target we have now with the central banks. So this period that is written in history book like, oh my God, it was a great price revolution, everything changed, is actually what we have today with central bank. And what I like about this example is that it's a natural, it was not the government that was messing with the money, it was just like a bunch of bum that went to another continent and looted the resource there. And the second example for the Spanish is the Spanish Maravedí. It's the coin on the right, it's the copper coin there. So what you have to understand is that Spanish had the reserve currency of the time. It was the Spanish dollar. This is where actually this is where the US dollar come from, that's the origin of it. And they didn't want to devalue it because it was a reserve currency. For some reason, they didn't want to touch the metal content there, but they still needed inflation to finance the kingdom. So as any king or any government would do. So what they did is that they would have this copper coin right there, and they would recall them and restamp a number on it. So at first you had one Maravedí that was worth one Maravedí. They would call them back all, and people had to cross the country with their coin and give them back to the king, and he would stamp a 2 on it and give just one coin back. So they would inflate the monetary mass with that technique, even if it was coin. So there was the same number of coin, but they would just stamp new numbers, and they did that. They stamped the 2, the 4, and the 8. They did that 4 times. So you can see that the point there, there's an 8 on the coin. So everybody would give back the coin to the king, and they would just have back half of their coin with a new number on it. So that's a great example of how you can devaluate money, even if it's already a copper coin that is worth nothing. There you go. And the French. The French are my favorite examples of devaluation. So the first devaluation, the first paper money in the West was from the French. It was a guy, John La, who had a really great idea. What it is he created a bank who would print paper money, and he would, at the same time, create a company called the Mississippi Company, and he would sell share of this company, and people would use the paper money that his bank print to buy those shares. And with the graph you see on the right is the bubble, the Mississippi Company bubble, that people would just print, well, John Law would just print money with his bank, and people would just buy share of his company, and it did a bubble and it burst. And this is where we got this term, the Cantillon effect. It was Richard Cantillon who got really rich by this, this process, but he understood that it was very stupid, and everybody got poor, and he got rich because he got out at the right time. So the Cantillon effect that we know about was coined by this guy who profits from, he got rich from this process. The second paper money they print, at the end of 18th century, they decided to do it again. So their first experiment crashed miserably, and 100 years later they forgot about it and did it again during the French Revolution. So it was the assignat, and what I want to tell you about is that they had to use death threat to make it a legal tender to impose it to the population. So on the bill, it was written, counterfeiter would be punished by death penalty. And on the next slide, I have a decree from the government at the time that states that if you don't accept this paper money, you would have death penalty. So in the law, you had to accept the paper money or you would die. That's as simply as that. And the best example for the French was the bell currency. Because when you have this paper money that you impose and you still have some silver currency, people won't spend their silver currency. They will hoard it because they know that the paper money is not worth anything. And the exchange, well, there's no exchange rate. Both are, let's say you have £5 of paper money and you have a coin that's worth £5. You know the coin is worth something for real, but the paper is not worth anything. So people would not spend the coins. So they disappeared. People would just hoard it. So they had to melt the bell from the church to make new money, to make new coins, to have some coins for the economy to function. So that's an example there. So they would seize all the bell of the churches and they would just melt it to make some more coin for the economy to work. All right. And right there, what I have is a proof that Christine Lagarde is more than 250 years old. So what's in the text there? No, it's for real. It's written. It's a law. It's a law text. So what happened there is that there was Miss Lagarde. She was the owner of a printing company, and there was the money was not worth anything, so they had to print more and more and more, and they had the decree there to print more money in emergency, and they had a deal with Madame Lagarde and his children to print more and more money. So I guess that proved that Madame Lagarde is in the printing money business since 1792. And and some of my friends, when they saw that, they said, hey, you know what, I have an image that may prove that she's even older than that. I'm gonna share it today with you. That's the picture right there. So now I cannot attest if it's really real, but I'll let you decide. Madame Lagarde may be very old. All right. Next slide. Okay, now segue to the United States. So I don't know if you know that, but the first hyperinflation was in France, as I just said. But I wonder if you guys know that the United States had 2 periods of hyperinflation, but they are not in the list. You know what? Because there's a guy named Kagan that wrote a book in 1956 or something, and he proposed this arbitrary number of 50% per month for hyperinflation. So that's the official definition of hyperinflation, is 50% per month. It's really arbitrary. That's not the real definition of hyperinflation for me. I studied it, and I can tell you it's not 50% per month. It can be less. So The United States is not on the list, but I can give you two examples. First, the Confederate money in the 19th century. In March 1864, there was 40% inflation in this month. So it was very close to the official definition of hyperinflation. And the second one is the Continental in 1779, and it reached 47.4% in November. So, and this is where we got the expression in the United States, not worth a Continental. And another fact that is interesting, I think it's the United States is the first country that had the world reserve currency that devalued it. You remember when I talked about Spain, that didn't devalue their Spanish dollar and they devalued the currency of the people instead. The United States are the first country that had the world reserve currency that debased it, simply because they were able to impose it. Because before that, when countries had the world reserve currency, people were able to choose which currency they want to use, and it did change throughout the history. The world reserve currency changed quite a few times, and the United States did devalue the money because they were able to impose it. All right, so that's it for the United States. And my last example, and it is my favorite example of money devaluation. It's a little weird, it's a little bit counterintuitive, but you'll understand, you just have to follow me. So, it's the Swiss dinar from Iraq. So why it was called Swiss dinar? It's basically because it was the most stable currency of this region. And I can show you a graph. It even gained some value compared to the pound on the left and in the United States dollar on the right, when those countries began to devaluate their currency. So for the pound, it was 1967. You see on the graph, the Iraqi dinar was more valuable, it gained value compared to the British pound, and also in 1971 compared to the US dollar because of the Nixon shock. So this currency was really stable. And then the Gulf Wars happened and the invasion. So those Swiss dinars were made in Great Britain, so in England. And they were very great paper quality. It was super nice bills that was used by the population. And then when the sanctions arrived because of the Gulf War, the government was not able to print those bills in England anymore. So they printed in China and locally. So what you see on the bottom, the second bill, is those cheap Chinese bills that they were printing. And at the end of this process, the bill on the bottom, the cheap Chinese bill, was it took 300 Chinese bill to equate one Swiss dinar bill. And the reason why, and think about that, the bill at the top, the Swiss dinar, was not backed anymore by the central bank. So it was a zombie currency that we call. So this zombie currency that is fiat, but is not backed, it's not even backed by the central bank, was worth 300 times more than the bill that were backed by the central bank, simply because they were really rare, because they were hard to copy, and they knew that it was just that much of this in the monetary mass didn't change. They printed that in the 90s and in the 80s, so they knew that they would not have new bills, so it kept this value. So you go to the market, they would have a price on stated in Swiss dinar, and another price for the cheap bills. So what we have to realize that is even a paper bill that is fiat money, if it got good characteristic, it could beat the official money from the central bank. So I think it's the best example of what money is. Money is simply something that you trust and that you cannot replicate. And one last point about those Swiss dinar is is that the copy of the Chinese version was that they made locally had better paper quality than the one that were made in China. So even the counterfeiter did a better job than the one who hired to print the new money. So yeah, wow, that went really fast. I think that's all I had for today. Wow, I think I speak really fast. Oh, that's it. So yeah, so that's what I had for you today. Those are examples of money devaluation that I found throughout my research. 5 years of research, 150 pages of notes. And I just wanted to let you know also that I wrote a book about Bitcoin in French at first, and I translated with some friends. It's called Bitcoin, Everything You Need to Know. It's available here at the conference and available on Amazon. All right, so that's all I had. Thank you.
Well done. Bien joué, bien joué. Thank you so much, David. Do you want to give these out to people? I feel like it's the sort of thing you do, right?
Yeah, of course, of course.
If you'd like a 2 Bolivar note, which will only lose its value over time, then please do come forward and David will oblige you. Thank you so much, everyone. I do now have the location of the after party. There is a man called Greg Foss, who, yes, big up Greg. He's going through a tough time at the moment, but his pub is still there, so we can celebrate Greg in spirit, maybe literally, tonight. It's the Ye Olde Orchard Pub and Grill, or Ye Olde Orchard Pub and Grill. Trying out the Quebec thing again. It's 20 Prince Arthur Street, okay? There's a few of these pubs, and it's the 20 Prince Arthur Street one there. All that's left to say from me is thank you so much for coming. Thank you for all your time, your precious, scarce time. And go out there and please keep spreading the love, the mission of Bitcoin. And I really hope to see you all soon or have a drink together this evening. Thank you so much. I've been Joe Nakamoto. Thanks again to the organizers. Have a bloody wonderful time tonight. Cheers. Bye, everyone.
Everybody, we are back at the Simply Bitcoin news desk from the Canadian Bitcoin Conference live in Montreal, Canada. I'm here with the conference organizer, Daniel. Man, you absolutely crushed it. This has been an incredible conference. The venue was absolutely fabulous. A round of applause from everybody on the news desk right now. Of course, we are with Isabela Santos and Julian Figueroa from GetBase TV. And of course, my legendary co-host, who is always optimist. No, he's Nihilist Fields right now. Anyways, Daniel, I want to thank you. This has been absolutely incredible. And I just want to give you an opportunity just to tell the 5,129 people that are currently watching live right now, any last messages to the audience?
No last messages, really. Joe said a lot there, but maybe say thanks to all the volunteers, all the sponsors, to you guys, Isabella, everybody who traveled, all the speakers. Like with conference, everybody knows a conference wouldn't be a conference without the speakers that attend, and then the attendees. When you talk to all the people here, like there's people came from Halifax, Nova Scotia, Montreal, Quebec City, Toronto, Niagara Falls, Vancouver, Calgary, like the list goes on, Massachusetts, New York, all those locations. So those people go to a big expense to come here. They, add so much to the conference and the conference vibe. Everybody kept talking about the energy in the room, in the hall and also here in the exhibition space. And I think that was kind of the venue, added to that and provided a lot of that energy. So that's the message. I mean, we enjoy doing this, and we do it hopefully so that people have a good time and enjoy the conference.
Absolutely. I also want to thank all the sponsors that made the Canadian Bitcoin Conference possible. So we have Bull Bitcoin, Decentral, Block Rewards, Panties for Bitcoin, Quick Bid, Constellation Heating, ShakePay, Apex Capital Partners, Coin Cards, Beaver, SatStreet, CoinKite, CoinBeast, Tahini's, Nimberly, Hodlers Official, Bitcoin Well, Sats Inc., and Yap.cx. Of course, the conference would not be possible without all the sponsors, and also Studio BTC for helping us with all the different video angles. So shout out to the legendary Murphalicious that is currently behind the scenes right now. So anyways, guys, thank you guys so much for tuning in to day 2 of the Canadian Bitcoin live stream, and appreciate everybody watching from the Simply Bitcoin YouTube channel, Simply Bitcoin Rumble channel, Simply Bitcoin Twitter, and the Canadian Bitcoin Conference Twitter as well. Guys, we love you all, and we hope to. Could you give us a little bit of a sneak peek on the next one, Daniel?
Not yet. No, I gotta convince Manuela first, and let her get some sleep, and then we'll talk about the next one. But we'll definitely. I think Montreal is a big contender. We've been asked last night and a few other times about Vancouver and about different areas in Canada, and Julian's given us the thumbs up there. So we'll see what happens. We're on a roll here. I think Montreal, that we could maybe keep the energy going here. So we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Love you all. We'll see you on the other side. Stay humble, stack sats, stay solvent. Simply Bitcoin signing out.